Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 69, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 605, Lighthouse, the Jack-centric episode that shines a light on Jack's destiny with the island and illuminates Jack's relationship with his son David and the Flash sideways, like a lighthouse does.
Right. And it also shows Jack his house.
Yes, exactly.
In the lighthouse, he sees his house in the light.
In the light of the house. Lighthouse. So, what did you think about this episode? I liked it.
Yes, I liked it too. In fact, so there were parts of it, I didn't love every second of it, but there are parts of it that are sort of my favorite of the season.
Mm-hmm.
In general, I really liked some of the stuff.
Yeah.
There was one or two scenes that didn't work for me.
The Claire scenes?
No, I liked the Claire scenes.
Oh, okay.
Really, I think what I had the most trouble with was the Flash Sideways story.
Okay.
Although I liked it, I'm still kind of on the fence about what I'm supposed to do with this.
Mhm.
You know, it's because it's getting kind of crazy. You know, like I felt like up until now it was, little things are different, but it's more or less the same. But now that they have Jack having a kid and, some mysterious...
It's not different having a kid, not having a kid. Come on. It's like changing your hair color,
And wow. And that part of the episode is specifically about Jack's relationship with this kid that we've never met before. And so, to me, it's just kind of hard to invest in that because I just inherently don't really care about this kid that I've never met before and that I barely believe exists.
What? All right. Well, I had a different reaction to that storyline.
It works insofar as it reflects on Jack's character.
Yeah, and that's all it's supposed to do.
Yeah. And I liked that part of it. And I still am kind of getting drunk on those parts.
Wait, you're doing what? You're drinking what?
Someone it was on the Twitter, the Twitter about the Lost Lowdown. What's it called? I don't remember.
The highlights?
Yes. TL highlights. That I referred to it as intoxicating. I don't remember doing that, but I think that's apt. That is how it feels. There's something intoxicating about the way they're doing the Flash Sideways. Because of how they, if someone who had never seen Lost watched them, they can play perfectly normally, like a family drama basically. But if you know the show, there's so much in there that they reference from the past, and there's just something intoxicating about that.
No, it's definitely captivating to see to see the same, sort of the same people in this different situation.
Yeah, I think the height of it for me was Ethan as Claire's doctor in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because the Claire-Ethan storyline was, for me, the first thing that got me into the show, big time. And seeing seeing him just as her doctor, and the idea that somehow whatever he did with her was just some kind of version of just being her doctor. Some about that really really freaked me out, but I also enjoyed it. It was, I don't know. That sort of continues here with Jag not remembering when he got his appendix out, and did Juliet take it out, and did it happen when he was a kid, and welcome all candidates, and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I too like this episode. I guess didn't have a lot of other things to watch this week. So, when I got home from work, I was like, well, Tuesday was obviously, I watched Lost, and Wednesday I'm like, okay, well, I have to watch the episode again, for podcasts, and, I want to watch it anyway. So I watched it again, and then, Thursday I think I watched it again, and I think last night I watched it again, and so I've seen this episode, at least 3 or 4 times. So I think that says something about the episode, that I could watch it that much and really not be bored. And it wasn't, it wasn't a high action episode.
No.
I feel like the on island stuff and the Flash Sideways stuff, the pacing and the tone was pretty even, and I feel like it makes the whole episode just fairly even to watch, and it's there's really no slumps in the episode. There's not any, and there's some pretty big moments, but not huge moments.
Right.
So I think something about that makes it just a really easy episode to watch, compared to other episodes where 2-3 times and you're just like, okay, I'm done for now.
Yeah. I agree. In contrast with last week, which I thought was good, but the on-island was kind of high octane, and the off-island, it sort of came to a screeching halt. And so I think there was a mismatch. Whereas in this episode, you're right, it was much more. They were much more on the same level. They fit together better. I think.
Yeah, this episode had a lot of references and connections to season 1. A lot of they're somehow back to where they began, but of course in a different way, in different circumstance, which is sort of paralleled in the Flash Sideways stuff. But yeah, what you were saying in terms of that, in terms of Jack's son, which when I first watched the episode, I'm like, they reveal this as his son, and I'm like, oh, Jack has okay, how does Jack have a son? Let me think real quick. Does this make any sense? Am I supposed to believe in any way he had a son in the original timeline? And so the whole time I'm trying to figure out, what are they trying to tell us with that? But I think, like I said before, I think we're just, the main thing is how Jack relates to his son, and it's sort of realizing, which is really how Jack relates to Christian. It's just parallel. It's showing that dynamic, but in a way where Jack is able to really, I think, because his dad is dead, he is able to see the problems that he had with his dad are the same that his son is having with him. Yeah, and he can sort of fix it. And it was just something he, obviously didn't get to do. So I think it's interesting that through, in the alternate timeline where he has a son, he's able to sort of overcome, potentially, overcome his big character flaw, maybe, or at least, I don't know if they're trying to go that far with it, but at least overcome the specific issue, the sort of father-son issue he has.
Yeah, not let the exact same thing happen with his relationship with his kid. Actually realizing that it is happening and trying to stop it.
Yeah, and sort of, predicated on the fact that his dad is now dead, and the mom can now tell him this is why this happened, and you were just like your son. Now, you were just like David, and all that stuff, and and you know me, I have I like stories like that.
Oh yes, you do, don't you? I should have thought
a thing for father-son stories or cross-generational interaction stories. So big fan of like Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, you know, stuff like that. But so I like this, you know. I definitely like the
Ebb and Flow, such masterpieces as.
Yes. And so I like the off island stuff a lot. You know, and it wasn't. I just thought it was very. I don't know what the word is, but just very solid. I think. I guess you know.
Yeah.
Like even though David came out of nowhere, it wasn't annoying or off-putting. You know, I just kind of accepted it and was like, okay, well, what are you going to say about this? And it seemed to work. Like.
Yeah.
You know,
it's just that I'm not going to be invested in David's character in the way I am, you know, with the characters we've known for 6 years.
Yeah.
You know, I just met this guy. Like, he's not gonna.
He's not gonna be back either. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't know what his role is gonna be.
Yeah, but that's the only stumbling block. But for me, I agree that it was well done, and I enjoyed how they did it. It tied in with the On Island story pretty well, and also I think I personally like Jack as a character, and I think I get the sense there's a number of people who maybe don't, but I don't know. I've always thought he was interesting actually, and I
really like Jack. I mean, he had his periods where he was annoying in that, you know, he wouldn't give in to what Locke wanted, which seemed to be the right thing at the time.
Right.
You know, and he was very, as Sawyer put it, he would, reactionary. And he had his moments like a lot of people that I was annoyed with him, but I've always liked this character. I've thought Matthew Fox has always done a great job.
Absolutely, yeah. And I understood why he did what he did, and really, overall for most of the show, I think Jack's been more consistent than Locke. By far. Even though, Locke was always more plugged into the island and what was going on there, and so that made him sort of, you wanted to follow him. But as far as just being a character, I think Jack's been the more consistently interesting character.
I agree, yeah.
And Locke, Locke doesn't even really exist anymore. Smokey's interesting, sure, but he's not Locke.
Yeah.
He's
my friend.
Yeah, exactly. So, that he's. One thing that I don't think we brought up that they've done this season so far is the order of the flashback or flash sideways, I guess, corresponds to the order they did in season 1. They had the first episode was a 2-hour thing, and it was sort of a group-centric thing, and it dealt with the fight at 15 times. Then the second episode was Kate, corresponding to the second episode in season 1 being a Kate episode. Then the next one was a Locke episode, corresponding to Walkabout. And then this one was Jack-centric, corresponding to White Rabbit.
Yeah.
And even specifically referring to what happened in that episode.
Yeah, I think they're definitely putting us back to where we started.
Yeah.
And you can see the level to which they're doing that.
Yeah, they can't keep that up though, for a couple of reasons. Number one, the season is not as long as season 1 was, so they just can't fit that many episodes in. Second of all, some of those characters are now dead.
I think both of those have the same answer, which is if they just cut out the characters who are dead, it's probably closer to the number of episodes they have.
I tried to do that. Yeah, it almost works. It still goes over.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I think we're going to get flashbacks of some characters who didn't exist on the show in season 1. And so they have to get in there. So that's going to knock some of them out. So the pattern will have to change at some point.
Yeah.
But they have been doing that at the beginning, and I didn't really pick up on that, but it's kind of interesting. I guess, this is something that I think most TV shows do when they get to the end. It always becomes a kind of
look back at the beginning.
Yeah. That's very classic. But I think Lost is doing it in a very complete, holistic way that's kind of better than I've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
It's really going in depth with the early part of the show, not just kind of casually referring to it.
Well, it's basically, I think it's working better. They can implement it better because the whole point of the beginning of the show they're getting to now.
Yes.
Like why they crashed, they're getting to now.
Right.
So it's apropos, as some might say. I wouldn't though. I wouldn't dare.
Nor would I.
But yeah, I think that's why it works is because this is really what it's all about is, the most important question in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Which is of course why are you on the island?
It's the kind of stuff that, it seemed like at the beginning of the show we were heading towards something like this. Mm-hmm. But in the middle there we got lost in a lot of... We got what? Oh, God, pun intended, apparently. We got mixed up in a lot of, sort of mini stories, I guess.
Yeah, sidetracks.
Yeah, sidetracks. And sort of it's like, only now are we really getting to the main point of the show.
Yeah.
Which is kind of...
I think some might argue that those side excursions were necessary for the characters to get to where they are now.
Yes.
I think Jack has to do something, and he can't be told what it is. So he's got to find that for himself. So any day now, he's gonna figure it out. He's got to smash the right things in the right order, and then he'll realize what's up.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I would buy that. And really, I mean, in a show like this, I think in the end, you spend more time getting there than you do on the resolution, and so getting there becomes in a way the point.
Getting there is half the fun.
Yeah. So I don't mind that, but it's just so odd, like, the scene where they get to the caves and they find Adam and Eve, and then they find Jack's dad's coffin, and he tells Hurley the story, and it's almost like I don't even believe, it's hard for me to even believe that happened. It almost seems like a dream or something.
Yeah, it was so. I mean, what's strange is it was not only so long ago, it was so long ago in so many senses, in the sense of us watching the show, in the sense of the characters and how long they were on the island, and in the sense of the 3 years they weren't on the island, it probably does seem like a dream, especially for them having come back to the island. It's got to be pretty crazy, but
yeah, it's like having Jack say out loud, I followed my dead father here, and I smashed the coffin because he wasn't in it.
That's huge.
Like, that is what I watched happen, but, I guess because he never acknowledged it until now, I started to question whether it had actually happened or not.
I think I think that's what's interesting is Jack is at a place now where he can really just say things matter-of-factly, I think.
Yeah.
And just sort of accept it, and I think he realizes, he's on this mission with Hurley from Jacob, and they just so happen to go to the caves that they haven't been to since. Being strung along with the carrot of, you have what it takes, which is his father's thing, and then he gets where his father's coffin was, and it's like he's got to realize that this isn't a coincidence. That he knows we're past the point of Jack thinking of being doubtful. I think. Yeah. He's doubtful about some things, but he's definitely on the boat ride.
It seems like now what he wants
whatever
is
that
answer.
means.
What?
On the boat ride.
Oh, on the boat ride? Yeah.
He's on the boat ride to something. I don't know. To Jacob's
I just
house.
immediately accepted that as a good metaphor. It seems like now he wants answers. He's not denying that there's anything going on.
Yeah, exactly.
And so he's still yelling and crying and smashing things. But
crying. Oh, the crying.
He really, yeah.
I told you about that, right?
He's an emotional guy. What are you gonna do?
He is an emotional guy. You would think someone like emotionally abused by their stern, overbearing father, and causing Jack to, be reticent and repressive would, it's strange that his, you barely say anything to him and he starts crying. It's like, wow, it's like you'd be able to, keep it in a little bit more, Jack. All those years of practice. Come on.
Yeah, he really doesn't keep things bottled up. It just all comes gushing out very quickly.
No, he can't handle. He can handle certain things. If his appendix is about to burst, he's just gonna walk wherever he wants, no matter what Juliet tells him. All right. He's gonna go over. He's gonna go from the tent to where they keep the food, and then back to the tent, no matter what she says. Because he wants a sandwich. But my point is, he can handle a lot of things, but his emotional well is very deep and close to the surface.
Yes. Yes.
Like the well at the Orchid.
What?
Like the well at the Orchid.
Right.
It's a lost thing. Don't worry about it.
What are you talking about? A well? Where? I think that's right. I would say, I'm scanning my memory, I would say more so than any other character on the show.
He's cried more than the women on the show, and not that that means anything, but I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, of all the characters I can think of on the show, I would say he's definitely the most emotional. Yeah. It's not like Ben. When Ben gets emotional, it's weird. Because most of the time he's really calm and kind of cold. Yeah. So when his emotions get turned up, it's creepy and uncomfortable to watch. Yeah, when Jack's emotions get turned up, it's wet. Yeah. Exactly.
Why is it so moist in here? Oh, Jack's crying again.
And Sawyer gets emotional at times, but he's definitely more of a keep it bottled up kind of guy.
Sawyer knows how to keep it bottled up. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He just lets it come out in the form of sarcasm most of the time.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be. I think Jack's journey is going to be a big thing this season.
Oh, you think so?
That's my prediction. I'm just going out on a limb.
Yeah, wow. I crackpot theory of the week here, folks. Jack's journey might be important this season. Wow. All right.
I'm not at all basing that on the fact that Jacob basically said that.
Oh, okay. Well, good, because
it's my own independent innovation.
The whole line of Jack has something to do is You think that might come into play this season?
Yeah.
What it is Jack has to do?
Yes.
And you know what? This is why I'm glad you're on the podcast, because if it was anyone else, we would have missed that.
That's right. That's why I'm here. I know what my purpose is.
You're a candidate. You can do what you want.
That's right.
Speaking of, okay, so yeah, we mentioned earlier Jack. Yeah, and like you said, yes, there were people. People didn't like Jack or don't like Jack or something. Jack.
Yeah, he seems to be kind of unpopular.
Yeah, and I would say, and that just reminded me because I was thinking again. We talked about it before. I was thinking again this episode that I like Hurley. You know, like
me too.
He doesn't annoy me like he used to at all. You know, like I like. You know, he actually, you know, has he's forceful. You know, he can be, you know, he can not be, you know, a pushover.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the difference. Maybe he just used to be a pushover.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And now it's like, but I will say this: he has no idea what he's doing.
Right.
He's helping Jacob blindly just because, and he says so himself. I love that line, by the way, when he says, he asked Hurley asked Jack why he came to the island, and he says, why'd you come to the island? And he's like, well, Jacob got in the cab and told me to come, so I came. If you have a better reason, let me know. And I love that line because it seems like, wow, that's a great reason to come to the island. Like, it's simple, it's direct. Jacob told me to, yes. Mm-hmm. But it's also a horrible reason because you don't know why he told you to. Yeah. You know? And the whole and I'm just curious to see what's going to actually happen here, because Hurley has no idea what Jacob's plan is.
That's true.
He could be working for the bad guy. He has no idea.
That's true, but he seems to be he seems to have just accepted that he should carry out this plan. I think it's an interesting role they've put Hurley in now. Mm-hmm. The place where he was at the beginning of the show, I never would have predicted the path they would bring him down.
No.
I think for me, the turning point, I've had Hurley, especially in the first two seasons, I found him to be kind of grating. Although, numbers was
unless
a good
it was,
episode.
It was like, unless it was his episode.
Yeah.
Like when it was his episode, he was usually fine.
Yeah.
But it was like if he was just a normal episode, someone else's episode, it was like, oh God, Hurley.
Yeah. Yeah. But as time has gone on, he's grown on me a lot, and I think for me the turning point was actually season 4. When they started out with a Hurley episode, and he's seeing Jacob's cabin, and then his off-island storyline where he, gets himself put back in the mental institution and just spends his time there talking to dead people the whole time. Like, that's just not the Hurley story that I would expect. And still, like, for me, one of my favorite scenes in season 4 is when Jack goes to visit him in the institution. I think that seems really good.
Yeah.
And
but you think he was really playing chess with Echo?
I do. I mean, I think we're supposed to think that.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, that's the way it looks to me.
Wow. I'll say it again.
Yeah. It is a wow.
Yeah, it's a wow. All right. Well, should we start the episode?
I guess so. Yeah.
Anything to mention about last week's episode? I mean, I guess they're not a lot connected, but...
Well, yeah. I mean, the big connection with last week's episode is, the thing in the stuff in the lighthouse at the end.
Mm-hmm. The numbers on the cave wall. The names and the numbers.
Yeah, the names and the numbers, exactly. Mm-hmm. This gives us maybe a different point of view on that.
Yeah.
But we don't really find out, I don't even think we talked about it, but, it wasn't clear to me since the ladder broke. It wasn't clear to me how they were going to get out of there.
Well, that second ladder was fine.
What? Oh,
the
really?
The second ladder was fine. Yeah, the ladder that
the
Locke
second
was on.
ladder didn't go all the way up. I thought it was like the ladder they climbed down from the top broke.
Oh no, yeah. Ugh.
And like
I
about halfway down, there was a second ladder that they switched to.
Yeah, that's kind of what I remember too. But yeah, we'll see if they just get past it.
Based on the events of this episode, it's clear that Smokey got out of there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he didn't just leave Sawyer there. But I did wonder what was supposed to happen, and so we don't really find out where that's going to lead.
I'm going to say grappling hook.
Grappling hook. There you go.
He's got a grappling hook on a rope, and you just climb up to that ladder as far as it'll go, and then you grapple to the top of the cliff and climb up.
Okay, grappling hook.
Have you never tried to get off a cave at the side of a mountain?
No, I haven't. Should I?
Wow, you haven't lived then.
Apparently not. All right. Well,
someone's a bit sheltered. That's all I'll say.
Clearly, yes. Yeah. So I guess that's that. I really liked that scene when Locke shows up at Sawyer's house, and he's just like sitting on the floor listening to music and drinking, and Locke walks in, and I don't know, I just think that was really well done.
Oh, it was great.
It was just very stylish. Like it was in a style I'm not used to for Lost.
Yeah.
There was something kind of. It was more cinematic, I guess.
Yeah, it was definitely. Yeah, it was like from a movie.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean.
Wow, look at that. 2 ways to say the same thing, only on Lowdown.
We're the only ones who know how to say things in 2 ways. Yep.
I agree with that.
That's why you keep coming back.
That is nice. And the free money.
That too. That helps.
Yeah. Check in the mail, guys. All of your mailboxes. So, wow. Yeah, I definitely liked all that stuff too with Sawyer in his binge. I'll say it again. Juliet was great, a great character. It's sad that she's gone, but she's given us this awesomely dark and depressed Sawyer. So, yeah, another gift from Juliet, gift from the beyond. Yes. It makes that whole storyline look really well planned. Mhm. Because it really just led into what's going on now so well. Yeah, totally. Because I think, without being fully invested in that, it would be harder to buy Sawyer the way he is now. Mhm. But I think they really sold it. They really made it convincing that he was fully invested in his life there, and having it all disappear so quickly when the other people returned, really set off the way Sawyer is now. Yeah, totally. All right, so they know what they're doing. Yeah. And even in this episode, even that whole taking the appendix out plot line that I think last week only I speculated was totally useless. They managed to find a use for. Look at that. They do listen to the podcast. Yeah, it looks that way. You said it last week, and then in that 1 week, they shot and wrote and produced the whole episode and put it on TV, and then They used it.
That's how it works, right?
That is how it works. It's called the magic of television. That's what they refer to when they say the magic of television.
Mm-hmm.
The literal magic they use to shoot an episode in a week.
Oh, speaking of, I felt like we should bring this up. I should bring this up. Jorge Garcia, the guy who plays Hurley, as you know, I'm sure, has a podcast now called Geronimo Jack's Beard, and it consists of him and this lady who's his girlfriend or wife or something. I don't know what. They don't make it clear.
Is it Libby?
No.
Oh.
Wow. That would be pretty amazing. No, it's not. Actually, she's way more knowledgeable about the show than he is, based on the podcast.
Interesting.
Like, her theories are way more reasonable in terms of what's actually been on the show, and usually she remembers stuff from the show more than he does. But anyway, the podcast was recorded a while ago, and it basically consists of the two of them. After they get the script, they just react to it. So
without spoilers?
Yeah, without spoilers.
Huh? How do they do that? What do they like? What kind of things do they end up saying if without being specific about what's in the script?
Well, they do talk about what's in the script, but it doesn't.
You're saying the podcast doesn't come out until after the episode airs.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So for like last week's, they talked about, they recorded it in October.
Oh, okay.
And then they just released it. They release it when the episode actually airs.
Oh, okay, cool.
So that it's not a spoiler. But when they recorded it, the episode hadn't been shot yet. They just had the script. And so they read it, and then they talk about what's in it and sort of go over what's happening and, throughout there. But it's kind of interesting because it's, really, you really get a sense of what it's like to work on the show. You get this script, and it's clear that, he's got no idea what the writers are doing. He's just, he gets his script, and, okay, this is the next step, apparently. I don't know where they're going with this. But it's interesting because they have the real script, so they get to say some things that are in there that we don't necessarily get to see by watching the episode. So it's kind of interesting. I sort of enjoy it. It's
wow, that does sound interesting. Where could listeners find this podcast?
Well, let's see. I offhand I don't know what the thing is. Let me check.
This is why I said we needed a script. And you said, no, we can wing it this week. We don't need a script like we always use. And now, look, you call this professional? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
You're right.
We'll wait for you.
It's GeronimoJacksBeard.blogspot.com.
Okay, I could have guessed that.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. I just wanted to make sure.
Next time I'll guess first.
Yeah. I think as far as podcasts go, it's certainly unique. I mean, it's as far as I know, it's the only podcast out there that really, has it inside.
Seems like the second official podcast almost.
Yeah.
From inside.
Exactly. It's less, they're a bit less sort of cagey about what's going on, probably partially because they don't really know, than the official podcast is. But they go more in depth, because they really go over the script scene by scene.
Was there a new official podcast this week?
No. I think on the last one they said that, or actually there was. See, I'm confused about what came out when. Let me see here. Official, there it is. Oh, yes, there was one. Let's see, the 22nd. Was that this week? Oh, it was Monday. That's weird.
So that was about the substitute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so. That's right. It was about the substitute. They pre-hashed this week's episode.
Okay.
So they did talk about it, but vaguely. But
Dalton, do you think this is going to happen on next week's episode? I don't know, Damon. It might or might not. Did it pretty much go like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they'll say something like, are we going to find out what happens to Claire in this week's episode? And he'll say, oh, I don't know, Damon. I'd certainly like to.
Yeah, it's pretty much the podcast.
I don't know about you, but I'd be really disappointed if we didn't find out something more about what happened to Claire this week. Yeah, on the podcast, I think they said they're basically writing the finale now, and so they're kind of in busy mode, and so I think they said they'd be back around episode 7 or 8.
All right.
So yeah, so I don't think we're going to get a podcast for a couple more weeks.
Well, if I was a what would you call it? Something. Let me rephrase what I was going to say. I think whenever they do the podcast, since it'll be after they have probably finished writing the finale, I'm wondering if we can glean how well they like it based on what they say and do in that podcast.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was going to say if I was some sort of person who could analyze, their body language or something, or or whatever, or what they what they say and don't say.
Right.
Be interesting. That's
Psychology
exciting.
Or something.
I didn't know what to say, so I started over.
Yeah.
And now I explained it, so it makes it even more interesting.
Like, if I were a dolphin.
That was my first thought, but then that was really going to go nowhere.
Okay. Yeah, no, it is. It's crazy to hear. Like, that's the weird thing about TV. That when I was a little kid, what you said earlier as a joke, I basically thought was true. That they just shot the episode the week before it came on.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really understand how production worked, but they finish the show like months before it comes on.
Yeah, totally.
So I think they're shooting like episode 14 or 15 now. And writing the finale, and so they're going to wrap the show, probably in April or something, and well in advance of anyone actually seeing the end.
Yeah.
So if we see interviews with them, that's a good point. We probably will get a sense of how they feel about how it came out.
Mhm.
Maybe it's worth noting they wrote this episode.
Okay.
Which I thought was notable. Whenever they come in to write an episode, I pay particular attention.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they take the reins on particularly important episodes.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
That's been the pattern in past seasons. I mean, they always do the first and the last. That's sort of a given. But the ones in the middle that they pick, are usually worth paying attention to.
Yeah, totally. They're usually the better ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
No offense, Elizabeth Smirnoff. What's her name? Is that it? Smirnoff?
Yeah, Elizabeth Smirnoff. Yeah.
It's not Smirnoff, I remember.
No relation.
No relation. Because they're not the same names.
Exactly.
So why don't we jump into the episode and then?
Talking about the episode? You want to do that?
Yeah. Well, why not?
Are we done with the podcast?
Everyone's here. Everyone's waiting.
All right.
They're here to watch. Oh, Cindy.
Few people have something to watch. Go watch it.
Go watch it. I'm stuck in a cage. I'm not going to ask you to get me out of here. Why would I? I'm only trapped.
All right. I'm going to be your tour guide today for this episode.
Yay! Where's the bathroom?
So,
there is
classic tour guide joke.
Wow, I didn't know we were doing classic tour guide comedy this episode.
I didn't either. But I'm glad we found a way to work it in. Okay, so shall we begin?
We shall.
All right. First scene 1. It's a flash sideways. Jack comes home, apparently from work. He starts to change clothes. He washes his face and looks at himself in the mirror. He notices a scar on his lower right abdomen. And then Jack's mom calls to ask about Christian. The airline thinks the coffin was checked through Berlin, apparently. Jack's mom can't find the will, so Jack says he'll come over to help. Then Jack asks when he had his appendix taken out. His mom says when he was 6 or 7, and he seems to maybe possibly recall that. So then Jack gets off the phone and leaves, and then we see him arrive at St. Mary's Academy. He picks up some kid named David for no apparent reason, but then we find out this is actually Jack's son.
What?
What the fuck?
All right, wow. That's how you start an episode.
Yes. This is
all
what
right.
I'm thinking. Okay, where are you going with this one? Like, I really, when they did this, I didn't expect that they would base the whole episode around it. Although maybe I should have.
They start the episode with a flash sideways about Jack and his son, and they won't come back to this.
Yeah, maybe by the end of the season, I'll learn to expect what's obviously going to happen. But,
yeah, I think in the finale you'll just be you'll guess every scene, and you'll just be like, oh, I learned too well.
Yeah, maybe
you'll be in a Twilight Zone episode.
That's right.
Curse it, I learned too much. Time's up at last. I don't know.
So this is where it seems like this is one of those things that is clearly going to be a running theme in the Flash Sideways, that he he sees the scar and seems to not recognize it, and asks his mom about it, and so according to this, he had it out when he was 6 or 7. Of course, if they never went to the island, then there has to be some other explanation. But as usual, they play it kind of ambiguously and just sort of move on with the story and leave us questioning what's going on.
Yeah, with the big revelation of the Lighthouse, I think what I'm gonna glean from all of this stuff is that we've been sort of assuming that the most pivotal change between the two timelines is that they didn't go to the island. Obviously, that's huge, but more specifically that the island got sunk at some point. But I think what we find out in this episode is the biggest influence might specifically be Jacob, and having not been drawing them to the island all these years. Therefore, them making in some cases drastically different choices, and in some cases, like with this appendix thing, apparently just different outcomes, because there's no sort of, a sensible reason why his appendix would burst at one time and not another.
Mm-hmm.
Why did it hold out in the original timeline, for so long,
Right.
And seemingly, the idea, I think, at some point was that Jack was being punished or something, right? Like
that's
that
right.
the island
didn't want him to leave.
Yeah, so it gave him this appendix thing.
They insinuated that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what's interesting is how things are different, and I think to me that's the biggest revelation, is that it's going to be deeper than we expected, I think, because of Jacob's influence in their choices.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird because Kate is pretty much the same so far.
Yeah.
I mean, some people, like, again, we've talked about this before, but, Hurley is, he's got all this really good luck. But then some people are in closer situations than they were before, and Jack is in a pretty close situation, but he's got this son. So I wonder what that means in terms of his old ex-wife that we knew, Sarah, who is, by the way, on Modern Family, which is a really funny ABC comedy.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, where do I know you from? Oh, yes, that's right. You broke Jack's heart. But that's okay.
And possibly slept with his father.
Possibly.
We'll never know.
Hey.
Or
he saw those phone records.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
So my point was that things are different, and there will be more things that are different.
Yeah. Kate, you're right. The way, from what we saw in the show, she does seem pretty much exactly the same as we knew her to be in the original timeline. But if you check out the Comic-Con stuff, which I don't know what happened. I thought I watched Comic-Con this year, but then I found that when I watched the stuff from Comic-Con, I didn't remember any of it, so apparently I didn't.
So you're saying you're living in an alternate timeline?
I think so. I must be. There must be some bleed-through from the alternate universe where I did watch it.
Exactly. Or every year Comic-Con is the same, one or the other.
Yeah. That's a good alternate theory.
Yeah.
So I watched it, and they played this thing, and it was like a faux America's Most Wanted segment about Kate, and in it they say that what happened was that she tried to blow up her stepdad, who was actually really her dad, but never mind that. Just the way we remember, except she didn't do it at home. She tried to blow up his business. Like, apparently he's a plumber or something.
Okay.
And she tried to blow up his business, but in the report they say that actually he wasn't killed, but some other employee who happened to be there was.
Okay.
So something different initiated her being on the run. She accidentally kills the wrong person instead of. I mean, they didn't really say this in the show, but in the Comic-Con thing, it's different circumstances that lead. So her stepdad in particular isn't dead.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That probably changes Kate's relationship with her mom too.
Yeah.
And I would say that's weird because when Kate asked Claire, would you believe me if I said I was innocent? Well, if we're supposed to believe that footage that she killed some guy, then she's not innocent.
Right.
Which means she's just asking Claire that question for some other reason.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know what to do with that.
I don't know what to do with that either, but it seemed relevant.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll. I mean, we'll see. If we get another Kate episode, maybe they'll do something more with it. Because really, the last Kate episode ended up being as much about Claire as about Kate.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't really go very far with what's going on with her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what to do with it either. But yeah, it seemed like it was worth bringing up. Okay,
I'd like to mention in this scene, Jack again puts on his shirt without fully drying off.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you notice like when he walks away and he walks, away from the camera one scene, and the back of his shirt's just like soaked, and I'm like, Jack, why are you, why are you getting your shirt wet? Like,
learn how to use a towel.
Yeah, it's like, geez.
That's what they're for.
That is what they're for.
Wow. Even in the alternate universe, he just doesn't know how to use a towel.
He likes wet shirts. I saw in some other, I think it's just a TV thing, because I saw in some other show where some character was changing and they did that, and it's just like, I guess it just takes too much camera time to dry off, It's just like, just put the shirt on, who cares if it's wet?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds plausible. I've seen people dry off before, but
yeah, and I guess they just usually make cuts, in between drying off, and then they're done. But anyway,
yeah,
for the
no, that's a good catch. I'm gonna make that a part of Jack's character, whether it's TV or not.
Yeah, he's the only one. He likes it.
Yeah. That was one of the big things in season 5. When Juliet confronts him in the bathroom, and he has the wet shirt, and you better figure it out. Yep.
I also I think it's interesting Jack drives the same truck.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's such a weird car for him to drive, I think. Because I'm like, why are you driving that? Like, it's like he's a doctor, and I'm like, I think he would drive something fancier than like an old truck. And I'm like, well, what's the meaning here that he would want to drive this, this old truck around all the time?
Right. Yeah. I did. I read somewhere. This is going to be really useful. I read somewhere that. That particular model of truck is actually a collector's item, like a coveted model, I should say.
Oh yeah, like
it doesn't look like much, but it is actually worth something.
Yeah.
And so
maybe I'll buy that. I'll totally buy that. I'm just wondering. Yeah, it's just a weird for them to decide. Okay, this is Jack's car. Like, why this car?
It's also weird because I associate it with the Flash Forward. That's what we saw him driving in the Flash Forward, and I think of it as sort of Jack's down and out car. But here this is him, way before that. Like, I didn't imagine that he had that car, before he went to Australia.
Yeah.
Like, I imagined that was a car that he started using when he went back to the real world. Like, he picked it up at a used car lot or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally.
So I was kind of surprised to see him using it. It's strange. I don't know what to make of it either.
So many things are different.
Yes.
All right. Anything else in this scene?
Yeah, they're slow playing this coffin thing. I'm sure that's going somewhere, but they don't move it very far along.
Berlin, yeah.
Yeah.
So that basically means the coffin went the other way. Like, instead of going east, it went west from Australia, which is weird.
That is really weird.
And the first place that they conceded it maybe was checked through was Berlin. Yeah, they don't know where it is.
No.
When this scene first starts, really when the episode first starts, they show a picture of Jack and Christian and the mom, a very horribly photoshopped picture. But you can see all three of them together. And then another picture of Jack and his dad in their doctor's coat.
I love the bad Photoshop jobs.
I don't get it. I don't know why they can't be better. It's like, there's people who can, do better than that with paint, like.
Mhm. Yeah. What did they do in the old days before Photoshop for things like that? Did they just not show?
You mean before digital, like, image manipulation stuff?
Yeah, like in the 80s or 70s or something, before.
They had ways to do photography, stuff like that. Put multiple, combine multiple images.
But was it better? Like, did it look better when they did it the old-fashioned way?
I don't know.
Because I don't ever remember seeing, like, obviously faked photos on the walls in stuff in those days. Like, they always looked real to me. And now I'm always noticing bad Photoshop jobs.
Well, the classic example would be that image with Jack Nicholson in The Shining at the end.
Oh. What do you mean?
As an example of a Photoshop picture.
Oh, really? You think that's what that was?
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
Oh, God, I'm so confused. What are you saying? I don't understand.
I feel like Benjamin Linus right now. And you are John Locke. This is what it feels like. Nice. I just spun a web and confused you. It's great.
You really did.
By the way, my name is Henry Gale.
Did you come here for me?
Yeah, it's in a hot air balloon. I came to take you back to Neverland.
Okay.
Now here, take this rope and hang yourself. No, I don't know. I know what you're saying. I can't think of examples of really, really obvious fake pictures, but I think they had ways to do it before. But it probably was just photography actual tricks, so it looked real because it was literally just like a real picture.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like the CGI thing where like puppets look more real than CGI does.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they can do a lot less, and like they're kind of obviously puppets, you can tell they're there. Whereas CGI kind of still to me looks like it's not quite there.
Mm-hmm.
Like some kind of phenomenon like that.
Well, only science has the answers. That's
right. Good point. Okay, so do you want to go to the next scene here?
Yep.
Okay, next scene we go back to the island. Jack stands by a stream, and Dogen comes over and says that he won't. God. What does he say? He says he won't let Jack leave. He was worried Jack was going to leave, and it's an option, and blah, 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 but he can't let him leave. That's okay.
Blah, 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 important story concepts. Everything is a choice, blah, blah, blah. That has nothing to do with the overall theme of the show. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I did editorializing, and like the sentence I wrote here didn't seem sufficient, and I was trying to reconstruct from memory, and well,
and now you've explained it,
and now you know what was going on. We can talk about this in a second. Anyway, Dogen realizes that Ford, Austin, and Quan are not coming back, and Jack agrees. Then we go over to Hurley and Miles, who are playing tic-tac-toe or noughts and crosses. It's a tie again. Hurley is hungry, so he goes into the spring area and asks a mysterious man where the kitchen is. That man turns out to be Jacob. Jacob says he needs Hurley to write some things down. In short, someone's coming to the island, and Jacob needs Hurley to help them find it.
All right.
Boom.
Why did you call it Knots and Crosses?
Because I was reading. I read some post about it where they referred to it as Knots and Crosses, and I just think I just like that. I like that British way of referring to tic-tac-toe.
Did you say it was British?
Yeah, it's a British thing.
Oh, okay, because that's what I was going to say. It sounds really British. It sounds super British. I'm like, as soon as you said Knots and Crosses, I'm like, that must be what they call it in Britland.
Yes.
Must be.
Yeah, I think the person making that post was British, and
yeah,
that's why they called it that. Because someone immediately said, "Here in America, we call that tic-tac-toe."
maybe when you know when it's a tie, they call it dog, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Because here we call it cat.
Right.
For no reason.
Yeah, no. There's no reason. What's up with that?
I did love that of Miles's little like I said, I've seen this episode quite a bit, and there's like 4 or 5 lines in this episode that every time I hear them, I just love them. And Miles is a little very subtle, like when Hurley says tie game, and then what does Miles say? Like I don't know, I forgot the line. He's like surprised or something. I just love his reaction because most times when you play, it is a tie.
He says shocker.
Oh, shocker! Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, he's like shocker, and I'm just like, yeah, I know the feeling of because if all you have to do is play tic-tac-toe, it's like,
yeah.
Oh, another tie game. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's there's not a lot of possibilities with that game.
Yeah.
It's not like chess. I remember reading an estimate of how many chess games there were, and it was in the billions. But tic-tac-toe.
How many outcomes or something?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
How many possible ways you could move the pieces and reach a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge number. It's a very complicated game as opposed to tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
Where there's probably, I would guess, somewhere under 100 versions that could happen.
Yeah. So, Duggan tells Jack that everything is an option.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you going to say?
Sorry, no, go ahead. This is better than what I was going to say.
Oh, yeah, so Duggan tells Jack everything is an option. But I love, it's like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, but there's some things I'm going to have to stop you from doing. It's like, that is the classic mantra of the island. It's like, you can do whatever you want, but there's some things you really should do over others. And there's some things we're going to kind of make you do, like.
I want you to know that this is entirely your choice.
But you better do
this thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you choose the other thing, I'm not going to let you.
It's like Jacob's like, Jack can't be told what he has to do, but I can lead him towards that direction, and do everything but tell him,
Right.
Maybe I can tell you, Hurley, and you can tell Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
Yeah. They've kind of paired up Miles and Hurley, I've noticed. Miles is sort of doing what Charlie used to do with Hurley.
Yeah.
That's the kind of scenes they used to have. And I really wonder what their plan is for Miles. Miles feels a bit like a
fifth wheel.
Yeah, it seems like kind of feels like Juliet did in season 4. Like they don't quite know what to do with him. He exists, and they can't make him go away, and so he just kind of
they're waiting. they're always waiting until, I think those characters, they have to wait until they're needed, and he's just waiting until his big thing is there. Up.
Yeah.
They're not done with him. I thought he was going to have something to say when Saeed was sort of dead and came back to life. I thought he was going to shed some light into what he heard or experienced or something.
Yeah.
But he's yet to do that, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to have to talk about that, but not yet. So, and they did kind of try to pull the I'm going to deepen my voice so you don't know who I am, and then you can surprise the audience trick for the first time this season, I think.
In which part?
With Jacob.
Oh, did they? I didn't really notice.
Yeah. When Hurley first comes into the spring, Jacob has his head turned, and so you can't see him. And he asks where the kitchen is, and he goes, "It's right down the hall." And then he turns around, and they reveal it's Jacob. Like that's.
Really, it sounded pretty normal to me. I maybe I knew it was Jacob, and I didn't hear the difference, but
I knew it was Jacob too. But yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah.
He's doing it. It's been worse. It's not extreme. Like it's not as extreme as what they've done before. Like the.
It seemed like it was. If anything, it was just the actor speaking in a low tone. It didn't seem like they had messed with his voice. It just seemed like he was.
It was just the actor doing it.
Yeah,
it was that kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just him saying like, "Down the hall you go."
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. But still, they hadn't pulled that trick this season yet.
They use that. They actually do something to Hurley's voice. I think in the next Hurley scene when he's talking to Jack. We'll get there. That I did recognize.
They do something to Hurley's voice?
Yeah, when he tells Jack you have what it takes. He's like, "You have what it takes." Like,
oh my God, really?
Yeah. If you listen to it, there's this deeper tone to that line.
Wow, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
That is scary, especially the way you say it. I'm scared to watch it now.
Yeah, it was kind of scary.
God. Wow. Yeah, I was surprised. Like, I'm really. It's really. I mean, this is one of the things that kind of makes Hurley cool now. Like, Jacob is talking to him exclusively, apparently.
Mhm.
And that, I mean, whenever the most important, most sort of central character on the show is exclusively communicating with Hurley, his importance level goes up a lot.
One or two, a little bit.
And it's still really strange to me that he's dead and he's apparently, he's
just as alive as he ever was?
Sort of, that and the fact that he appears to be just like all the other dead people.
In what sense?
In the sense that, Hurley was seeing a bunch of dead people and they were coming to talk to him and he was hanging out with them. And Jacob is just one among them. He's just doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But he's still acting as Jacob. He's even though he's dead, he happens to have someone that he can talk to, even though he's dead, and so he's able to still carry out his plan, even though he's dead.
Say it one more time.
Even though he's dead.
Even though he's what?
Even though he's dead.
Wow.
Despite the fact that he's dead. Dead.
Well, I think that probably was part of what his plan, maybe. I don't know. Could be why Hurley's on the island.
Yeah. It seems like, let me save that. I'm gonna get too crazy with this. Oh, this was one of the things on the Geronimo Jack's beard. Like I found out that the stuff that he writes on his arm, he actually did write it, and they had him write it in such a way that when you freeze frame it, you can't really make out what it says.
Oh, definitely. I tried.
Yeah. Yeah, like they specifically had him do that. And he did say that like he knows what it's supposed to say, and he couldn't say on the podcast what that is.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So that would make me think it's more than just the directions.
Right.
You know, it's more than turn left at the fork and don't invite Kate and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the big question is that we'll have to talk about is who Jacob was trying to bring to the island from using 108, which is the sum of the numbers.
Right. And also, you know, what the timer in Swan Hatch. Of course, that was, I mean, because it was the sum of the numbers. That's why they did that. Yeah, so, I mean, based on the ending of the episode, I'm tempted to conclude no one's coming to the island. The point was to get Jack on his, you know, path towards whatever he's supposed to do. That's what I'm tempted to say.
I would disagree with you there.
But well, I mean, I'm prepared to disagree with myself. I think one of the things this show does a lot is they introduce, you know, they have a character say something, and then we find out that what he was apparently saying wasn't really true, or there was some ulterior motive or something. But then later on, the thing they were talking about turns out to be true. And so it comes true anyway, even though when they were saying it, that wasn't why they were saying it. So anyway, the point is, I think someone could be coming to the island, even though the point of this mission isn't really to help them.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Yeah, but we can talk about that more later.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure. Should we leave it to later? Who's coming to the island and all that?
Yeah,
stuff?
we'll leave it. We'll leave it for later.
Okay. So yeah, all right.
I'll say it's weird that the temple, that there's a pin at the temple.
That there's a pin?
Yeah, why do they have pins? Guess they want to write things down, but still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess Dogan has stuff in his office or whatever, but
yeah.
And the kitchen thing was weird. He's like, yeah, it's down the hall, you know, past the break room, you know. You know, if you hit the sauna, you went too far. It's like, what? Mm-hmm. Where are we?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
What was Jacob doing with the pool, with the fountain? I couldn't tell if he was pouring something in there or if he had some sort of stick or something, and he was, you know, he was stirring it in there. He was doing something. Yeah,
I couldn't really tell what he was doing either. I mean, he was sitting by the pool and something with the water in it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was too hard to make out. I'm tempted once again to assume it was just, you know, this was just their way of introducing Jacob, and that he isn't necessarily doing anything.
Well, I mean, this is the first time we've seen him see the water be black, so yeah, I would hope that means something, that he's at least aware of this fact and is factoring that into his plans or something.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. because there is something.
Because he could have appeared anywhere, but they have him at the actual fountain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pool.
Yeah.
I want to call it a fountain because of the bubbles. Because of the
spring.
The spring. Yeah, that's what they call it, a spring.
Yeah.
But it's not really a spring, right? I mean, can you have a man-made spring?
Well, I don't know. Can you not?
That's a philosophical question, I guess.
Maybe so. Yeah.
Which means a question only someone named Phil can answer.
Oh.
There's no Phils on this podcast.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. I wonder if that was a specific reference to something.
Listen, I can't tell you what it means. It's something you have to find out for yourself.
Oh, okay. But can you at least lead me to a place where I can see the answer?
And then smash it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I can. You'll need a pen, though.
Oh, okay.
Look, we came full circle.
I like that.
Now we can move on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little time loop.
That's right. We're back to where we started.
All right. So, anything else in the scene?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, on second thought, you might be right. I think they've got to tell us what's wrong with the spring, and Jacob sort of investigating the spring makes sense. So I like that. I just took it as their way to sort of have him seem like he's just sitting around in there. But yeah, now that seems right to me.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else about this scene.
All right. Well, I don't think I do either. So.
Okay. Do you think that conversation between Dogan and Jack, where he says that Ford, Austin, and Quan aren't coming back, and Jack agrees? I guess I think Ford and Austin aren't coming back, but Quan was trying to come back. They don't. I mean, he's thinking,
that they just escaped, and Jack is saying, yeah, they probably did, but yeah, he doesn't know that Jin was on his way back and all that other stuff. Yeah, but when they say that, I feel like it's true, but I'm not really sure why they put that line in there. Maybe it's probably just because. Because they did send them off like 2 episodes ago or something, right? Oh, okay. Just to tie up that, and the whole honesty thing and the right, and the everything is a choice thing and all that stuff. So just to acknowledge that, and they should have been back by now, and so something's happened clearly. Whatever they thought was happening isn't happening. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. All right, so next scene? I just have to say real quick that, Miles is expecting Hurley to bring back some food, and Hurley never comes back. He's going to be pissed. He's like, damn, Hurley, like, why haven't you found the kitchen yet? Oh, you're not even here anymore. All right, great. Thanks. Last time I played Knots and Crosses with you. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see that in the next episode. All right, next scene. Okay, so, end of teaser. The next scene is a flash sideways. David goes into his room at Jack's place. Jack tries to make conversation. We find out that David sees Jack about once a month, and David has little interest in maintaining a friendly relationship with Jack. Jack's phone rings. It's Jack's mom, again about the will,
Jack says he's heading over there now. David doesn't want to go. Jack says he'll be back in an hour.
All right.
Yes.
I love David's line when Jack tells him to take the headphones off, and he says, you know, what are you listening to? And David's like, you haven't heard of them, the Rolling Stones.
Did he say that?
No, he didn't say that, but I like to believe it was some insanely popular band he was listening to. Dad, you haven't heard of them. It's a little band called U2, all right? You wouldn't know.
Yeah. Jack's just really out of touch. U2? What?
Me also what? What do you mean, me also? And, you know, I'll have to say, you know, it was weird to me. This is totally nitpicking the scene, of course, but, you know, we see David go to the kitchen and grab a Red Bull and some Milanos, Pepperidge Farm Milanos.
Oh, Milanos!
As a snack. And I got to say, as a general, you know, rule, that I approve of his snacking choices. Although I thought it was weird that he's like, what, 14 or something, and, you know, he's already drinking energy drinks, and I'm like, come on, kid, you should have energy, like, geez. You know, yeah. And he gets the Milanos, and he you see him open the bag, and he takes one out. I'm like, you only took one? You're going to go back to your room, eat that one Milano, and really be upset that you didn't grab the whole bag. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
one Milano never satisfied anyone
on any level. Yeah, so, Milanos aren't big at all. I mean, they're you know, what, 3 inches by 1 inch?
Yeah, last time I measured,
roughly.
Mhm.
I mean, that was the measurements I took last time.
Yeah, well, at our measurement convention.
Right.
Where we measured different types of cookies and crackers. And combinations therein.
It's a little known hobby, but very interesting. Yeah. I encourage all of you to get into that. If you've ever had any interest in cookie measurement,
it's surprisingly satisfying hobby.
It really is. I didn't even notice that he had Milanos or Red Bull. I was clearly not paying attention.
Hey, I saw the episode 4 times. All right.
Yeah, you're right. You're gonna be catching details. I saw the episode twice, so you've definitely got the advantage.
I think it was a Red Bull. I'm wondering if it was something else. But anyway, it was some sort of drink in a can.
Drink in a can, yeah. No, I see what you mean. It's like, God, you know, 14-year-old kid doesn't have any energy. Like, it's just some kind of sad comment on society.
Yeah.
Kids these days, they gotta like drug themselves to have the like energy to exist.
To keep up in this
fast-paced,
this fast-paced,
crazy rat race of a world. Yeah, that's.
It looks like on second viewing, it looks like he's got a soda, not an energy drink.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a little less crazy. Yeah, when I was a kid, I don't remember them having energy drinks.
Yeah.
It seemed like those came along somewhere late in the 90s.
No, yeah, they definitely weren't around. I think they were what they had before energy drinks, in particular, that subcategory of drinks. They just had high caffeine sodas.
Yeah, like Mountain Dew or something. Or MTN Dew.
Yeah, and they have like Jolt and all that stuff. Like.
Oh yeah, Jolt. I forgot about that. Yeah.
They just put a lot of caffeine in the sodas, and then they're like, well, let's just make a drink that's just nothing but energy.
Yeah.
I think Red Bull was the first big one, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, it was the first one I was aware of.
Yeah.
Where it's like something you can drink that's not coffee.
Mhm.
That has a lot of caffeine in it, and it's not as much of a chore because they put more caffeine into the smaller amount of liquid. You don't have to drink like, 24 ounces of
Yeah.
sickly sweet syrup
Mhm.
to make a little alliterative thing.
All right, next scene. This scene. What are we talking about?
Do you have
So
anything?
they brought up Alice in Wonderland.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
White Rabbit.
Right.
Title of season 1 episode.
Yes.
The analogous season 1 episode.
Yes. Right. That was the one where Jack sees Christian for the first time.
Mhm.
And follows him. Well, actually, it started in the previous episode, but the first time they made it a plot thing, and smashes the coffin, and then in the flashback, his dad tells him he doesn't have what it takes. And also, there was Through the Looking Glass, which is the sequel, and that was the flash forward. So they've got this thing where they seem to be tying Jack to this Alice in Wonderland thing. I guess the metaphor is that Jack is like Alice and the island is like Wonderland.
And that just like Alice, Jack has what it takes.
Apparently.
Whatever.
I guess he had what it takes. I don't know. Did Alice have what it takes?
She shrunk down.
She what?
She shrunk down, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Really small, and then she did something, and then she did some other stuff. She had what it takes.
What?
You heard me. No, I don't. Yeah, they're definitely trying to make some Alice in Wonderland connection, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's my best stab at it. They sort of did that in The Matrix too, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was like the theme in the first part of The Matrix. He had to follow the White Rabbit, and and he had to take the red
how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Oh God.
I'm Morpheus. No one can tell you what the Matrix is, Neo. But this is what it is. I love that. Oh, man, it's great. No one but me can tell you. But not even me can tell you.
Yeah. Classic Morpheus.
You know, people don't like the second and third Matrices, but I think they're good.
Matrices!
Yeah, I said it.
It's correct, but I loved it. Yeah, you're right, including such notable people as Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, he would know a good movie if he made it. Well, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's saying he doesn't make good movies or that he makes them but he doesn't even know they're good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all it's saying. Yeah.
That's what's good about ambiguity. We have to figure out what you meant.
Exactly. And you never will. So he doesn't like them either?
No, in his top, he gave a top 10 since like 1992 or something.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be the year, Reservoir Dogs came out, and
the year time began, of course, yes. Right.
Yeah. The year time and cinema began. Strange that they began at the same time.
Hey, science, what are you going to do?
Science, yeah, okay, you're right, science. He put The Matrix on there, but he said it would have been higher on the list, and he would have less mixed feelings about it if it weren't for the next two movies. And for me, I haven't actually seen the second two movies since they came out. I saw the first one a number of times, as you know, and I really liked it. And then I got sick of it, basically.
Yeah.
and like the magic wore off or something. I haven't seen it for a very long time. The other two I did watch when they were in the theaters, just because I couldn't bring myself to not find out where the story went. And there were some pretty spectacular, great moments in the second two movies, I would say. But the first one did have something that the second two didn't have. I don't know what that was, but there was a certain magic about the first movie that I think they never really captured again.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like the first movie was about getting out of the Matrix and understanding what it was all about. And that was really fun to watch. And it was, they were fugitives on the run and all that stuff when they were in the Matrix. And it sets up the philosophy behind everything. And I think the second and third one, I think, the philosophy aspect doesn't work in the end very well. The whole choice thing and all that stuff, and the stuff that Lost is doing that I think will work a lot better in the end. But I think it has some really great scenes in it, and some really great moments in it, and so a lot of good character stuff. And there are parts of the second and third that I don't like. But overall, I think as a whole, as three movies, I think it's great. I don't know any other sci-fi genre that does what The Matrix does and does what they're able to accomplish in those three movies, like mind-blowing stuff you've never seen before, And to me, that's why I rate them highly. I do think they fail. They fail to live up to what the first one promised. But I think they have a lot of redeeming qualities, in them, which is why I feel like people, maybe that's it, people haven't watched them a lot. I've seen them probably 3 or 4 times, because there's parts in the second, it's particularly in the second one, that I could just watch over and over and over again, and a lot of great, any scene with the Merovingian, when Neo fights the 100 Smiths, I love that action sequence. I'll never forget watching that in the theater. Like that, it's one of the, when you watch a movie and there's times when like the whole crowd is reacting as one organism in unison.
That's a good phrase. Just make that up.
I just made that up. No one else has ever said that. And that was one of those moments where you had just never seen that. And I will say the CG isn't the best. There are parts that just obviously look fake in that sequence. But what's going on, the fighting and stuff, if you're into that stuff, it's the best thing ever. You know. So that's that's why I like those movies. The fight in the house. In the Merovingians mansion when Neo fights all those guys, it's a great sequence. There's just a lot of cool, a lot of fun parts.
I thought the 100 Smiths was in the third movie. That was the second one?
Yeah, that was the second one.
Oh. Wow. He never fought the 100 Smiths in the third movie until the very end?
Well, okay, no. Yeah, in the third movie at the end, there are millions of Smiths.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But he really only fights the real one.
But he only fights the one.
Yeah.
Which was a bad choice. They should have all kicked Neo's ass and won. That's where being a gentleman will cause you to lose. But no, the scene in the sort of courtyard area where he fights all the Smiths was in the second one.
Okay. Yeah. That's right. Okay. Now I kind of remember. That's before he goes and finds the Keymaster, right?
Yes.
Okay. It is the Keymaster, right? They really use that phrase?
No, it's the Keymaker.
Or am I getting that from Ghostbusters?
I think it's Keymaker.
Oh, Keymaker. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I did get that from Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Keymaker. That's right. And then he visits the architect. For me, the architect scene was my favorite when I originally saw the second movie.
That's a great. Yeah, the architect scene is ridiculously awesome. I mean, it's a lot of psychobabble.
Yeah.
But just in the context of of the movie and of the world, it if you look at it as that, then I think it works.
Yeah.
If you try to make it make sense, it just doesn't.
No, but it really threw the story you thought you were watching into a flux.
Totally.
It gave you a completely different perspective on what the story was, and I really liked that.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's one of the reasons why I like the sequels is that they did expand the world quite a bit, But anyway, we're podcasting about The Matrix.
We really are. We're going to do that Matrix podcast someday.
Apparently, you need to watch all three, and then we'll just do a Matrix podcast.
Yeah. I would like to watch them again. It'd be interesting to see how they play now with some distance.
Yeah, they're just so well done. Such great like sci-fi and action. It's just like, what else is as good as this? I mean, people say they don't like it, but what else is as good? There's not that much that's as good in my opinion.
Yeah. It was pretty spectacular. I mean, I remember seeing Jurassic Park in the 90s, and the audience was just totally involved, and it was like what you were describing, like this collective like gasping going on, and just complete immersion in the movie, and the same kind of thing happened with The Matrix, and it's actually pretty rare that happens. Most of the time, in my experience, the audience has a pretty ironic distance from what's going on.
Totally, yeah, and like I said, I remember specifically in the scene where he fights the 100 Smiths, like it's like a roller coaster that everyone's on, at the same time. And everyone was just like, whoa, and just reacting to what was going on. And you don't get that a lot.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Lost.
Okay. So shall we talk about Lost again?
Let's talk about Lost again. That's where everyone's here.
Okay. Alice in Wonderland. That's how we got on that.
So it was a tangent of a tangent. So not too bad.
It did. It made sense.
Yeah. It was so that whole conversation leads to the conclusion that Jack is the one, and just like Neo, he has a destiny that he can't be told what it is, that he must... Yeah. Wait a minute, I was making a joke, and now this is really all true.
It's starting to sound like a real theory.
He can't be told what it is. He's got to find it for himself. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's the joke that was just too true to laugh at.
So Smith is Loophole, and Jacob is the Oracle.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Kate is Trinity.
Yep. You got it.
Saeed is Morpheus.
Sure, why not?
Morpheus isn't quite a killer, but I don't know. He fulfills that kind of role, I think.
Yeah.
And
the wise helper.
Yeah, exactly. That's a weird comparison.
It is, but it kind of works, I think.
Mm-hmm. Neo was drawn to the Matrix. Jack was drawn to the island.
I guess that would make Michael. What's his name?
Michael is it Link?
Oh,
he was Link.
That's not who I was thinking of, but yeah, I guess Michael would be the guy that Michael played.
Yeah, I think he would be the guy he busted the Matrix in both of them.
I just thought he was in that movie. Wow.
I thought that's why you were bringing him up, because I forgot he was too.
That's not even what I was thinking. I was going to.
You thought Michael was going to be Reagan?
I was gonna have him be the guy that betrayed them.
Yeah, I think his name was Reagan.
Okay, yeah, that guy that. What's that guy's name? That I know that guy.
Pantoliano.
Yes, Pantoliano, that guy.
Pantoliano, yeah.
Yeah, the guy that collaborates with the machines. That's Michael.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy who sells them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, was it? Let me see. I think that was his name.
Yeah, and so I guess the machines are sort of like the island, whereas Smith is more like Loophole.
No, the machines are the others.
Oh, the machines are the others. Okay, good point.
Trying to protect the island. They're trying to protect the Matrix.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, so the Matrix is the island.
The Matrix is the island. Time runs differently.
Yes, light
doesn't scatter. Yeah, exactly. the usual line.
Thanks, Dan. You really gave us something to pound into the ground. I hope one day we'll understand why he said that.
Probably never will.
Yeah, I know. But I can still hope, can't I?
You can. You should. Cypher was his name.
What?
Cypher was his name.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I always remember. That's the part you fell asleep on.
Oh, didn't I wake up at that point? At least I remember that thing. I remember falling asleep. Was it the first time I saw The Matrix?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this has no correlation to how much I was excited to see the movie or was enthralled in the movie. It was just that one little sequence around the time that he first got to the ship after they get him from the Matrix, and they're all on the ship just kind of talking, and I remember being asleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I woke up for the chicken line though. It was great.
Oh yeah.
That's why everything tastes like chicken, because they didn't know what to make things taste like. Great explanation. All right, so let's go back to Lost real quick.
Okay.
Just for the next couple hours.
Yeah, okay.
And,
okay. Sure. Why not? Some might say that's what we're here for.
Some might say that.
So,
right.
Are you ready? Shall we move to the next scene?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, we go back to the island, the temple. Saeed comes to talk to Jack and asks why everyone is staring at him. Saeed realizes that Jack is hiding something from him. He recaps from his perspective what happened the episode before last. Jack reveals the bit he doesn't know, which is that the pill is poison, and they wanted Jack to kill Saeed. Jack tells him that whatever happened to Saeed happened to someone else. Saeed asks, who? Cut to, end of scene.
Cut to the person it happened to.
Yeah. It's one of those times where I wonder if Jack actually answered or if he didn't say anything and, they're just telling us.
They're just telling us, but he
Although
doesn't actually tell Saeed.
Yeah. Yeah,
well, because that would be potentially revealing that, that that's his sister.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, wait, did he say that?
Did he say what?
Did he say that it happened to my sister? No, he could say Claire without saying it was.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Potentially. I mean, it all depends on how he answers the question.
Oh, okay.
But it would potentially lead him into saying, at least saying, well, that's Claire's my sister.
Yeah. Okay.
But not that he couldn't tell him that, but that might come up.
Right. So does that mean you think he didn't tell him?
I don't know. I don't even know. Sure, I thought he told him. Sure,
Okay.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's a safe answer, maybe.
Okay.
Because he tells Kate something happened to Claire, so he can tell Saeed that. That's fine.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Okay. Yeah, really, it's really weird that, whatever's wrong with Saeed, I mean, he really doesn't seem different at all.
Not yet.
I mean, he seems exactly like Saeed. Like, this is how I would expect Saeed, the real Saeed, to react.
Mm-hmm.
I really can't tell the difference. I have a lot of questions about the Cygnus and how it works and what the rules are and all this stuff about, why did he have to take it willingly? Why can't they just kill him? Why are they just letting him hang around? Like, it's really perplexing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was reading the Lostpedia page on the Cygnus, and Lostpedia is really helpful, I must say. And they sort of summarize like everything the show's told us about the Cygnus, and like I can't make any sense of it. It's all over the place. Like trying to turn it into, a story that makes sense, it didn't work for me. But, I guess we'll get to that more later when we see Claire, someone who, is confirmed to be in the full grips of this sickness. So I guess that tells us, the most that we can know about it at this point.
Yeah.
But still, just in the scene, it's like, Saeed's, I mean, it's been a couple days, I think, since he woke up, and there's no discernible difference. So I don't know if it's just really slow acting or, the person doesn't really act different a lot of the time, or what.
Well, it's just Claire. Claire's been, it's been 3 years since she was infected.
Yeah.
So I think it probably takes time, but I don't know. It's still strange because Claire wasn't, the way they depicted Claire, she wasn't any less, she didn't seem any different than someone sort of uninfected in her position could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, she basically turned into Rousseau.
Right.
Which, I don't know if they're trying to tell us Rousseau had the sickness, too. But, I don't know. But it seemed, pretty much what she did seemed reasonable given her situation. I mean, obviously she's being influenced by Locke.
Yeah.
But I mean, she wasn't how I would expect her to be from what Dogan said about, everything that of her be gone or something. Like,
right,
she
yeah.
still cared about Aaron. She still knew Jen and whatever friendship they had or something. And
yeah.
So she was pretty much there. She was just, had adapted to living by her, mostly by herself on the island, and trying to defend herself against the others, and that's what you would expect someone to do. So they didn't really, to me, illustrate anything significant about the sickness. Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, there was very much that I knew about Claire that I could recognize. So, it's. I mean, she is different, but not, not like a completely different person. And yeah, it seems like she's being manipulated, but it's not really clear how this works. Like if Smokey never gets to talk to Saeed, is he just going to be normal? Like, is that do they have to like come and influence them somehow directly?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say that shouldn't be the case, but the infection, I mean, maybe the infection is nothing more than just, maybe Saeed isn't a candidate for Jacob anymore. He's a candidate for Locke or something, or, like he's switched teams. He's been claimed by the other side. And we just don't know what that means in terms of, does that mean Saeed might become dangerous? Is he going to just start trying to kill people or something?
Mm-hmm.
So, I just, it's hard to speculate when I'm not even sure Dogen knows what's going on.
Right.
How much does he know about what's going on, really?
Yeah. No, he does seem to not fully understand what's going on.
Yeah, so it's hard to speculate.
Yeah. So I think in the previously on Lost, they replayed a line from What Kay Does where Jack asked Dogen, why would you want to kill Saeed? And that's when Dogen responds, there's a darkness growing within him, and once it reaches his heart, everything will be gone, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what I should have pointed to as the time when, if he was going to say it's not going to kill him, he should have said that.
What?
So on the What Kay Does podcast, you brought up the idea that even though there's poison in there, it's actually going to cure Saeed. It's not going to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, in that line, when Jack says, why do you want to kill Saeed, that would be the time for Dogen to jump in and say, we don't want to kill him. It's going to help him. It would poison you, but it won't poison him, et cetera. But that's not what he says. He basically, tacitly admits that they do want to kill Saeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things where that he could have said that there, but that's the kind of explanation they don't usually do.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. I mean, I think Saeed could just already be dead. That's really the question: is he alive or not? We don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if they gave him the pill and he dies, then it's like, well, maybe he's been dead. Like the claimed version of him isn't him or something. So I'm waiting to see what the final word is going to be about all this.
Yeah. Okay, but I think at least now we're supposed to think that that Dogen wanted to kill Saeed in the sense that he would no longer be moving around and talking and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. That definitely seems to be the case. They didn't do it, so...
No, they didn't. And there's this whole thing about being... He had to be willing to take it, and so he had Jack give it to him, and they're just staring at Saeed, and it's like, if this guy's like a ticking time bomb, like... I don't understand why they don't act like.
Because it's part of the rules. It's probably they can't kill him. Like he's got to willingly something.
Yeah.
Again, and I think it has something to do with Jack. Like Jack is the one who's responsible for him being dead.
Right.
He kept trying to make that connection, so I think
that's true.
That's part of it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, I have more questions, but I think I should save them for when we get to Claire some more here, which is coming up.
Yeah.
That's
on the next half hour.
What?
So in the next half hour, we'll be talking about Claire.
Yes, we will. Stay tuned. Okay. So, are you ready to go to the next scene? Do you have anything else? Okay. In the next scene, we go back to Claire, after shooting the others, helps Jin out of the trap that his leg is stuck in. Claire tells Jin she's been out there since everyone left, which Jin informs her was 3 years ago. Claire tries to help Jin walk to somewhere safe. He actually collapses, and that's the end of the scene.
Yeah, I call that. I love when Jin tries to get it. She's like, "Can you walk?" He's like, "Yeah," and he gets up and puts pressure on his leg and falls over. I'm like, Jin found his off button. That's how you turn Jin off. Press that button right there. Oh, it was great.
It's like Data's thing in his side.
Yeah, exactly. So they did this thing with Claire where they kind of had her not say anything for an extended period of time.
Mhm.
You know, when Jen is trying to talk to her.
Yeah.
And then she mumbles, "I'm gonna get you out of here." Did you notice how she mumbled it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I think the whole time you're waiting for her to respond to see what she's gonna say and how she's gonna say it and what personality comes through, and then they have the first thing she said be this weird mumbly thing, and then her next line, she's just normal as hell. Everything's fine. Yeah,
that's kind of the way it goes for the whole episode.
Yeah.
Like most of the time, she's pretty normal, and then she has these short bursts where she seems a little bit crazy and scary.
Yeah.
So she's not, the way Dogen described it, I imagined something approaching a flesh-eating zombie, but she's nothing like that, It's the sickness is subtle. It's not necessarily apparent at every moment that there's something fundamentally wrong with her.
Yeah. Well, and that's how they showed it with Robert, right? He seemed normal until he tried to shoot her, but she disabled the firing pin.
That's right.
She thought ahead.
It was a good move. Yeah, so that's one thing I want to bring up, she was just able to shoot him, and I don't understand, he wasn't willingly shot, I don't understand why they can't just kill Saeed like that.
Yeah, it's weird. Dogen said when they first got there, if we don't help your friend, we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
It could just be they could kill him, but they can't, in terms of the rules or something. In terms of whatever special quality, he's a candidate or he's a whatever.
Oh, maybe it's a candidate thing?
Yeah, they don't want him alive, but they can't be the ones to kill him.
I see. So maybe someone else could kill him, but they can't do it.
Like Jack.
Yeah, okay. Like Jack. There we go. So, yeah, I do. Well done. It actually, when you put it that way, it seems to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it sort of like the loophole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Ben was able to kill Jacob fairly easily, but Loophole couldn't do it, even though Loophole seems a lot more powerful than Ben.
Now, at the risk of confusing you, now that you've got some ground here,
no.
I will say, Justin, the character on the show, was gonna kill Claire.
My nemesis.
Your nemesis. And I would have to think that Claire should be on the list too. Right? Be a candidate. So for my theater work, he shouldn't want to kill her, but maybe in self-defense or something they can. I don't know, but that's the only hole I can put in my own theory.
As I recall, and again, I don't personally want to. I've been burned too many times by inspecting props too closely or sets, but I believe Claire's name was crossed out on the cave wall.
Yeah. Which means, she was a candidate. I would assume everyone who's on there was a candidate.
She was a candidate, but if her name's crossed out, like, that seems like that should mean...
Well, Justin doesn't know that. I'm not going to believe he knows that whose name is crossed out.
You don't think he's privy to all the...
No. He doesn't get the email updates when names get crossed out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm really surprised we got to see Justin again. I was pretty sure
he was pretending to be dead. I love that. I noticed, when she comes over and kicks him, like, his eyes are open. And I just got to say, it seems like if I'm going to pretend to be dead, I want my eyes to be closed. Because, I don't want to have to blink.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you look a lot more dead if your eyes are open. So
that's true.
The give and take.
Yeah. You have to weigh your options.
For me, I would probably go with one eye closed, one eye open. That's the best world. This guy's obviously dead because no one would have one eye closed and one eye open at the same time.
I've never seen anyone fake their death like this before.
It's so convincing. I'm not even going to kick him. Thanks. Oh, wait. I didn't say that. I'm dead.
No dead people ever thank me either. Wow, this guy's really dead.
Well, he must be because he's so nice. No one alive is ever that nice to me. Especially not Mother.
Oh. It's like a dark turn.
I know, right?
Yikes. A little psycho.
We're talking about Claire. Oh, Justin. Yeah. Oh, the whole names on the list. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard to speculate about all this candidate name stuff because we don't know anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I also feel like we don't really know anything about the Cygnus.
No.
Or the claiming, which is, I guess, really what the Cygnus is. Like how it works, what the rules are, who's responsible for it. Does someone have to initiate it, or does it just happen? It's very murky.
Yeah, like the fountain, right?
Yeah.
Or what is it? Spring.
I
never want to call it a spring.
Yeah. No, I like fountain too. It's sort of like fountain of youth or something. It seems like a magical man-made body of water should be a fountain. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's I'm tempted to call it that as well.
Yeah.
But I shall resist.
They're always great with naming things. They called the station a hatch.
Right.
The whole time. Look at a hatch. Yeah. No, it's not a hatch. The door is the hatch.
Right.
The tunnel's not the hatch, and the station's not the hatch.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just call it all a hatch, because that's what we do.
I got to open the hatch, go through the hatch to get in the hatch.
Just to get in the hatch, and then you're in the hatch. Hatch it up.
Hatch it up. Everybody do the hatch now.
Everybody do the hatch now. If you can. Everybody do the hatch.
Okay, so are you anything else about this scene? Shall I?
Yeah. I was gonna say, speaking of claiming.
Yes.
And we can get in. Well, this has to do with like Jack's. With Christian's body disappearing, it's like, this whole time I thought, Christian's body was somewhere on the island, and we saw his apparition or whatever separate from that.
Yeah.
But if we try to make it the claiming be the same with Christian be the same as with Saeed, then it seems like his body reanimated.
Yes, you're right.
But then that calls into question other instances of apparitions where it really wasn't their bodies.
That's true. Like
You
Yemi,
know,
for example.
like Yemi, you know, and obviously there's the other group of apparitions, like when Hurley sees Charlie, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, you know, Charlie's body is, you know, in the looking glass.
Underwater, yeah.
You know, yeah, so that's not his body. So that to me is what's weird, is trying to make this seem, you know, streamlined and the same as the instances are different.
Yeah, like sometimes it's smoky. Sometimes, like I think in the case of Yemi, I think it's actually more like what Locke is now, which is just Smokey taking that form. But Yemi's body was just a skeleton in the plane, just as John Locke's body is buried on the island.
Yeah, that's the other big example is Locke's body wasn't reanimated. Smokey just looks like Locke now.
Yeah.
You know?
I think sometimes that's what we're seeing, you know, just Smokey taking a form. Whereas then there's also this reanimation where it really is the original body. So then that's what I would want to say the explanation is, because that makes sense with when Hurley saw the cabin, is that Loophole can claim people, or I should say people can be claimed, and that makes them affiliated with Loophole. I won't say he's doing it necessarily. Yeah, it doesn't
there's
seem
some
like
Yeah, there's some affiliation that is made when they are claimed.
Yeah,
and so that makes the body reanimate. So that's one instance. Then you have the instance of Loophole and Locke, which is him actually taking Locke's form.
Yeah, and like Alex
body.
appeared to Ben, like that's that kind of thing.
And that would explain why we saw Christian in the cabin, and then the anonymous man, you know, who sticks his head in when Hurley sees the cabin is, you know, we see Christian, who is its own entity, and then we see Smokey in there too. Yes,
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I still don't quite know how all the details work, but in that particular case, based on this episode, I'm pretty sure that's what we saw.
I hope that's right.
Yeah. And then there's a third class, which is kind of the kind of things Hurley sees, you know, Jacob and such, which is really like a ghost.
Yeah, which I would say is probably the other team.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like the dead people on the other side. Like, there's two groups of dead people. There's the claimed ones, and then there's the kind of ones that Hurley sees.
Right. But they're not reanimated bodies.
Yeah, they're not reanimated bodies.
They're disembodied apparitions.
Yeah.
When we in the old days when we used to try to distinguish this stuff, I thought, this is crazy. There can't be like 3 different kinds of dead people.
Yeah. I would. 2 groups of others and 3 different kinds of dead people, right?
Exactly. Like, I was like, surely the writers will come up with a pithy explanation for all of it. But now it really seems like there really are at least 3 different kinds of dead people. Yeah. Which is just crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of kinds of dead people.
Yeah, I can't believe that's, you know, essentially a confirmed part of the show now. Yeah,
it's like, you know, 6 Feet Under didn't even have this many different kinds of dead people.
You're
about dead people.
You're right.
And that's if you were dead, you were dead. That's it.
It's true.
I guess they actually had conversations with the dead people too.
They did, but I was never convinced. I was never sure if we were supposed to take that as real or whether it was in their head, you know.
It was so all in their head.
Yeah, exactly. It was so tied in with their own, like, problems.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the dead people would, like, help them with their problems, and it's like, you know, come on.
Yeah. What is that, lost?
Yeah, exactly.
Dead people helping, they're living with their problems. Come on. Save it for an ABC show.
Exactly. Yeah, so And like for a while, like I thought that might be what was going on Lost, something along those lines. But I think at this point, it's clear that these dead people really do have some kind of objective existence.
Yeah. Again, I come back to this Christian at the beginning saying, telling Vincent to go wake his son up because he has work to do.
Mm-hmm.
I want to attribute, again, that being affiliated with Loophole, but that seems like a Jacob thing to say.
You're right, it does. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why Loophole would say that. Or if I take my current theory that Christian is his own entity, I don't know why he knows what's going on or what he expects Jack to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, any of those things.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I hopefully it'll make sense at some point. Speaking of, you think we're going to see I shouldn't say this. I'm sure we're going to see this, but how long before we see Vincent?
Before we see Vincent?
Yeah.
Maybe we've already seen Vincent.
Oh, God.
We didn't know it was him.
That's scary.
That's like, what was it, season 4 or 5? It was maybe 4 when they said, somebody said, did we see Smokey this season? They're like, yeah, you saw Smokey, but you didn't know that you saw Smokey.
Oh, God.
Remember that?
I do remember that. Wow. Yeah,
I don't know. Last time we saw Vincent, he was hanging out with Rosa Bernard.
That's right.
So I guess when we catch up with them, because we don't know what happened to them, right?
That's true. Yeah. How the hydrogen bomb affected them. Actually, yeah, that's another thing I'm still having trouble with. I realized when I tried to explain it to myself, it didn't work. Maybe you can help me on this.
Mm-hmm.
They go back in time to, and then, well, not to, but they decide to, let off a hydrogen bomb so that the Swanetch doesn't get built, so the plane doesn't crash. That's the point, right? And it seems that this alternate timeline is the outcome of what they did. So, I mean, that should mean that before the bomb explodes, the alternate timeline doesn't exist yet, right?
Yeah, that's what I said before when we were talking about all that, it would seem at the instant that the bomb goes off, that is the instant that the timeline is created. Now, that doesn't mean that timeline doesn't have previous events, obviously.
Right.
But it just hadn't been created yet.
But then, I guess I'm trying to understand what happened in the original timeline. Like, so are we supposed to think that they actually interfered, and that in some sense in the original timeline the incident did not involve our characters in any way? Like, I can't reconcile the idea. So you're saying in the original timeline, if you're just counting the years sequentially and you get to 77, are the Losties there? Yeah. And if they are, did they do something different? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what we're supposed to think. It's very confusing to me. Because basically you're saying if the hydrogen bomb went off and the island sank, it should have always sank because the bomb should have always gone off because we should have always gone back in time. But then, of course, this is the paradox of when you keep that logic going is they always would have gone back in time because they've always would have gone back, they've always would have crashed on the island. Well, right. You can't crash on the island if the island sank. So, right. I think the original timeline is what we saw, and I think they want to be able to say they were always in the 70s, but I just don't think that can be true. I think if you're going to say they created a new timeline, then
they, if the events aren't encapsulated in one sort of universe, then I think it's fair that they weren't there in the original timeline. That the original timeline is everyone lives their lives normally or whatever, and then they crash on the island, and then they go back in time, and then they stop themselves from crashing.
Right.
I think that's fair if stopping them from crashing creates a new timeline. Now, if they were working with time travel where a new universe or whatever isn't created, then I would have to say they always did that somehow. Somehow it's an enclosed loop, and they were always, and that's the paradox, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, exactly. And then you have Richard seeming to have some memory of them being there and saying he watched them all die. It seems like he witnessed the event that created the new universe.
Mm-hmm.
But like he's in the old universe.
Yeah.
Like that. It just seems like that shouldn't be. And like Widmore remembered meeting Locke in the 50s, so it's like that time travel really did happen in our universe. And if
all that stuff happened. All that stuff definitely happened in our universe. Yeah.
But if that's true, it seems like the outcome of blowing up the hydrogen bomb should have happened in our universe as well.
No, I think that's what happened was the outcome was turned into the new universe, and it didn't like retroactively affect the events that happened in our, because all that stuff was in the past.
Right.
So it wasn't going to retroactively affect that stuff.
Well, no, I wouldn't expect it to, but it's like,
because basically what Richard should remember, like, if from Richard's perspective, if he was there in 1977, and he just say, for instance, they're down there trying to make the bomb go off at the Swan site, and he's just watching from a distance, if he sees the explosion go off, what he's actually seeing is the Losties that are there at the Swan station flashing to the future, back to 2007, or wait, back to 2009, right? Or 10, or?
It's 7. It is 2007.
Is it 7? Okay.
Yes.
Flashing forward to 2007, when they wake up and Juliet's at the bottom and they try to rescue that whole thing, the beginning of the season.
Right.
And what he doesn't also know, he doesn't know that, but what he also doesn't know is that the Losties, and I guess everyone or something, there's no words to describe what happens because it's insane, but they all get transferred to the, split off into the other reality. Like, I think that's created then at that moment too.
I see.
But so now if you go back calendar-wise and you go back to the 50s, like Locke is there. Like they did come there. So setting off the hydrogen bomb isn't going to change that. Isn't going to change the stuff that happened before.
Yeah.
Now what's strange is some of the stuff that happened before chronologically happened later chronologically. The royal chronologically.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
the subjective chronology versus the objective chronology.
Exactly. The little C versus the big C.
Yeah. Right, and then, also you have Miss Hawking remembering shooting Dan, and that's something that was the,
Here's the thing. Here's the problem. If there's no problem with what people remember unless somebody remembers something past the incident. You know what I mean?
I guess to me the problem is, like okay, so you're saying all that stuff with the hydrogen bomb did happen, but when they let it off, it created a new universe, and they disappeared and went back to the old universe, while the original universe it knew that something happened, but the effects of the hydrogen bomb didn't affect the original universe in some way. And it just created a new universe where the outcome of that happened. I mean, that's just so, I don't understand that.
Why not? It sounds so simple the way you explained it.
I know. I barely understand what I'm talking
it's like
about.
I read the book. I came to class. I don't understand.
Exactly.
No, I think it makes total sense. Like, okay, think of it as a highway. Okay, now here we go. A car metaphor.
No.
Driving metaphor. That's always great. Okay, so you're going down the highway, right? And this highway is the original timeline, and in the car is just sort of collectively the Losties, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so they're driving down the highway. Now the highway has twists and turns, and those twists and turns are the events from them crashing to, the 100 days or so they spent on the island, to the flashes, and then to, all the time travel stuff. These are all the twists and turns on the same highway, the same timeline, okay? But the highway doubles back upon itself, so it goes, they sort of loop around and go back in time to the 50s, blah, blah, blah. But so all that is the same highway that they're traveling down until they get to 77, which is basically the road splits in two. The original highway keeps going, but the car that they're in diverts to this other timeline. So all the stuff that they were doing goes to the other timeline, and it doesn't affect the original timeline. So that period from like the 70s on in the original timeline is the same.
But it seems like the original timeline has memories of the things that created the alternate timeline.
Well, I think the problem is when the Losties flash back to the future to 2007, like that's what you're talking about, right? The scene with Richard, and he's like, I remember this thing. He's remembering the incident. He's remembering all the stuff up until the bomb, which is fine. He can remember it. There's no problem remembering that because that's all part of the original timeline.
But why not? I mean, shouldn't that be a problem?
No, why would it be a problem?
Well,
he's not remembering anything that didn't happen in the original timeline.
But it's like, if that happened in the original timeline, then shouldn't the original timeline be the same as the alternate timeline? No,
because the alternate timeline was created separately. Like, the events of the alternate timeline are different because things happen differently.
Like, where does the difference happen? Like, so we go all the way out to Juliet hitting the hydrogen bomb and it exploding. In the original timeline, does it just not explode? Like, what happens?
I think in the original timeline, it explodes. And the original timeline.
But the outcome is different for some reason.
What do you mean? Different.
I mean, the stuff that happens as a result of that is different in the original timeline. Like, why would that even be?
I don't think the results are different. I think what happens after the bomb goes off is whatever happened normally. Like, Dharma came and they saw something weird, and I think in the original timeline they managed to build this. They call it the incident. And they build.
Yeah, you still have an incident.
Yeah, it's the incident, and they just managed to build the station. Anyway.
So it's like, but that makes it seem like there doesn't need to be an alternate universe. That's
the whole thing. That's the whole thing is. Here's what they might say is, I mean, in theory, the alternate universe always exists, right? I mean, if this is a closed loop of events, then it always existed. You just weren't aware of it yet.
Okay.
In a certain sense, So I would say that might be true, but I think it's fine. I feel like the events from 77 onward were the same in the original timeline. I think they have to be for everything else to work out. For all of this stuff with Dan and his mom and like all the different things with time travel, like the stuff in the original timeline has to be the same. So after the incident, everything happened normally. Now if Richard had said like, I remember after the incident, Jack did this or Kate did this, and these were things, and we knew that they were not in, say for instance, Richard was like, after the incident happened, and then 3 years later, 1980, Jack and Kate did this, blah blah blah. Well, that's not something that happened in the original timeline. They weren't there in the island in the 80s, So then I would say, okay, something's weird. But he doesn't remember anything. I mean, we haven't heard anyone mention anything out of the ordinary past the incident, which is the splitting point of the two timelines.
Right.
So to me, it makes sense.
So, like, the Ben that we met in the last episode in the alternate timeline, that Ben was on the island, was shot by Saeed, was taken by Richard to the temple and healed, and then I don't know what, because, like, right after that, the incident happened, so I don't really know what happens next, but, like, all that stuff still happened to that guy.
Well, assuming Ben got off the island, he didn't leave. Like, I don't think in the original timeline he left the island during the evacuation, right?
Right.
So
I mean, Roger's still there, and I don't think Ben had been returned to the others by the time the incident happened.
Yeah, so that's why I would think he never got to the island in that timeline.
Well, okay. So
that's what I was the point I was trying to make earlier.
Yeah.
Was that the differences in the timeline aren't just predicated on the incident and the bomb going off. Whether or not Jacob was there to bring these people to the island, and all the other influences we don't even know about have a big effect on the outcome, So, I mean, I think that's why we see people in sort of drastically different ways sometimes. So in the alternate timeline, events before 77 can be totally different. They don't have to match up to the original timeline at all.
I see. So when they created the new universe, it's a fully fledged new universe with a new history as well.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. It has to be. I mean, if you create a universe, well, it's ridiculous to think about, but to the concept of just creating some new universe. But
it's just hard for me to wrap my head around. It's like I can't quite envision why that would happen or how that would hain or. Like,
I feel like it's the kind of thing where, I mean, I think they will explain it, and I think the explanation will rest in how these two universes are connected. I think that will make it make sense.
Yeah.
But I like the idea that if you somehow manage to time travel, if you accomplish that feat, and you find some situation and try to prevent it, I like the idea that something's going to happen, and creating a universe is, to me, it seems like logical. I mean, there's a cause and effect, and if you stop one effect from happening, then some other effect is going to happen, So,
right.
I think it's pretty weird that this is what happened, but I feel like in this scenario, something's going to happen. So
it's just
either nothing happens, or this universe explodes, or implodes, or they create a second one. So
I mean, that's such a huge thing to be able to do. And I just
physicists are theorizing that new universes are created and destroyed like all the time, like in the real world. So.
Okay, maybe it just seems like a big deal, but it isn't such a big deal.
I think it's like blowing a bubble. It's.
Okay.
Not that big a deal.
It just seems like a big deal to us because we're living in a universe that we can't even really.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think you're right. The point is going to be how the two are related, and I think your story makes sense. It just somehow, it's just not normal storytelling. It's hard for, I'm so used to cause and effect working in the usual way.
Yeah.
And it's weird when they kind of don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely confusing to think about everything that's going on, and that's just the best I can make of it,
Yeah. Well, it's at least coherent. I mean, it's crazy, but it makes sense.
Like communism.
Like communism. There you go. It's a perfect comparison.
Yeah, I don't know, but no, I'm sure we'll come back to this and more. Gotta say, I never thought we'd be discussing the intricacies of time travel and multidimensional paradoxes online.
No. That seemed like some crackpot theory.
Mm-hmm.
In the old days. They're not gonna do that. Come on.
Way.
This isn't like Star Trek or whatever, where they just cross universes, at least twice a season.
Yeah. Out in deep space, you're time traveling all the time.
Oh yeah, no big deal. Temporal anomalies just happen
everywhere. They're like potholes.
Yeah, exactly.
Potholes in subspace.
There's the potholes in deep space travel.
Yeah. Got to make sure your quantum field is working right.
Yep.
Or else you might just be time traveling before you know it.
Wow.
And AAA does not go that far.
Oh. We're going to lose our AAA sponsorship.
Yeah, we will, but you know what? That's all right. They don't pay us that much anyway.
It's true. We don't need them anymore.
No. All right. I'm ready for the next scene.
Okay. Next scene, Hurley looks at the writing on his arm and goes to look for something in the temple. Dogen catches him and asks him what he's doing. Hurley tries to play it off. Dogen tells him to go back to the courtyard. Then Jacob appears. Dogen can't see him and tells Hurley to say he can do what he wants. He is a candidate. Hurley tells Dogen, who asks who told him that. Hurley says it doesn't matter and suggests that Dogen go back to the courtyard. Dogen says something in Japanese and walks away. We find out that Hurley is looking for a secret passageway. Jacob reminds Hurley that he was supposed to bring Jack. Hurley says he can't get Jack to do anything, but Jacob insists. Hurley asks for help on how to convince Jack, and Jacob smiles.
All right. So Lostpedia translated that phrase that he says in Japanese, that Dogen says, and apparently it's something along the lines of, "You're lucky that I have to protect you, otherwise I'd cut off your head."
Right. Yes.
Which seemed about right.
Yeah.
That's what I would imagine he said.
That seems like something Dogen would say.
So we find out Hurley's a candidate, at least directly from Jacob.
Mm-hmm. Right. Even though, we've already seen his name on the wall.
Yeah. And
but
and we
having
get
Jacob say it makes it official.
Yeah, and we get more about this idea that they have choices.
Mm-hmm.
And they can, I can do it. I can do what I want.
Right.
It was weird that Dogen says, "Who told you that?" Because I guess that, he obviously, he must know it. He must knows that. He must know that. He must know.
He must know.
Does that sound? Is that right? He must know that.
Yeah.
That sounds wrong.
It's a perfectly good sentence.
He know that.
You know that.
That seems wrong. But if I put must in there, he must know that.
Yeah, yeah.
But that seems, and you wouldn't say he must knows that. But then you would say he knows that.
Right. Right.
So damn you, English. Damn you.
It's yeah, it's must is some kind of verb modifier there.
Yeah, wow.
The grammar changes when you throw a must in there.
Yeah. So he must know that. God, sounds wrong. He must know that. He must be aware of that fact. And presumably other people might know that these people are candidates too. But here's the thing: they were going to kill all these people when they first showed up. so that tells me. I know, right? That tells me that they didn't know that Duggan didn't know they were candidates until he saw the piece of paper from Jacob.
Right. I think that's true.
How come they don't know that already?
Sorry, Jacob. I just almost shot all the candidates at once.
Your plan you've been trying to do for centuries. I almost just ruined by killing all these people.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. Actually, based on the events of this episode and just the events of the show, I really get the sense that Jacob just is not really plugged in with the others very well.
I don't think he cares about the others. It doesn't seem like it seems like sometimes they might do things that he wants them to do.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's like when you have it seems like they're groupies or something, like
yes.
He doesn't really care about them, like
yes,
they're around, they don't cause too much trouble.
Mhm. They can be useful at times.
Yeah.
It's kind of flattering, maybe.
It's very strange, and maybe he used to be more plugged in back in the day or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I mean, based on the ending of this episode, it really seems like he doesn't have a great interest in their well-being.
No.
And doesn't care to warn them when there's imminent danger, for example.
Well, I think, I don't know if I'd read into that. I think he can't warn them. I think it's part of the rules. I'm gonna say rules on that one.
You're gonna invoke the rules, huh?
We're gonna invoke the rules.
Okay. Well, fair enough then. But the rules are not. The rules don't prevent him from getting Hurley and Jax to safety because they're candidates or something.
Jack has something he has to do, and he can't be told what that is. He's got to find it for himself.
Jacob
That's all I got. That's all I got for you.
Okay.
Yeah, you want another line from the show?
Sure, why not? Let's just quote the show for a while.
Ask me a question.
He walks among us, and he is not one of us.
Live together, die alone. I think that explains it all, right?
I looked into the eye of this island, and what I saw was beautiful.
Really, Locke? Really?
So he says.
You saw a loophole. That was beautiful. All right.
Yeah, he found that beautiful. It's really weird.
Yeah.
And there was a thing for a little bit, like he talked to Echo in the episode where Echo gets killed, and
spoiler.
And there was a. Sorry, guys. Sorry if you haven't seen season 3 yet. That was definitely a spoiler.
Jeez. Some of our audience, haven't seen everything yet. They're watching the show in reverse.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. We'll put a spoiler tag on the blog. So
spoiler tag.
So no one. Anyway, there was a theory at the time because he talks to Echo and he says he saw a bright light, and Echo says that's not what I saw. And there was a theory that somehow there were 2 smoke monsters, like a good one and a bad one.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's really going anywhere, but
yeah.
But that's what that reminds me of.
I would just imagine that, you know, Loophole showed Locke something he wanted to see.
Yeah.
You know, versus what Echo saw.
Right. Right. And it is. I do think it's kind of an interesting coincidence that in the dream that Claire has in Raised by Another, it's Locke in the dream with like a white eye and a black eye, like ominously telling her, you know, everyone pays the price now or whatever. You know, I really think that's a coincidence, but it worked out pretty well with where the show went.
You know, I was thinking about that when I was watching this episode. You know, how far did they know this was all going to go when they, you know, with the pilot? You know, was it like, okay, here's the basic idea, you know, there's this force on the island and blah, 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 and this is all about their destiny, and there's, like, how much of this stuff was really there in the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how much of it was just a plane crash on a mysterious island? You know, versus this is their destiny and this is what they have to do, and
right.
These are the people who are trying to stop them, and these are the people who have their own agenda, and you know,
right.
Yeah, it's I can't wait till the show's over, and hopefully they'll talk about that kind of stuff, what they knew when and what they decided when, because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things that it's really tempting to read into, it's my belief that when they did that, it, you know, they didn't have in mind where the show is now. You know, I don't know exactly why they picked Locke at the time.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. They've had this whole light and dark thing from the beginning.
Right.
So it's like, was that a big fundamental part of what was going on, this good and evil thing? I mean, they mess with that consistently.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's, you know, it's led us here, and does that mean that this is where it was always going to go, or, you know?
Right. Right.
Walt wants his $20,000.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think once they got the end date, I think that's when the serious, like, long-term planning really started. I think I would say before that, I think there's always been, like, a general idea of where the show's going. But I think, like, for the real details, I think those started to come into play probably in season 3.
Yeah.
I think before that, you know, they didn't know how long the show would go, and they were just kind of introducing bits, you know, to try to keep the show alive and ticking, but they were not prepared to sort of go down the road of really developing the story in a, you know, complete way.
Yeah. Just all this stuff with choice and destiny and all that, you know, I'm curious to see where it all ends up.
Yeah.
What else in this scene? So Hurley's looking for the secret passage. There's hieroglyphs everywhere, so I guess they're going to have to explain that.
Yeah.
What this connection to hieroglyphs is. And again, you know, brings me back to the button in the Swan station. You know, when the timer ran out, it had hieroglyphs on it.
Right.
And it's like, why? Why? We asked that back then. Why would Dharma put hieroglyphs in there?
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, it almost seems like Dharma, had some kind of subconscious connection to the island, and just like by pure, like, just by somehow being plugged into certain, it's like the island planted ideas in their head, and they just like put them onto their equipment.
Mhm.
You know, like having the numbers on the hatch and making that the code, and the hieroglyphs, and it just seems like Like, I don't even want to attribute that to Dharma. Like, I don't even want to make them responsible for that. It's almost like the island is influencing them somehow.
Well, I feel like there has to be some real-world explanation, right?
And, you know, I also think it's interesting that apparently Dharma built this sonic fence that actually, you know, is able to stop Smokey with you know, pure technology, as opposed to this ash thing, which seems more magical, you know.
Yeah.
If you will.
It's sonic ash.
Yeah. Sonic ash, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Sonic ash. Like, it's interesting to me that they were actually able to build something that you know, that could actually stop this smoke monster that I don't even know what it is. You know, how did they figure that out? Like,
how do you know that sonic waves is going to stop it? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. Like, in the old days, you know, I used to think that Smokey used to be a security system for Dharma. And then it was like, you know, the security system went awry, but they built it, so they knew how it worked, and that's why they were able to build something that stopped it, you know. But the way the story is going now, it really doesn't look like that's true. It looks like Smokey's been there in one form or another long before Dharma was there.
Yeah.
And so there's really no reason I can come up with why they would be able to do that.
Well, here's one thing I would say is that the fence kept out anybody that tried to go through if it was on.
Right.
And it could have just been a coincidence that it kept out Smokey.
Ah, okay.
Like, maybe the fact that it keeps him out is that Smokey has a consciousness or something weird, and the sonic wave, something consciousness, something.
Right.
Question mark.
That's a very articulate theory. You have.
Thank you. I went to Harvard.
I can tell. Everyone I know that went to Harvard also has a podcast.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes. I didn't go to Harvard, but, you know, I got in on your coattails.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it was almost as good.
Yeah.
So what was I going to say? So the sonic fence thing, I'm eternally trying to find a simple theory when it comes to lost questions. You know, how would they explain this in a one-word answer? You know.
Right. Yeah, that's a good way to go.
And I feel like I can't think of a reason how they would know what would keep out Smokey. So. Yeah, I have to say they built the fence to keep out regular, you know, people, and it just so happens to keep out Smokey. That's my theory.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly reasonable theory. I'm willing to buy it until we get, you know, something that contradicts it.
All right, there it is.
Because, yeah, I mean, I don't have anything better than that. Yeah, so I'm, Yes, I guess Hurley was going to try to just go by himself.
Oh, Hurley. I love his whole thing of, man, you tried to get Jack to do something. Oh, I just do it myself. It's fine. Like, no, it was kind of the point that Jack go with you. That's why I said, bring Jack with you. It also did like that line, you know, have you ever tried to get Jack to do something? It's like, has Jacob ever tried to get Jack to do something? Let me think. What do we find out in this episode? That Jacob's been trying to get Jack to do something for decades. You know, like they give him that smirk, like when he says, you know, if you know a way to get Jack to go on your adventure, I'm listening. And then Jacob goes, oh, I know a way, and it's, you know, good because we know that Jacob knows Jack well enough. But it's like The smirk could have come at the previous question, too, because it's like, yeah, he has tried to get Jack to do some stuff. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good observation. I didn't really think about that. Have to say it at least once on a podcast.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Yeah, it's brand new one for me.
That should be a thing.
Normally, I notice everything. I'm just Mr. Observant. I was voted most observant 3 years running.
What else did he say? I loved when Hurley comes over to Jack in the courtyard. He's like, dude, keep your voice down. He's like telling him what to do. He's like, be cool, man. Act natural. Jack's like, what?
Yeah, it was like he was trying to. Do you want to go to the next scene so we can talk about it?
Oh, sure.
Let me just set the stage here. Jack sits
Isn't the
outside.
next scene the Claire scene?
No. It's the scene you were just talking about.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm confused. What scene were we just on?
We were just on Hurley.
Oh, we didn't. Oh, okay. It's the continuation. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Jack sits outside. Hurley comes over. He tells Jack to be cool and to follow him to a secret tunnel. Jack asks who told him about the tunnel. He says Jacob. Jack isn't going anywhere. Hurley then tells Jack what Jacob told him to say, you have what it takes. Jack is surprised and demands to know where Jacob is. Hurley tells him that Jacob is dead, but he will be where they're going. Jack says, well, then let's go see Jacob.
Yeah, if you listen to that scene when he says you have what it takes, that part where he says you have what it takes, his voice, they do something to his voice.
I'm gonna have to listen to that now because it really didn't register to me that they did something there. And I sort of like that. But anyway, I was gonna say about this scene, it's like Hurley. It seems like Hurley tries to intrigue Jack. Like he tries to get him excited about going on a secret mission. like he thinks that will sort of entice Jack to go. Like if he acts like they're involved in some interesting plot.
Well, I feel like he's not acting like that. I feel like he's pretending. He's trying to do what he thinks they always do in this situation when they have to do something intriguing. Like the situation is turned. Like he's kind of in charge. He's going to lead the secret mission out of here, and he's like playing the part. Which really he's not doing anything but telling Jack to, really he should have just come over and sat down and started talking to him.
Right.
But the whole, like, be cool, act natural, this is Hurley planning a caper. You know what I mean? Like, he's doing it. So I don't really get a sense he's trying to intrigue Jack because he already knows that Jack is going to say no and that what's going to make him go is this line, we have what it takes. But I like Hurley trying to play the part of the I don't know what, the something. The mastermind, or I don't know.
Yeah. No, I actually get the sense that he's actually trying to on his own convince Jack to go, but when Jack refuses, then he comes out with Jacob's line.
But he says that pretty much from the beginning. I mean, he says, we got to find this, follow me, follow you where? To a tunnel. What tunnel? Jacob told me about it. I'm not going anywhere. And then he says...
Yeah. So if Jack,
I don't really get the intrigue.
I think if Jack had went with him, he wouldn't have had to say the thing Jacob told him.
Yeah, but he already knew he was going to have to say that. Like, he knew Jack was going to say no.
Yeah. But it seems like he gave it a shot anyway, just to see if he could pull it off.
But he was basically telling him, he didn't come up to Jack and say, Jack, you have what it takes. Now follow me to this place. Right. He was saying, I need you to come with me to this place. I mean, that's just stating the premise of the situation, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, and it's a little, Hurley kind of, we find out later that Hurley is sort of lying, pushing the truth about whether or not Jacob's going to be there. And I think if Jack was listening, he would have realized, Hurley says Jacob's dead. He shows up whenever he wants.
Right.
Which basically means, like, we could stay here forever and Jacob could just show up. Like, it's not dependent on where we are. It's more dependent on where Hurley is and whether or not Jacob appears to him.
Right. I mean, he's just talked to him here, so.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't need to go to somewhere to meet him, clearly.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't think about that till later.
Yeah. And Jack doesn't quite seem to register the strangeness of this dead guy that's talking to Hurley, and now they're going to go meet him somewhere.
Yeah, and I think this is the new Jack. I mean, he will buy that. He's like, okay, Jacob's dead. He told you to go to this thing. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause you have what it takes. I mean, that's enough to convince Jack.
Yeah. That's definitely the trigger. That's the trigger. That was actually on the I want to say Hurley podcast, but the Jorge Garcia podcast, that was a line that his girlfriend didn't buy, that he would be convinced so quickly to go based on hearing this "you have what it takes" line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Jorge Garcia was like, well, you haven't seen it yet. You don't know how it's going to come off when they actually play it. And it actually, he was right about it. Like, when they actually play it, it totally works. I can imagine it seeming abrupt on the page, but when they play it, it actually seems plausible.
Yeah.
Because, like, the way Matthew Fox reacts to it, a lot of that's not verbal.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get the sense of what's going on in his mind and how much that means to him. And
yeah, did she know where the line was from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can imagine on the page it seeming very just too easy.
Yeah.
Whereas when you actually get to see him reacting, without the dialogue, it actually seems natural. Yeah.
It's a pretty big line, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it pretty much sums up his whole relationship with his father in, like, 5 words.
Right. Right.
It's like,
I remember
when there was anything that was going to bring him, it's that.
When we were doing our season 1 retrospective, I remember spending a good deal of time on that scene where Jack's dad tells him he doesn't have what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, one of the worst things you can tell your kids.
Yeah.
God. It's Christian has been so many things on the show. It's like sometimes I forget sort of what he was in the real world.
Mhm.
Like
father trying to make a difference.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, as we talked about before, everyone has their daddy issues on this show.
Yes. It's
Did we mention Jen and his dad? I forgot about that.
Yeah, I know.
His dad, the fisherman, he was ashamed, and
yes.
And son and her dad, and
Yeah, that's a married couple. Both of them got problems with their dad. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a lot of problems there.
There's really, the only people who don't have problems with their dad, I think, are people who don't even know who their dad is.
Yes.
Like Desmond or something. Like,
mm-hmm.
If we ever met his dad, he probably would have problems with him.
If we know who their father is, they probably have problems with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is it just seems ridiculous. I wonder if that's in any way by design, or if the writers just love that as a theme and just can't quit writing about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
or if that's
Yeah,
really something that sort of ties them together.
Well, that's a question for Carlton.
It is.
Maybe one of our listeners will write into them and ask them, is the prevalence of daddy issues on the show significant?
Yes. Yes.
What else is going on in this scene? I guess that's about it. Man, so he's gonna be pissed when he finds out Jack and Hurley left. Because Saeed just said before, Jack, you told me to take this mysterious pill and then you disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, next time he sees Jack, he's going to be like, Jack, I told you about how last time you disappeared when you told me to take that pill, and then you told me the pill was poison, and then you disappeared. Jeez.
Yeah, Saeed's way out of the loop.
He was really out of the loop.
It really feels to me like, you know, it really feels to me like the writers have abandoned him.
I think they're waiting on his sickness to grow or something. It's just like, you know, I don't know what's going on. Maybe something's going to happen with, you know, they said, you know, Jacob says someone's going to the temple, someone bad. So maybe like, you know, maybe Locke is going to go there, you know, as Smokey or something. But maybe like Saeed being already in there will somehow help him. You know, he'll, you know, open the gates or something, or do something weird. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in the temple dies.
I wouldn't either. It's just unfortunate to me, I guess, because, you know, maybe because I guess when they decided to make Saeed an assassin for Ben, I guess that was just too dark of a turn for them to turn back on. And he's just never, you know, he's never recovered that nobility that he had in the early part of the show. You know, when he decided to exile himself, you know, because of what he did to Sawyer. Like that part of Saeed seems to not exist anymore.
Yeah, no, Saeed's changed.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I sort of miss that aspect of his character.
Yeah.
You know, it really seems like he's poised to just become a villain.
Or, you know, the reluctant villain. You know, he might end up helping somehow.
Yeah, that's
we'll
true.
See. I think they have some tricks up their sleeves for Saeed. I don't think they've abandoned him. I think it's just not ready for whatever he's going to do yet.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I feel like he deserves to have some kind of good ending and not just become like, you know, Smokey's best minion.
Yeah.
Like, I just think that would be a really depressing ending for Saeed.
No, Saeed.
Like, I'd almost rather have him just die of a gunshot wound than, like, you know, become Smokey's, you know, pet.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's all in the service of the larger story, so we'll see. You know, Saeed will be the Losty who gets taken down that road. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, so in the next scene, we go over to Jin, who wakes up in Claire's tent. His leg is severely injured. Jin pulls himself up. He notices dynamite in the tent. He uses an oar that's laying around as a crutch. Then he notices a baby crib and looks inside, and we see a sort of makeshift baby made out of an animal skull and some fur. Jin hears Claire approaching and quickly covers up the baby and sits back down. Claire has Justin, the other, with her. Apparently he was not killed by the gunshot. Claire wants to know where the others are hiding her son. Jin overhears this. Claire says that Jin's wound needs attention. Jin asks Claire if she's been out here by herself all this time. She says, "Oh, no, I'm not by myself." and leads the tent. Justin tells Jen that they have to get out of there now. Jen says he knows her, but Justin insists he knows her better. He thinks she will kill them both.
All right.
And scene.
So I just have to say, we see Kate later, but I have to say it's really, ironic, at least in a more Morissetian way, that, Jen runs into the one in a Morissetian way. Ironic as defined by Alanis Morissette song.
Morissetian. I like
Morissetian,
that.
Yeah.
I think
not the
that,
true definition of irony, but
yes.
But the kind of irony that happens in the song.
Yeah, such as Rain on Your Wedding Day.
Rain on Your Wedding Day, yeah.
Yeah.
So the fact that Kate, was just with Jen and just left him, and he ran into Claire directly. The one person she's looking for on the island.
That is so Morissetian. You're right.
Yeah, it's very Morissetian.
She could totally put that in there if she could explain that in a way.
Yeah.
That made sense.
It's like it's not finding Claire when Jen did. No, that's not good.
Yeah, I was gonna make it more elaborate. Like it's like you left the island and took someone's baby because they mysteriously disappeared, and then you decided later to come back and try to find them. And
but I want to follow that up with, but that don't impress me much.
Yes. Okay,
so you're the leader. So you're the protector of the island who's been on there for centuries, drawing people from all over the globe to your island for mysterious causes, and then you got killed by some sort of strange loophole, but you're still alive, telling people what to do. That don't impress me much. Oh, Shania Twain.
It's true.
The unimpressible Shania Twain.
No matter what you do.
She's from Canada. She's seen it all right?
That made me laugh so much I would drop my phone.
The elusive phone dropping joke.
Yeah.
I
love the idea that Canadians are just really worldly. They just see it all.
I love that idea, too, because it's hilarious. No offense to Canadians.
It's completely hilarious.
We've seen all forms of water, all right? Liquid, gas, frozen. On a moose's antlers. I mean, right. We've seen it all.
The lesser-known fourth form at once.
Yes. When the viscosity is in a completely, different state. And,
right.
Its boiling point is strangely higher, yeah. It's kind of like plasma, kind of like that plasmatic state,
Right. Right.
Yeah, moose-oriented.
Right. Something about those moose antlers, it just changes the chemical structure of the water in a way that they're still trying to study.
They are. Something about Claire. What are we talking about in this scene?
What are we talking about? Well, so...
Oh, we were saying Kate and blah, 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 and how she... Okay, yeah, that was the whole point of that tangent.
The fact that Kate was with Jen just then, and she decided to leave and go find Claire, and yet Jen just happened to run into Claire.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, it's really good that Jen can speak English now because it makes these storylines with him work a lot better.
It's coming in all sorts of handy.
Yeah, like a storyline like this with him a couple seasons ago would have been really explain. Like, he wouldn't have been able to communicate at all, and he would have just been laying there perplexed the entire time. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. You can't understand me.
No. I just need to get that watch to somebody, all right? I'm just trying to deliver the watch.
Yeah.
Sawyer has it. I'm going to beat him up.
Yeah. It's really good that they can do this. I enjoyed the storyline. So I guess I'm going to use this as an excuse to bring up what I want to say about Claire in general,
all right.
or at least part of it. So here's where we find out that Claire believes that the others have her baby, and it even seems like she's not quite clear on the fact that it's not a baby anymore.
Yeah.
And she's also made this this creepy baby sculpture.
I don't know what that was supposed to be, but all I know it is bad art. That's what it looks like to me. This is Claire's bad art. Was that supposed to be a substitute for a baby? I know it's in a crib.
Yeah,
I get that. But it was like some sort of skull with fur, and I'm like, that's not even a close approximation to a baby, Claire.
Right.
Why would you? Do you remember what a baby looks like? It's not skull and fur.
This is what I remember.
I guess Duncan was right. Everything about her has changed. She doesn't even remember what a baby looks like.
Wasn't he a furry skull?
I think he was when he wasn't crying.
I remember. I don't know. Does that mean something wrong with me?
Yeah, I expected us to get something creepy, some baby facsimile that was creepy, but this just perplexed me. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to guess that this was supposed to be. I mean, she put little things that made it look like it had eyes, and I mean, we're really supposed to believe she's cuddling this, and she's I can't believe she's interacting with this when she knows it's not Aaron. See, that's the thing. She knows it's not Aaron.
Right.
Because she thinks Aaron is. So I don't get what this is supposed to be. It seems like they're trying to make it seem
it's supposed to be some kind of substitute Aaron or some kind of thing that it's some kind of representation of Aaron to her.
Mhm. But that's weird if she knows that. It'd be different if she did know where Aaron was and thought he was dead or something. So I want to say Psycho or something, where I don't know, but I get what they're trying to do with it. I'll just take it for what they're trying to do with it. It was so weird looking that I'm like, okay, I know what you want me to think, but what are you thinking?
Yeah. I see what you mean. But I guess the strangeness of it worked for me instead of making me, confused or not knowing how to take it.
Yeah.
If
it
for
was
me,
something that looked like a baby, I would have been fine.
What?
As if it was something that looked more like a baby, I would have been fine.
Yeah, I guess I liked how it didn't look very much like a baby. Like that, I don't know, to me that added to the creepiness of it.
It definitely added to the creepiness, but it made me wonder what was going on there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on there, but yeah, I sort of like in general, I found the storyline to have this kind of atmosphere that that the show hasn't had in a while. So I sort of liked that. There's this air of menace that the early part of the show had a lot of, and I mean, there's definitely been a lot of danger and suspense and stuff like that, but this kind of this kind of creepy, like borderline horror movie kind of stuff is something that hasn't been in the show for a long time.
Yeah, they don't do it a lot.
No, they don't. They don't. But I thought they pulled off pretty well. So the thing I wanted to say, we already had in the the one before the last episode, we already had them, finding the tracks in the woods, and someone says, is that the French woman? And no, she's been dead for years, and so they're drawing this very clear, I think, parallel with Rousseau. And then they take it in this episode a step further by having Claire think the others took her baby. Like it's even, she's capturing the others and, demanding to know where her baby. I mean, the parallel is like crystal clear, I think.
Yeah.
But then, the conclusions you draw from that just don't work.
Nope. Yeah, you go, okay, well, then the same thing happened to Rousseau, right? Yeah, okay, well, no.
Exactly. Now, the thing is, like, I can kind of almost buy that the Rousseau that we meet in season 1 has something approaching what Claire is in this episode. Like, she really was crazy and scary, and she kidnapped Erin and tried to give her to the others, and she, she was a threat and stuff like that. But, like, I guess, the way they presented her from season 2 onward, like when she captured Henry Gale, she didn't kill him or torture him or demand to know where her baby was. She just went and got Saeed and handed him over.
He will lie for a long time. He will lie.
Yes. And when she finally met Alex, she was very normal, I think, to her. I mean,
she got that's the thing. She got like fixed. I mean, when Saeed met her first, she hadn't been with any other people in like years.
Right.
She'd spent her whole time trying to, try to find Alex and avoid the others and stuff. And so she was her social skills were a bit rusty, you might say. But by the time, she hands over Henry Gale and she's kind of interacting with them more, she gets really normalized. She helps them a couple times do stuff. So
yes.
She
and they
really
find her very, I think, very like. I mean, she's a little crazy in the sense that she was by herself for 16 years, but still, I mean, not like fundamentally changed, not like everything you knew about her.
Well, and here's the number one reason why what happened to Claire can't be what happened to Rousseau. Given the idea that Claire has died, right? Like, are we all in agreement about that?
Yeah.
Okay. If we from the jumping off point that Claire's dead, right? The whole thing is Rousseau couldn't have been claimed because she gave birth to Alex.
Right.
So they're not going to say she was dead when she gave birth to Alex.
Right. That's just too crazy. Yeah.
So now, unless they're saying, unless they're saying she died later.
Right. Right, but okay. Yeah.
That reminds me, I remember thinking, when I was thinking about all this watching the episode, I remember thinking they could retcon when Ben goes to kill her when he steals Alex, with the idea that he actually did shoot her, or that later Widmore went out there and sent someone to actually kill her, and that she really did die at some point.
Yeah.
So unless they're going to go that route,
right,
I'm going to say they're different.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say they're different, But again, it doesn't explain why she becomes kind of normal over time later.
Right. Right. And there's a couple of other differences, which is, first, she was right. The others did have her baby. Okay, so, and she witnessed them taking it. Like, Claire just, like, wandered off at some point,
Yeah, that's the whole thing is, like, what do you expect, Claire? Like, you just left your baby on a leaf,
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, what do you expect what's going to happen? And, she just kind of assumes the others have her baby, which is, I think, is it's an okay assumption, except for the fact that like they're, has she been out there looking for the losties? She doesn't know what happened to them apparently.
Right.
And it's like, well, don't you think that they might have your baby? Son might have your baby. Son was babysitting Aaron half the time on the island anyway, so.
Right. It seems like she doesn't remember what happened that caused her to become separated from the baby.
Yeah, and of course she is told by Christian and Locke that the others have her baby. So I guess it's not an assumption. I forgot they actually told her that.
That's what she gives as her reason why she knows that to be true. And
Yeah, I think that's the real question: is why would he or they say that?
And right, and we never had any indication. Rousseau never gave any indication that's why she thought what she did. I mean, of course, she witnessed the taking, so she was right. That is what happened, and she never talked about having a friend or anything like that. There was never any sense that Smokey had any interest in her at all, and the thing that muddies it even further is it seems like her team were infected, not her. And
well,
so it's like,
I think they're drawing this weird parallel with Rousseau, but it just can't be the connection can't be the same because, like you said, I don't want to believe that in that scene that when she shoots her team, like everyone there is just infected. Like well, someone's got to be sane, right? Come on.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like, are they going to go back and say, no, she was really the infected one, and they were shooting her because she was infected, or something? Like, are they really, are we supposed to believe that? Like, to me, it's just too different.
Once you give the answer, okay, you have you pose a question, what happened? Rousseau tells us, that she killed her whole team in season 1, whatever. Okay, that's the question. What happened? The answer was what we saw,
Right.
And it's not fair if they go back later and say, well, no, what you really saw was this.
Yeah.
And they don't usually do that. When they give an answer, that's the answer.
Right.
So I'm going to take it that was the answer, because those are the people who went down to under the temple and all that, and we know Smokey was there, and it just makes that's Occam's razor. So
yes, and also Rousseau got it in her head at some point that the others were the cause of the sickness.
Mhm. That they were the carriers.
And from what we saw in season 5, I really have no idea where she got that from.
Well,
they had her scream that at Ben when he shows up to take Alex, but why? Why do you think that? Does she think Smokey is the others?
No, I think she's probably saying there's some sort of she's probably thinking there's some sort of airborne virus or something that changes people.
Make the connection. So she didn't make the connection with Smokey and the attack.
No, I don't think she did. I think if anything, she thought there was something to do with the temple. If she attributes that to the others, something to do with those people caused her team to change. So she just assumed the others were the carriers. She also assumed. Well, she didn't assume. I guess Robert told her it was a security system.
Yes.
That's the other stuff too. Is why would he say that unless he was, claimed or Smokey or whatever? And
right.
Yeah, gotta hate this show.
I know, it's such a mess.
It's one big hot mess.
And yes, it's a hot mess. And how does that tie into Dharma and their idea of a quarantine and did they have any experiences with claimed people, or was it some separate thing, or did they just make it up? And at what point did Kelvin or anyone else realize that, if you go out in the woods, you're not just going to get randomly infected by whatever this was? Or was it a separate thing, like altogether? It had nothing to do with, what's going on. Like the freighter thing seemed like it was really about, like, the barrier and your mind time travels or something, and it kind of makes you go crazy because you don't know what time you're in or something. And that's the explanation for what was going on there. And that's like that seems to have nothing to do with this thing. Did Dharma experience that? Like, we speculated about that at the time. Or was it actually this claiming thing? Or was it neither thing? Was it something else? Or did they just make it up altogether? Okay, I'm done.
The answer is, of course, yes.
Okay, good.
To that very long question, or should I say series of questions?
Yeah, it was a lot of questions.
Let me take them in alternating reverse order.
Okay, good choice.
Starting first to last.
Right.
So, yeah, the various permutations of the sickness. Okay, here's okay. The sickness comes in three forms, right? Like you said, the whole thing with the freighter, it seemed like the sickness was the barrier. Now, in how the barrier relates to Rousseau's versions of the sickness that we saw, I want to believe that passing through the barrier in the wrong bearings, that was a problem back in '88 when Rousseau got on the island. So I wanted to think that that would have affected them, but it didn't seem to have affected them,
right?
Because it made your mind time travel and not what they were doing.
Right.
So I don't think that was. So I don't think the freighter sickness. I think that was an isolated incident. I think that was probably, not something usual that has happened. Because most people who come to the island, come on the sub, or I'll be interested to see what happens with the Black Rock. But and the bearing changes too. So
right.
Conveniently. So that's another thing. So I think the freighter stuff can be X'd out of the equation in terms of the true sickness. Now, so then we have Rousseau stuff, and we have the Swan stuff with the quarantine sign and all that. Now, all of that I want to attribute to, I guess we go back to the freighters, but attribute to the gas, the poison gas factory, the Tempest. I want to say after the purge, they knew this toxic gas was out there, so that, thus the quarantine sign. But, I want to believe Brzezinski knew about the Tempest. He seemed to be plugged in with most things that were going on. So,
right.
I would expect that he would know that that the gas wasn't just sort of that it wasn't a virus, that it was this gas, and that it wasn't just necessarily always out. So you didn't need the suit all the time, but we still are fuzzy about Kelvin when Kelvin came. I mean, I think he was recruited, right? But we don't know how he was assigned, why he was assigned there, and all that stuff. I would love this season to see Kelvin coming to the island. I don't know if it has any more, relevance to the rest of the story, but I would still like to see, especially since presumably they could deal with the beginning of or the early days at least of having to press the button. Yes. That'd be an interesting time to see. I've been wanting to see that since season 2, right?
Yes, absolutely. That was the biggest mystery we had back then, really.
Yeah. Oh.
I know, right?
Such a small mystery.
It was such a time.
Oh, man. Oh, did you see that? The blast door came down. There's a map on it. Oh, man, and there's a food drop. Oh, this show's crazy. I'll never figure it out. There's a big question mark on that map. There's black lights.
As soon as we get to that question mark, it's going to answer everything.
Answer the question, and we'll be done.
That's it. That's all we got to do. Find the question mark.
Find the question
the
mark.
next episode's called question mark? Well, I guess the show's going to be over after that then.
Well, yeah, wasn't there an episode called question mark?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
It was a good episode, but it really didn't answer very much.
No, it wasn't called Answer.
It's true.
It was called Question Mark.
True.
Which is what you think after watching that episode. You're like, what?
Yes. Oh, I had a revelation, I think, about that episode. Maybe we made it before, but I either had it again
a re-revelation?
Or had it for the first time. Who knows? I was sitting to myself thinking, it's kind of strange that from the way we saw Echo depicted on the island, it's kind of strange that he, when he plays in the flashback, when he's like the priest detective and he's investigating this thing that happened, he's portrayed as just a very rational skeptic kind of person who just doesn't buy that anything happened. And really, up until the very end, when the woman comes and talks to him and says stuff about Yemi, I don't think he has I don't think he's troubled by the fact that nothing happened. I don't think that it's any kind of thing to him. It's just like, look, you think something strange happened. I don't see any evidence of that. Case closed. I think I realized that was actually a turning point for him. Like that, when she came and talked to him in the airport, that's when he got the sense that, maybe there could be sort of supernatural things going on. And once he crashed on the island, that sort of was echoing in his mind.
It was what?
If you will. So that led into him becoming the character that he was on the island.
So you're saying your theory is that one of the characters who crashed on the island had a life-changing event after crashing on the island?
Yes.
Oh, I think you're on to something. Here. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Yeah.
But it's like he...
crashing on the island was a turning point for Echo.
But what I'm saying is, he originally pretended to be a priest to sort of get out of the situation he was in, and he really was playing the part. He didn't take it seriously in terms of believing the things that he was supposed to believe until he went through this experience, and then that gave him something to think about. Then he crashes on this mysterious island, and things start happening.
Once he but it was. I totally agree with you, and you're right, and I understand your point. But it was really when he found Yemi on the island that was like, okay, something's up here.
Yes.
This is a little weird.
Yes. But he became
he built the church. Yeah, he got really invested, and he really did change, and the whole thing was a button, and he did really change at a certain point, but.
Yeah, and I guess I never realized that. I always pictured him as always being like that. But I was but he wasn't like that in the flashback.
Why, if he was so profoundly changed in this new man of faith, why didn't he confess?
It's a good question. He didn't confess. I think the real reason is the actor wanted off the show.
Oh, yeah.
In the end, I think the writers actually had intended to keep his character around longer, and that he wasn't supposed to die at that point. But so I think that's the real reason. His character really, I think in a way should have confessed. I sort of bought what they had him say, but it didn't seem fair for him to die at that point.
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like maybe he should have been able to confess. I think it's a little inconsistent.
Yeah. Well, not many people get a second chance, so.
Right. Right. Yeah, and it's a really old thing, but I don't know. I find myself reading Lostpedia and just having realizations about things that I never really got clear on.
Yeah. I think when you step back and you see things, it's the same as when I was, talking before about watching the recap at the beginning of this season, and how they just sort of tell you, like, Hurley's reaction to landing on the island was to do this, and Kate's reaction was to do this, and it's like you don't think of it from that point of view when you're when you're in it and watching it.
I think for me, I get caught up in minute detail, and I forget to notice what the overall idea is.
Yeah.
So I don't pick up on, this is what is supposed to be Jack's reaction to being back in the island. Like, I just get lost in the current plot, whatever it is. And it's only later when I can actually take a step back that I say, oh, okay, that's what they were trying to do.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
So, yeah, anyway, I know I'm like 4 years late on that, but, there you go. That's my reading of Echo's character.
All right, well, we'll have to go back and edit that into that podcast.
Yeah, can we do that? It's too late.
Can we and we'll just re-release that podcast, remastered. Yes, we'll do a George Lucas kind of thing. Mhm.
See, we knew all along.
Change all the guns to flashlights. That's
right.
Mhm.
See, yeah.
Every time we say gun in that podcast, it'll say flashlight instead.
Flashlight. Sawyer's got all the flashlights.
And then, then Son shoots Colleen with that flashlight.
Anna Lucia stole my flashlight.
Michael shot Libby and Anna Lucia with his flashlight.
Stop pointing that flashlight at my dad.
Yeah, Jack tried to kill Locke with a flashlight, but the flashlight was empty.
No batteries.
No batteries. Nope. What are you going to do? All right.
Okay, so we've watched a bit from the content of the scene.
Yeah. So can I just say this? I was not particularly happy with the performance of this version of Claire by Emily DeRavin.
All right.
To me, she's playing her like she's a cowgirl. Like, especially in the next scene with the next scene of the storyline where she's like, she's like, good thing you didn't have to stitch yourself up like I had to. They shot me right here. It's just like, I feel like she's like Annie Oakley or something. Like she's just playing her like she's just like, wilderness buff or like this, 6-shooting cowgirl. Like it's, like she's Annie. She's just too spunky or something for me, I guess that's what I'm responding to. It's just like Annie grew up and got lost on the island, and her hair's blonde because of all the sun, and bleached her hair or something. That's how she comes off to me.
Mhm. Yeah, I see what you mean. They didn't. Rousseau didn't play like that.
No, Rousseau don't play.
Rousseau was more like weary and tired, and not like full of bravado or something.
Yeah.
Look at my war wounds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Although I agree that those aspects are a problem, but I did like the smaller things that she does. Like I like how she walked the line between the normal Claire and the scary Claire.
Mhm.
I thought that was pretty good.
You mean by having long pauses?
Yeah, long pauses. That's the key.
That's pretty much it. She's gonna pause before she answers you because she's scary Claire.
That's the key. That's what makes the difference. As soon as she's talking, she's not the scary Claire.
Exactly. That's the thing. When she talks, her face totally changes, and she's the normal Claire. But when she wants to be evil Claire, she's not talking. She's just growling.
Yeah. It just shuts off when she starts talking. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But I felt like it was convincing to me.
If you watch the last scene with her where Jin wants to go back to the temple and she's got that stern look, and as soon as she's going to say, let's go, her face just totally changes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's like she's thinking about it for a second, and you're kind of nervous, but then she's like, okay, how do we get in?
Yeah, and it was like, oh, there's nothing to be nervous about. She was just thinking.
Yeah.
Which, if anyone knows Claire, her thinking is nothing to be worried about.
Oh. Ouch.
I could have gone the other way with that joke and said, if anyone knows Claire, her thinking is something to worry about.
That works, too.
Yeah.
That's also an ouch.
Yeah, so, thanks, Claire. Thanks for the fodder.
I hesitate to say this because I don't want to come off like I'm being mean or anything, but I was looking at some pictures of Claire from season 1, and her face looks different. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's just aging and that's just, people look different. I know that happens. But, like, her face looks less real now than it used to.
Less real?
Yeah. Like it.
So you think they're CG? They're doing some CG on her face now?
No. I mean, my first guess would be some kind of plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Like it seems more static and sort of less natural than it used to be. Like more stuck in this like position.
Well, in the early days, she had that glow from being pregnant, so maybe that's what you're confused about.
Maybe so. I don't know. I looked at these pictures in season 1, and it's like she just doesn't look anything like that anymore.
I'm looking at pictures.
Her face seems different.
Maybe it's her haircut.
It could, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't think she's had plastic surgery.
Like you see this picture on the Wikipedia page, Lostpedia page, that is under it. It says danger forebodes as Charlie and Claire are approached by Ethan, and it's from Raised by Another.
Yes.
You see her face there? That's not how she looks now.
Yeah, but that's not how she looks normally. That's a weird picture. She doesn't even look like that in the other pictures. I saw that picture. I think that's a weird angle.
But that's how I remember her looking in season 1.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the other pictures, she looks like she does now to me.
All right, let me see. I mean, the later ones, she looks more like she does now.
So like the one with what does it say? What does it say? Charlie and I have to go back. Oh, okay. So there's one that Charlie and Claire watch Locke return to camp.
Let me see.
Like under season 3.
Oh, season 3. Ah, yes. Okay. Yes, I see.
You're saying more like that? I don't know.
That looks more like she does now.
Oh, okay.
To me. She shifted that way by this point. Although this does have this is different from now though.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really tell a big difference.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of pictures from season 1 on here. Most of these are from later.
I'm going to get deleted scene.
What?
Yeah, deleted scene.
Okay. It doesn't make any sense, but okay. All right.
Deleted scene.
Deleted scene.
Yeah.
What happened in the deleted scene, I wonder? Oh, that reminds me. Another thing that I wanted to bring up. This is just my own personal curiosity, but I happen to read I'm reading Lostpedia a lot these days. I'm sure you can tell. I happen to read that Homecoming, which is the episode where they use Claire as bait to get Ethan to come back, and then Charlie shoots Ethan at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And in the flashback, he's trying to sell copiers, but he's having drug withdrawal symptoms, and so he fails, and so it becomes about Charlie's redemption and such. That's the episode.
Yeah, classic.
Yes, an episode that, while it's not my favorite episode ever, it's definitely got some good stuff. It was the source of the bag of cans joke, which is one of my favorites.
Oh, man, you're going to stop him with a bag of cans. Yep.
Of all the Lost on Lowdown moments, that one's really stuck with me, among many others, of course. So the thing the Lostpedia says is that apparently...
Are you about to read the line that I just read? What were you gonna say?
I don't know. I'm wondering what you just read. What I was going to say was, apparently that's Damon Lindelof's least favorite episode.
Yeah, that's the line I just read.
Yeah, and I read the interview where he said it. He doesn't really elaborate. He kind of just says it fails on every level. He actually wrote the episode. And I can imagine that if he's going to name a least favorite, he wants it to be one of his, so he's not sort of insulting someone else's work. But at the same time, it's just surprising to me. I wish I could understand better exactly why he dislikes it so much. I mean,
I would probably say because it's his, he can hate it more. Because he knows where the flaws are. He knows, okay, I did it this way, and in hindsight, I could have done it this way.
Right. But I wonder specifically what he wants to change about it. Is it the general
Well, almost
story?
every single thing, apparently.
Yeah. That's just so much. I mean, is it really that bad? I'm really shocked that he finds it to be that bad. Versus any number of other episodes where there's things that could be changed. To me, it's overall a pretty good episode. I mean, not one of the best ever.
Well, apparently you're wrong about that.
Apparently. I was just
No. Damon says you don't like it. I think he knows.
It's just, I don't know. I really wish I could understand what he would like to change about it. I mean, everything is an answer, but specifically what? Should the story be different? Should they not have shot Ethan at the end? Should they not have, should the story not have played? Should Ethan not have killed somebody? Should they not have portrayed him the way they did? Is it the flashback that's more of the problem? Should they have centered it around another character? I don't know. I'd like something more than everything's wrong with it. That's just so vague. I really want to understand.
Well, he says, I think Homecoming, was flawed on almost every single level that an episode of Lost could be. So I would interpret that as he's saying it's not necessarily the plot points, but the execution.
Okay.
So more in how they did things than what happened, I would say.
I see. So it's actually not the writing, it's how they shot it.
It could be the writing still. I mean, that's part of the execution, you know what I mean? They in the story, they need Ethan to be, a villain, but of course there's totally different ways you can have him be a villain, and,
right.
They have him, do the way that they did. So that's an example of something, that like you were saying earlier, how they portrayed Ethan that he might not have liked.
Right.
That's still part of the writing, but it's more of I would imagine that that it's not the story itself that was the problem, but just the elements of, how they have the dramatic moments and the conclusions that they come to, and, how they portray the, Ethan coming back and getting Claire and all that. And was this the one where, this isn't the one where he hangs him in the tree, right? Or is it?
No, that was All the Best Cowboys Have Daddy Issues.
Okay.
Yeah, so I grasped at Ethan's portrayal because then I want to think that they've had Ethan back so many times and portrayed him in such a different way as a sort of extended apology or attempt to kind of retcon what happened.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5 How many?
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Well, this wasn't the only time that Ethan was like this, though. I mean, he wasn't, from my memory, he was pretty much like that all the time we saw him in season 1.
It's true. He is at his most extreme in this episode, though, I think.
Yeah.
He comes up to Charlie and says, I'm going to kill someone every day, until you give me Claire back. And they have him kill this guy, and, he breaks every bone in his body somehow. And, it's I think he was definitely along that line earlier, but I think it's turned up to 11 in this episode.
I would say that a doctor would be especially adept at knowing at least how to break every bone in your body.
Good point.
Knowing where they are and probably their breaking points and stuff like that. So.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it might be less brute strength than actual sort of technical knowledge.
Yeah, more of a Sherlock Holmes kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. But
now I'm going to break your fifth metacarpal?
Right.
And the ulna is connected to the... I assume he played a game like that as he broke every bone in his body.
Yeah, I hope so. That's a deleted scene I'd really like to see.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well.
So anyway, I don't know.
No, you don't.
Gotta throw that out there. Maybe someone can help me.
Someone out there.
Damon Lindelof, I'd like more details on that.
All right. Well.
Because it's just confusing to me. All right. So, let's see. Okay, so we addressed that. So anything else about this scene?
No, not really. We'll probably come back to most of the stuff.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I believe we will be revisiting this story. Hurley and Jack walk through the jungle. This is the next scene, by the way. Jack notices a backpack, and then Kate sitting by a stream. Kate pulls a gun on Jack, but lowers it when she realizes it's him. Jack asks about Sawyer, and Kate tells him what she knows. Hurley tells Kate about the secret door back into the temple. Kate is going back to the beach camp to look for Claire. Jack tries to tell Kate that Jack tries to tell Kate Jack tries to tell Kate that Claire is infected, but all he says is something happened to her. Jack wants Kate to come with them. Hurley says Kate is not invited, but Kate doesn't want to go with them anyway. She wishes Jack good luck and walks away.
Public says next episode, Jack and Hurley run into Claire. Just to spite Kate.
Oh, you think she's just going to constantly be running into people who run into Claire.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't want to go with you, and then that somehow magically makes them find Claire next.
I see. Yeah.
Which really means that if Kate wants to reach her goal, she's got to stop running away from, wait for it, herself.
Oh. Perfect.
It's not my first podcast.
I can tell. Yeah. Only someone who's been podcasting for 5 years could make such an insightful observation as that.
Ooh, don't count the years. Yikes.
Sorry.
You're dating me here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it home. It is hard to quantify things like that.
So Kate's still on the island. Don't forget.
Yeah, I almost forgot.
Yeah. Don't do that. I love how, like, you know, the way they shot this scene on the right before it, like, you know, where Hurley stops at the fork in the forest.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, which way do we go? And he looks at his arm to figure out to go left. And then, like 10 feet later, Kate's, like, standing, like, right there. And it's just like, man, you guys almost missed Kate, like, by that much. You know, like, if you would have gone the other way, she would have been right there 10 feet away.
Yeah.
But I don't think anything would have changed, because wasn't she heading back to the temple anyway? Where else was she going?
No, she's not going to the temple.
What do you mean?
She says she's going to the beach camp to look for Claire.
Oh, she did say that. Yeah, she shouldn't do that, though. Claire's not there.
It's true. It's not going to work. I really feel like Jack doesn't really adequately explain what he knows about Claire.
Which makes me think he doesn't know a lot. I mean, what can he tell her that would make any sense?
I mean, he doesn't
from what
really
we see
know.
That he knows.
But he could say that, you know, whatever.
Okay, a darkness is growing inside of her. that once she reaches her heart, she'll never be the same. Okay, what is that going to mean?
He could say that. He could add that, you know, the others think that the same thing happened to Saeed and they wanted to kill him because of it. You know, they seem to think.
Okay. And is any of this going to stop her from going to find Claire?
Well, I guess not, but I feel like she's not adequately prepared or informed about what she's likely to encounter.
Really?
Like he just sort of says, like, they think something is wrong with her.
Yeah.
Something.
They do that all the time. They do that all the time. No one's ever adequately prepared for anything they go through.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Jack could have said more, but he couldn't have because, you know, there are no choices, but there are choices. So.
Right. I mean, I think she's going to run into Claire and expect, like, you know, and just be like, oh, no, Jack said something was wrong, but, you know, not
I
really.
think at the least, like, I don't expect him to repeat what Dogan said to her.
Yeah.
But I would have expected him to say, you know, he said something happened, but I would expect to say something a little more vague, a little more specific, but still vague, is that, you know, she's different, you know, or something.
Yeah.
So that she could be a little bit aware of when she meets Claire, if she seems off, then it'll be, well, Jack warned me she'd be different or something.
Right.
Without saying that she's evil or, you know.
Yeah.
So I'll buy that. They could have said a little bit. He could have said a little bit more, realistically.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I would have been satisfied with, you know, because obviously Jack doesn't fully understand what this is. You know, he can't go into detail about what happened to her. But yeah, a sense that she's supposed to be different. Like the way he describes it, it's like, you know, it's like
anything could have happened to her. Yeah, she could have hit her head. She could have won the lottery.
Exactly.
She could have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, living on an island for 3 years, lots of things can happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, okay, thanks, others. I'll keep that in mind. Something
and
happened.
The way he phrases it makes me think Because, okay, if you're looking for someone and you haven't seen them in years, and then someone tells you something happened to them, my thought is that, something fatal.
Right, they're dead.
Something happened. What do you mean? She died. She got hit by a boulder.
Yeah.
A polar bear fell on her or something. But, so I was a little surprised that Kate didn't think something dire. She just was like, well, do they know where she is? Well, she's buried in the ground. Like,
right. Yeah, she just kind of shrugs it off.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't make the inference that seems like the natural one.
She must have seen the next episode.
I guess she has.
She knows Claire's fine.
Yeah. She might even have seen this one.
She might have.
Hard to know with Kate.
I like Kate's line about, I hope you find what you're looking for, when she tells that to Jack.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because, I think it's clear that they're both looking for something, and, she's sort of looking for Claire, but, but it's like she knows that he's got to be searching for something, and then, it comes up later when Jack tells Hurley, about that he was broken and all that.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I didn't put that much weight on it. I just took it as like, lots of luck, pal.
Yeah. No, I mean, Jack and Kate can't talk to each other without some history, like. Yeah. They have some connection. So I think it meant more. And I think it had something to do with, the fact that she knows that they're going to go do something. Yeah. So I think she's kind of meaning that too, but I think she's meaning the reason for all of this,
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
I never get tired of hearing that.
Well, I'm glad. It's probably going to happen again.
Anything else in this scene? Kate's gun is really old.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you saw the gun she has, but it looks like a 1920s, like...
I'm not really a gun expert.
Neither am I, which is why I described it as a 1920s pistol, and it's probably, not from the 20s and probably not a pistol. But it just looks really old. It just looks old, like just an old gun.
Where did she get that gun, by the way?
Who knows? The gun shuffle on this show is something that'd be fun to track, The guns that have gone around and around and around.
Yeah, I remember in the old days, we used to have like a finite fixed supply of guns.
There was a fixed supply of guns for a while, and they kept trading hands, and then a couple of raft explosions and island time shifts later. Who knows where the guns are?
Yeah, it's just like people have guns if they happen to need. Like Sawyer had a gun too.
Mhm.
Like they just,
some of these guns, I think, came from perhaps Dharma when they were there, a couple days ago.
They did go get a bunch of guns in that time period. So maybe that's why they're old looking. They're from the 70s.
Could be why. They're from the 70s, but they look older than that.
Older than 20s, but still, they should look. If they came from the 70s, they should have looked at least somewhat old.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. That's right. Oh, fuck. It just comes out so naturally. I don't even.
It's like you never get tired of saying that.
Yeah. Apparently not. Apparently not. Yeah. Okay. There's at least some kind of reason, assuming that guns travel with them, why they would have them.
Yeah.
But it seems like I would imagine the others would have disarmed them. Like did Kate? Could she have? No, she didn't do that. trying to make her get one of the guns from the others or something. But did she have a gun when she left? Whatever. I don't know.
She took Justin. She must have taken Justin's gun when she knocked those guys out, Justin and Aldo. That's probably where she got that gun from.
Oh, she
right?
knocked those guys out. I forgot about that. That's right.
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't. I'm pretty sure that happened. I don't think she had a gun when they were all walking together in the beginning.
I can't imagine when the others captured them, they didn't check and see if they had weapons and take them away.
I'm pretty sure they did.
That would just be really bad form. And when they sent Kate off, I can't imagine they issued her a gun to use.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you're probably right. I forgot that was a thing, that she actually knocked him out and went away. So, yeah, that's it. There we go. Mystery solved. Boom. It works.
Problem solved.
Sometimes questions do get answered.
We should change this from the Lost Lowdown podcast to the problem-solving podcast, because we solve problems here.
That's right.
Problems like the next scene.
Oh, is the next scene a problem?
Let's solve it.
Let's find out. Next scene is a flash sideways. Jack arrives at his mother's house. Inside, they look for the will. Margot offers Jack a drink, and he refuses. She asks about David. Jack has no idea what's going on with him. Margot says it runs in the family, and that Jack was the same way with Christian when he was that age. Jack says he was terrified of his dad, but Margot says, how do you know David isn't terrified of you? Jack asks, why would he be? Margot finds the will. She reads it and discovers that Claire's name is in it.
Uh-oh.
That shit didn't happen.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what they're gonna do with oh God, now I just thought what they might do with it. But what they're gonna do with Claire and this whole connection to Christian now and then his will and all that.
What did you just think they're gonna do with it?
Oh, that now that Claire's in town and destitute and has nowhere to be, that she's gonna end up running into Jack, and they'll probably try to track her down, and they'll catch up to her that way.
Yeah.
Just something plausible like that.
Yeah, that sounds extremely plausible. Almost so plausible it's like inevitable.
Yeah.
I mean, the
it's
way
like fate.
Yes, like fate, or even destiny.
Ooh, touche.
Don't ask me what the difference is.
No one knows.
No
one can tell you what the difference is. You have to find out for yourself. So the difference is...
It'll never get old.
It won't.
There's just nothing great about making a grand statement like that and then proceeding to...
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you, Morpheus.
Morpheus, you so much good stuff. So much good
stuff. A lot, yeah. Ah, man. Yeah, wow. Yeah, what was I going to say about this? I forgot her name was Margot. I had to look that up.
Man, as soon as you said Margot, I'm like, oh, that's her name.
Yeah, I was calling her Jack over and over again, but it got really tedious. So
yeah,
like, let me find out what her name is.
Margot.
Yeah, Margot. Not after what you did.
I'm interested to see what happens with this connection to Claire. It's all about Claire these days, isn't it?
It really is. It's weird because Claire's been like a non-entity for a long time.
Yeah.
It really felt to me like post-season 1, I mean, even in season 2, from season 2 through season 4, she was...
And what did she do so great in season 5 that you're giving her credit for?
What?
So why are you not counting season 5?
Why did I say... I'm not counting season 5 because she didn't even appear.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that counts. As being a non-issue, if you're not in the show, you're really a non-issue.
I guess that counts. But to me, somehow it seems worse when she's on the show, but they seem to have nothing to do with her.
Oh, okay.
You know, like they almost have to work hard to make her in any way relevant.
Oh.
You know, like that's the way it felt. Like they wrote that scene in season 4 where she goes up to Locke and she's like, I want to go question Miles. And, you know, it's like, you know, nothing ever came of that. And it's like they just, you know, that's all they could think of to do.
I remember in that whole sequence of, I think it was, it's when they all, Locke and his group went over to the New Otherton.
Yeah.
and Claire and Kate are on the porch and started walking over and it's like, can I get some of that coffee? And like Claire reluctantly goes to make coffee. And he just 30 seconds later he leaves.
Yep.
She's gonna come back with a nice hot cup of coffee. He's gonna be gone.
Yep.
I don't know why that's hilarious to me, but somehow that's just great. It's like, why did you ask for the coffee, you asshole?
It's one of those. I really like those things on Lost where we don't get to see it, but we can imagine the part of the scene they don't show us.
Yeah.
You know, I like those moments.
Yeah, it's great because you know she's gonna come back with the coffee.
I can just imagine Claire walking out with this. All right, who wants coffee?
Yeah, exactly. Cream and 2 sugars, just like you like it, James. Oh, what? Blimey.
Yes.
Because she's a pirate.
Right. That's what I assumed.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, she is a pirate. It was just, basically once the Ethan storyline was over, even in season 1, it was like, you know, actually I read that her character wasn't supposed to be a main character originally. You know, she was originally like just a recurring character, more along the lines of like a Rose and Bernard kind of character.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I guess with the way the show went, they decided to make her a full-time character. But it seems like once they did that, they didn't really have much to do with her. And so now it seems like, you know, they at some point, you know, they decided we're gonna have her be the, you know, the first example of the Cygnus, and they take her out of the show for a while. And then when they bring her back, it's all about her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
that pretty much seems like what they did.
Yeah, like the episode before last was a lot about Claire, and then she appears at the end, and you know, now Claire is tying into Jack's story as well, and so it's just, you know, they've finally come up with something for her.
Yeah.
It's a weird ending, though. It's not really the ending I would have envisioned for Claire, especially because I thought she was supposed to get on a helicopter.
Well, wait. Why did you think that? Did some British person tell you that?
I think so.
Some Irish, some Scottish guy mentioned that.
Yeah,
maybe
one of those. It might have been Welsh. Who knows?
Welsh. Yeah. Well, they're all the same empire, right?
It's true. It's true.
I think. Who knows?
Yeah, don't tell them that.
No, seriously, don't.
Yeah, we're not talking around.
Yeah. Charlie, I swear, brother. She gets on a helicopter. Yeah, Desmond.
Like, I really thought her getting rescued and living with the baby was the end of Claire. What else could they do with her?
Yeah.
And that's not what happened.
I didn't think this would happen either. I'm a little just confused in terms of what we're supposed to believe happened. Like, in the immediate aftermath of Kimi's team blowing up her house and all that. Like, why was she sort of still around carrying Aaron and talking normally, and then she left them, and then she's hanging out in the cabin, and then at some point she just stops hanging out at the cabin and starts living in a jungle, sort of alone or something. Like, So are we supposed to believe that Christian and Claire and Smokey were all living in that cabin, and then they all moved out or something?
I hope we're not supposed to believe that.
I mean, maybe living there is
really
too much of a term. I
can't imagine living with the three of them in one little cabin like that.
Well, there's your sitcom right there.
Yes.
Smokey, Christian, and Claire. Oh, man. Who didn't do the dishes? Claire. The others have my baby. Can't do the dishes. Oh, man.
Wow. Yeah. Talk about a mismatched trio. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
That is what we're supposed to believe, and to me, it doesn't quite work. Although I at some point I would like to try to turn the cabin story into something that makes sense. I kind of want to believe that the cabin, like Jacob really was in the cabin at some point. I think we agree on that, right? At some point, Jacob was in the cabin.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's true. And then I don't know. Somehow I want to say what you said maybe is right, that Hurley broke the ash or something broke the ash, and so the cabin wasn't protected anymore, and then Jacob left. And then Smokey took it over for reasons I don't really understand. And sort of had Christian posted there and had him kind of pretend to speak for Jacob for a while. That's the impression I get. Because I guess he knew that some people would expect Jacob to be there, and he thought it would be good if he had someone there who could pretend to speak for him and help accomplish what he wanted.
Yeah.
That's the best stab at the story that I can make, but it's still kind of it still doesn't really make sense. I don't understand what the big deal with the cabin is. Its origin, why Jacob lived there, why he left, what the point of it all was. Why did he say help me, and all that stuff, and I don't get that.
Well, because he had too many boxes.
Too many boxes, okay.
Help me. You remember that?
Of
or was
course.
it too many bags?
Too many bags?
Yeah,
bags.
too many bags, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen,
Honey, where are all the bags? In the bag hutch.
The bag hutch. So that's why. Yeah, I think what you just outlined is pretty much what I think happened. It's always weird when you have a character pretending to be an allegiance with another character, so you really don't know. I mean, he said he could speak for Jacob, but I guess he was lying. So I mean, we can definitely. I think we can definitely tie Christian to Smokey with this episode.
Yes.
Claire, Jen says, how do you know the others took your baby? She says, my father told me, and she says, my friend told me.
Yeah, and I can't really imagine Jacob telling her that.
Yeah. And Jacob's not her father, so.
Yeah.
And he's not her friend, so.
Right. Right.
He shouldn't be involved at all in that scenario.
Right. Well, I mean, I can't imagine Jacob having Christian tell her that.
Yeah, totally.
You know, and I mean, there was some evidence there already that Christian and Smokey were connected. I mean, we've been talking about that. You know, some of the things that he says and does really tie in with Smokey's agenda pretty well. And the connection with Jacob is pretty tenuous, besides the fact that he was in the cabin.
I still always get confounded by that time period when Son and after 316 lands and Son and Frank go to the barracks and Christian is there and he helps them. You know, he takes them to the orientation room and the processing room and shows the little you know, the new recruits photo with Jack and Kate and Hurley and all those guys, and you got a long journey ahead of you. You know, before that, you know, he tells Son, you know, if you want to find Jin, you have to wait for John Locke. Right. Who, you know, they say is dead, and of course he's outside, and then so those two kind of scenes, and then the third one that's weird is when Locke goes out into the jungle, and Son is talking to Ben, and you know they don't know where Locke is, and then Locke just comes back from the jungle.
Right. And
we still don't know what happened there.
Right.
So that makes me wonder about all that stuff, how Christian relates and all that stuff, because it's like, why would he say wait for Locke unless he knew Locke was, you know, Smokey? Right.
You know. Right. I mean, that does tie him with Smokey, but then the question is, you know, why bother? Why is he even messing around with Son and Frank? You know,
especially since later when Locke, you know, when Smokey is Locke, not later, but, you know, later, not, okay, never mind. When Smokey is later, when Ben, you know, he tells Ben, like, he kind of says to Ben that he's not interested in Son finding Jen.
Right, yeah.
Which kind of contradicts later. So it makes me think somehow, you know, Smokey / Christian wanted Son to find Jen, or at least go along with Locke and Ben on their way to try to find Jen. You know what I mean?
Right. Not that they were really going to find Jen.
Not that they were going to find Jen, but it seems like for some reason. I mean, I don't know what else she was going to do, right? I mean, Locke was going to do what he was going to do. Ben would need to be judged. Like, she had to go do something. I mean.
Yeah. What could they? And I mean, they didn't have her time travel with the rest of them.
No.
And I have heard it said as a theory that sounds like it might be right, that she didn't travel because she was a candidate. She didn't travel because she was not a candidate. That the candidate is actually Jin.
Mhm.
And that's the answer to who is Quan.
Where was she though when the flashes happened? She got off the island.
She was off the island. No. I mean, when on the Ajira flight, you know.
Oh,
so
you mean
Jack, Kate, and Hurley all flashed off the plane, and Saeed also flashed off the plane into the.
Oh,
70s.
You're saying why she didn't flash off the plane? Okay.
The Son didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So So Alana's not a candidate. None of those people, none of those people are candidates. That by that. They should.
Yeah.
There's something else.
Yeah.
They're workers or whatever.
I don't think Ben's a candidate. I don't think Frank's a candidate, even though they brought that up at a certain point.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll buy that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite like it, but because I really feel like the way they showed Jacob touching both of them, it really seems more like it's both of them. But but it at least gives a reason why she didn't flash with the rest of them.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think they've ever really explained that. And
well,
the known candidates on the plane did all flash.
Yeah. I was going to mention that when I brought up earlier a second ago that, you know, how Locke in that episode walks into the jungle and we don't really know what he does. I was thinking about Smokey, you know, thinking about basically, you know, before Locke comes back, you know, Deadlock comes back on the island in the casket on 316, you know, Smokey looks like, you know, he looks like the Man in Black. He shouldn't look like Locke yet.
Right.
So I'm thinking, you know, when during this time, presumably, like, he has been interacting with Claire, you know, the whole time since Claire, you know, gets claimed or whatever.
Yeah.
I would imagine he looks like, you know, so he appears to her as one way, and then when Locke comes on the island, he appears like Locke to her. But anyway, my point was maybe that's what he went to do when he went into the jungle, was to check on Claire.
Oh.
Since you know he seems interested in her, and
yes. Yeah, it seems like he's sort of keeping her around as someone who, you know, might be useful to him at some point.
Yeah.
So that's a good theory. I do wonder what those 3 years are really mysterious. I really do wonder exactly what that was like. You know, what did he appear to her like? How did all that happen? I mean, at what point did he transition? Did Christian sort of go out of the picture and it started being him, you know, and she, I mean, he hasn't been locked this whole time, presumably, you know, that whole 3 years. I mean, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe the whole time before he looks like Locke, he was just looking like Christian. But see, I don't want to go that route because I want Christian to be his own thing. I want Christian to be his own thing.
I agree. I think he is affiliated with Smokey, but I don't think he is Smokey in the way Locke is now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's basically. I think he's been claimed actually. That seems like a theory that pretty much works.
Well, yeah. I mean, he definitely has to be claimed. I mean,
he was dead. His body's gone. You know, we know that claimed people, you know, use their own bodies, and we've seen him doing the service of Smokey apparently at times, and then this episode, you know, ties them together. We have not seen Christian this season at all yet. It really, sometimes it feels to me like they introduce certain things just so they don't have to show us something else.
Yeah.
You know, and like now that like everything's out in the open about who's who and who the villains are and such, they don't have to have Christian sort of be the Smokey anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so it kind of seems like why we haven't seen him. Although I presume we'll see him again before the end of the season. I mean, it would be very unsatisfying if we didn't.
I will bet everything on it.
At some point, he's got to talk to Jack again. I hope
they got to have at least one talk.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be very disappointing if they didn't. But, you know, Christian basically became like the voice of the island for seasons 4 through 5. You know, he was everywhere. And so it's kind of jarring that he's nowhere present. And the way Claire describes it, it's like he just mysteriously disappears from the picture at some point. And like, did she wonder where her father went? Like,
the others kidnapped him.
Yeah, like is that it? People aren't there suddenly, and the others kidnapped them.
Ipso facto.
Ipso facto. Okay.
Yeah.
Ergo.
Yeah, I don't know what she thinks. I would imagine Locke gave her an explanation about where Christian went. If he's gone, he might still be around.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have fulfilled his purpose, you know, was really getting Locke to get off the island and come back.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of seems that way.
So wait a minute.
Still,
I'm thinking, did Loophole only need Locke to be dead? Did he need him to leave the island and come back dead? Because it seems like if he just needed him dead, then that could have been easily done on the island.
Yes, that's true.
And of course, you think Smokey could have killed him, but he didn't go that route.
Right. Yeah, that would have been the simple way.
Yeah.
He did to try at least once.
He was trying to do something.
But yeah. No, but sometimes plans are unnecessarily elaborate.
Oh, that's why they call them plans.
That's why they call them plans. That's right. That's right. So it could just be that it's an unnecessarily elaborate plan. I don't even understand why he needed Locke to be dead. Other than he didn't want the other Locke there to be like, I'm Locke too. Does he need the person to be dead to pretend to be them?
From Alana's point of view, it seemed like that's what it was that it was more about the enemy had changed what he looked like, and the important thing was to know what he looks like now.
Yeah.
So that's what it seems like, is that Locke is, that it was his plan for Locke to be dead so that he could, so that no one would know who he is if there's two Locks and something's up.
Right. Right. But if Locke the whole thing came back to the island, his body never came back to the island. Actually, it would have been better. It might have taken longer for people to realize that he wasn't Locke.
But see, that's the thing. I don't think Loophole can look like Locke unless Locke's dead body is on the island.
Yeah, I think that should be true. I agree.
Yeah.
But we haven't.
And I'll note that Loophole shows up as Locke on the Hydra Island.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't just show up in the main island just because Locke's body. He showed up near Locke's body. Right. So I don't know. I feel like they want us to have it be the same, where it's just a dead body means they can be claimed.
It's just, yeah, but this is different from the claiming, I think, because it's really Smokey. It's not like a reanimated Locke.
But here's the thing, it's really Smokey, but it's also really Locke. You know what I mean? He's got everything Locke had.
But it's not Locke's reanimated body.
But it's Smokey on top. Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's definitely not Locke's reanimated body.
And it seems like Smokey's personality impinges on Locke much more than in Claire's case, for example.
Mm-hmm. Oh, totally. It seems like he's in direct control of. It seems like it's the same thing as being claimed, but he's in direct control.
Right.
And he can, change his shape. But it's.
Right. But it's just such a strange plan. It's like I'll get Locke's body on the island, and then I'll pretend that I'm him resurrected. And
well, it's just weird. Yeah, the whole thing about Christian telling Locke he needed to do all this, which was really Locke telling himself he needed to do all this to go save.
Right.
To go save the people, to bring them back. But it's like they didn't really need to come back to the island, right?
Yeah, seemingly. Yeah, I'm taking that Jacob wants them to come back to the island. Mm-hmm. But Smokey has his own plan, and somehow they coincide in the fact that Smokey wants Locke's body to come back. But I feel like Smokey doesn't necessarily care about the rest of them coming back.
It just seems like what happens if Locke isn't, if he knows Locke, then he's going to know that Locke is not going to be able to convince these people to come back to the island.
Right.
It just seems to me like he can't count on Locke to get the job done and come back dead. Seems like a simple task, but
right.
But so it's like if this was your grand plan, then it seems like it's very dubious to have it be based on Locke doing something, you know.
Right. He's hanging it all on some really really good fortune happening.
And it's Christian's the one that tells him about Hawking, right?
No, Widmore. Widmore tells him about Hawking.
Oh, Widmore tells him about Hawking.
Yeah. Yeah, Christian, I think Christian just says, say hello to my son. I don't think he gives any other specific people to do anything with.
Yeah, I'm just wondering in terms of Locke getting back to the island. I don't know. I still feel like there's information we don't have and things we don't know about that whole moving the island incident.
Yeah, because it still doesn't really make sense. But it's hard to make sense of something when you know so little about what the rules are and, you know, what had to happen for it to work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I have no idea really.
And I'll say this about the frozen donkey wheel. Seeing the lighthouse, you know, how the frozen wheel, how the big wheel worked, you know, what it's supposed to do and be, it's just, you know, makes no sense. But seeing the lighthouse and seeing how it works sort of, you know, metaphorically, it's this sort of weird technological, like, contraption, like that turns the concept of a lighthouse into something else. Yeah. It makes me think that that's what the wheel is like that too. Like what it's doing, it's like this weird, you know, like concept that this is the physical form of a concept that makes no sense. That you know you couldn't really see in the real world or something. You know what I mean? Like almost like you know what a sphere would look like in a 2D universe or something. You know what I mean? Like this is okay, you know, we can't understand what it's really, you know, we can only understand what it's doing metaphorically. Yeah. And this is what it sort of looks like to us, you know, in terms of what we can understand. So the lighthouse is doing something pretty crazy. Yeah. You know, like so maybe if you were Jacob or something, you know, you could see it and know what it's doing and it's like it's not obviously not a normal lighthouse. And you can understand the magic or technology behind it. But to us, it appears to be a lighthouse, you know. Yeah. It's built in the shape of a lighthouse for that function, but it does this really crazy thing. Like the wheel, you know, the wheel does this really crazy thing, but it's just this, like, wheel. Right. You know, so I'm interested to see if there's other, like, devices like that on the island, you know. Little technological things that were built for certain functions.
Okay, so did you have anything else you want to say about this scene?
This scene, maybe. Yeah, no. So Margot, as she's apparently named, Jack's mom, offers him a drink, and he says no, and she says it's for you. So this is an allusion to Jack's alcoholism. Right. But my question is, didn't he only develop that, like, wasn't that, like, after, what was that predicated on? Wasn't that the island, like, wasn't that because of the whole island stuff? Like, after he got off the island? Well, yes. So basically... In our timeline. Yeah, so they're saying he had a history of alcoholism even before that. Yeah, but I do think there was hints that he had problems with alcoholism before the plane crash. You know. Well, I know he had the pill addiction thing, right? No, that was. What am I thinking about? Yeah, that was Oceanic 6 stuff too. Okay, yeah. But I mean, you know, the scene with Cindy in the original pilot. Oh yeah.
he wants a strong drink. He gets 2 bottles. He savors it. Like you saw the comparison. Of this version and that. In this version, he gets 1 bottle. He doesn't savor it in the same way. And so it seems like in this version he sort of got it more under control. But it seems to me like he did have some kind of problem with alcohol even before the plane crash in the original timeline. And probably it's in some sense inherited from his dad.
Well, I got to say, even though that's in the pilot, he never seemed to ever have a problem with it on the island. Mm-hmm. There was no storyline that Jack needed his alcohol. That he was like, baby got to have his bottle. Like that was never a thing for him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's strange for that to be a thing for him.
Yeah.
It wasn't like with Hurley's food or Charlie's heroin addiction.
Yeah.
It's like Jack is an alcoholic and he has to battle it the early days on the island. That was never a storyline.
That's true.
So what's up with that?
I don't have an answer, of course.
I feel in a weird position now. I feel like they owe us answers about that because I feel like it really doesn't make any sense that if they want us to believe what you just said, that in our original timeline he is supposed to have had problems with alcohol, then why was that never ever an issue in the pilot?
These are good questions.
Like it's strange, and that's what, and because my original question was sort of going to be phrased as, were we supposed to take this line as that in the alternate timeline he's had a problem only, or is it like you said, your interpretation, which I think they're trying to tell us, like you said, because I buy the whole thing of the pilot, that he also had a history with it before. So, yeah, that's weird. He never ever mentioned anything between all those tears. I guess some of those tears he was crying about alcohol. Is that what we're supposed to believe?
Yeah. I guess even though I think what I said is true, and maybe they didn't emphasize it enough in the show, it does also feel like somehow it is an echo of the, Oceanic Six Jack, the bearded Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of, alternate take on that.
Well, how about this? They'll probably tell us that it's the alcoholism that caused him to break up with David's mom.
Oh, yeah, they could do that.
Yeah. Oh, so that brings me to that question. Who do you think is David's mom?
Oh, that is a question.
The question that goes I think that it wasn't until the third time I watched this episode that I'm like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your mom, buddy?
It's the both times I watched it, I never cared.
You never care. You never wonder, even though he goes to the ex-wife's house, right. Or whatever, and you don't see her there, and you don't even expect her to be there.
No. I guess for me it was like the story with Jack was enough. To me it was about Jack and his relationship with his son, and it just the mother just didn't have any part in that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what was interesting. And so I'm like, okay, well, it's such a pertinent question who the mother is.
Right. But then, I go and read what people are saying, like everybody's speculating about who the mother is, and I'm like, I guess that's a question we're supposed to ask.
Yep.
But for me, it was like, I don't know. I don't need to know. But I guess they're going to do something with it. I mean, they did specifically not tell us.
Yeah.
They could have easily just said it was Sarah or whoever, someone reasonable.
Yeah.
So, I'm guessing it's going to be someone shocking. And
if it's Juliet, I'm going to vomit.
Yeah, that'd be pretty depressing. That is the main theory I've seen.
Wouldn't that be awesome, though? Because it could be like, they're both doctors and blah, blah, blah. And Sarah was blonde.
Right.
Juliet.
Really,
I kind of want to think that whoever it is would not be blonde, though. Would be brunette, since
right.
David is brunette.
Yeah, it could have been a gene thing, though. It's possible.
It could have been. Yeah. Hey, it's totally possible. It could just be casting, but
yeah. And he does have blue eyes.
Yeah. Those are contacts.
Oh.
No. No, those are his eyes. I checked them. It's yeah.
And yeah, you're right. Ultimately, that's not really any of their kids. So.
Yeah.
Sort of.
No, Matthew Fox, you got to use your real son. But it does seem like they might have had some. The person who I think it really shouldn't be is Kate, because they met and didn't seem to know each other, and they must have known each other if they had a kid. Oops, are you the guy I had a kid with?
I'm gonna steal your pen.
I'm gonna steal your pen. You stole my baby. I don't think it's Kate. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Kate's on the run. Kate doesn't just have a home in L.A. where she lives with her son, and like that's totally incoherent.
I do think it needs to be someone we know, though.
Yeah. So Juliet seems like a prime candidate. I can't think of anybody else that even seems remotely possible. Maybe I'm forgetting someone.
How about Nikki?
You did not say Nikki.
Or Paolo, which one?
Okay, now Paolo. That's a different story. Oh my God. Do you think they'll show Nick? Okay.
No, I'm kidding. No.
Well, different question.
Huh?
Do you think they'll show Nikki and Paolo this season?
I don't think so. If they did, like, it would be only as an Easter egg, like it would be like found some really specific opportune time to show them, and it would be for a laugh or just for the the callback of Nikki and Paolo. Nothing in any meaningful way they'd show them.
Okay, I agree. It just seems like if they're ever going to show Nikki and Paolo, it's this season.
Yeah.
But I agree.
Or in the Lost movie that will follow.
Or in the Lost movie. Oh, God. Not the Lost movie. Please, no Lost movie, please. Don't ruin it.
You can't wait for the Lost movie? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Listen, we all know that sci-fi dramas can easily make the transition to the big screen. Just look at the X-Files series of movies.
Right.
Oh, wait. Oops. Ouch. Sorry, X-Files.
Yeah.
Face. All right, let's stop dissing the X-Files. This isn't the 90s. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what a quintessential 90s thing it was.
So that was the alcohol thing I wanted to bring up for this scene.
Yeah, no, it's worth bringing up because it seemed natural to me, but you're right. When you think about it.
What kind of mother tempts her son with relapsing?
Yeah.
Hey, you want a drink? Oh, good for you. You don't want to fall off the wagon. Like, what are you? I don't know. I never know what to do with the mom. I remember when we first saw her. she always seems to know more than she's letting on. But then it's just like she's just a mom.
Right.
You know, and it's just like I don't know what to do with her.
I don't either. She's never been a big thing. Christian was such a huge character, and she can't really stand next to him.
Yeah, literally.
She's never had a big role, and I agree. She does play her kind of strangely. It does seem like
she never comes off as just like a mom, like Jack's mom. Like there's she's got this an interesting quality, as an actress, but just this other quality to the character where it seems like she's like I don't know what her motivations are. I don't know what she wants. Is she trying to help? Is she not trying to help?
Right. And I kind of feel like we've seen so little of her that we really just don't understand her. We don't understand what she's like or where she's coming from on anything.
Yeah.
Whereas we spent countless hours with Jack and Christian.
Yeah, well, that's my point. Like, when we see other people, other characters, other people's moms, they play them like moms,
right.
Like, they don't come off as like, something else is going on.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she's different.
But, it makes it interesting. It's just, Margot.
Yeah.
I have to say, a lot of times when I'm, watching Lost, I try to, I'll try to guess the lines, say the line, figure out what the next line will be.
Mhm.
And I guessed, when Jack's like, how do you know David isn't terrified of you?
Mhm.
And I'm like, why would he be? And Jack's like, why would he be? I'm like, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like when that happens. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for the season's first. Why are you telling me this?
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
It's just a matter of time. I mean,
that reminds me.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that reminds me, you asked earlier, when do I think we'll see Vincent? And I was going to say, well, it'll probably be, some rustling in the bushes, and, all of a sudden something scary is coming through the jungle, and then it'll be Vincent.
Yeah.
They're going to have to do that.
He's already done that a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's what they like to do.
Oh, they love it.
It is really strange and disturbing, and I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it as an adjective. To file that one away. That Smokey talked to Vincent, or Christian talked to Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and actually Vincent could do things. That
and seemingly understood him like that.
Yeah.
Like, WTF.
So are you saying the polar bears didn't really figure out how to work the cage for the food? Christian just told them?
Maybe that's what I'm saying.
Maybe that's what you're saying. I find that strange too, and I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, really all of those little mobisodes were strange. They
were.
Don't quite feel real.
Yeah, Carlton and Damon on one of the recent podcasts, someone did ask about Walt and his powers.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying something along the lines of, about that bird that was, the bird was sort of just attracted to him. And, he didn't make it fly into the wall, but it was just that, the window, it's just that the bird was trying to get towards him, and there happened to be a window there.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was strange.
Wow. That is strange.
Yeah. So something like...
So is that what happened with the polar bear as well? Like the polar bear was just trying to, like, go to him? Something
like that, yeah. I guess you could assume that.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what will happen with Walt and the powers, because, I mean, hey, there's other people on the island who have powers, and I'm wondering, you know, a lot of people actually can have powers.
Yeah, it's not even a big deal at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if everyone has some sort of power, or could have some sort of power, you know.
Mhm.
You know, and some are way more subtle than others, you know.
Right.
Kate has the inexplicable power to always get caught.
Right.
I mean, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
But certainly a lot of people are having little powers here and there. Jack, something's up with Jack. I don't know. I mean, he's at least a gifted surgeon. I don't know if you can call that a power, but
yeah.
He's got something, and he's needed for something by Jacob, so. But anyway, my point was Walt's having powers, and I really hope he comes back this season and they do something with that, because that was one of the most interesting things from season 1.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. It never. I mean, we're getting to the point where they're kind of actually addressing things from those days. So, you know, it's at least possible. I do think that my sense is that we'll at least get some idea of what was going on with Walt, whether he appears or not.
Yeah.
I think they'll address it in some way.
So I guess the question should be, is Walt a candidate?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he did not appear on the wall. So, you know, that would suggest no. But
well, we definitely didn't see every name on the wall.
That's true. There's a lot of names.
Or on the lighthouse.
Right.
Presumably there were, you know, at least 108 names on that thing.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
So
based on the wheel thing, it seems like there should be 360 names.
Yeah, I mean, if it's all the way around, then yeah. So it's a lot of names.
So they could do something with that. It's very strange. I wish I knew what they were thinking back then. I'm sure they had something in mind.
With what?
With walls.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, and that reminds me, here's something that I didn't think of until now, is they tested Walt. Remember when they took him?
Mm-hmm.
And he said they made me do tests?
Right.
You think it might have to do anything with, like they tested Saeed and Claire?
I don't imagine it being that extreme that they stuck him with a hot poker or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because it seems like he wouldn't have put it that way if that's what happened.
Yeah, he would have been like, "You burned my ass."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I really think the others' interest in Walt was different. I don't think they thought he was claimed.
Okay.
I think you know, they thought he had some other kind of property or power or something. That's what I would guess.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
Plus, I think to be claimed you have to be dead, and I don't think Walt ever died.
All right. There was some McCutcheon whiskey in the bar there.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, it's the longest running. It won't stop. It's really strange when they do stuff like that. They have this fake whiskey company that they just constantly put into the show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of like the Apollo bars. I don't even know why bother. It's sort of Geronimo Jackson, and I guess Lost has its own culture.
Yeah, I think I read on Lostpedia that the soda, that reminds me, it definitely was a soda that David pulls out of the refrigerator, because I think it was supposed to be an Apollo soda or something like that.
Mhm.
But his hand covers it up so you can't tell what it is.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and the Apollo bar and all that, yeah.
Yeah.
They like that.
They do. They do. I'm not sure why they bother, but
for the fans.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Appreciated.
I'll accept that.
For the fans who wish they would stop.
Right. So, are you ready for the next scene?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Back to the islands. Claire sterilizes some needles to use on Jen and sharpens her axe outside.
What? What did you say, Claire?
Claire sterilizes some needles and sharpens her axe.
Oh, sharpens her axe. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that word.
Oh, okay. So she's outside the tent, and inside the tent, Justin asks Jen to untie him so he can kill her before she kills them. Jen doesn't have time to respond before Claire returns. Claire apologizes to Jen for the trap. Claire prepares to stitch Jen up. We find out that she was shot by the others at some point. She's been moving around to hide from the others. Jen asks about Justin. Claire plans to question him about Aaron's whereabouts. Justin insists that they never took Aaron. Jen asks why she is so sure the others took Aaron. Claire says first her father told her and then her friend told her. Jen says, "Who is your friend?" She says, "My friend." Then she says, "You're still my friend, aren't you, Jen?" Jen says, "Yes, of course." Claire says she is glad and finishes the stitching process. Then she gets up, grabs the axe, and says to Justin, "Now it's your turn."
To begin the killing process.
Right.
Yeah, Claire was weird in this scene. Claire's weird. My friend. Who's your friend? My friend. Like, okay, does he not have a name? Like, I don't understand why he's never given her a name.
Yeah. I mean,
unless Locke told Claire his real name.
Mm-hmm.
Like his loophole real name, and
right.
He's saving that. I don't know. I don't get it.
I mean, I do think that the show is saving Loophole's real name.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we're supposed to believe that Claire knows it. I mean, I do think they're trying to maintain the mystery of who the friend is.
Yeah.
At this point. So they don't want to... I mean, if they threw out Loophole's name at this point, I don't even know that we'd know who she was talking about.
Yeah.
If they just came out and said...
No, but it's more... Well, okay, yeah. At this point, it makes sense that she's still saying my friend. But I mean, I'm really referring to later when she keeps saying, like, when he says, is that, Locke, and he says, oh, that's not Locke, that's my friend.
Mhm.
As if that was his name, my friend.
Right. Yeah.
She didn't say that's Ernie or whatever.
Right. Right. I mean, it kind of works because she's been talking about her friend, and it makes it totally clear that that's who she's been talking about.
Yeah.
And like, there's something creepy about Smokey being her friend, because it sounds so innocent.
It always does.
And like, he's just telling her the others took your baby, and I don't know why he's telling her that. He's just trying to get her to attack the others or something, I guess.
Honestly, I feel like he might not know where Aaron is. Or I guess he knows what Locke knows.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he ought to know.
Well, I guess Locke went and saw Kate off of the island, and he should know that she has Aaron.
Yeah.
So given that, I would say he should know, but otherwise, I don't know how much, Smokey knows about what happens on the island that he doesn't just see.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I don't know.
And he knows they take kids. I mean, he should know that that's what the others do. They take kids.
Yeah, but it seems like he knows stuff. I mean, in the episode with Sawyer, like, he knew Sawyer lived in that house for a while in the 70s. We have no reason to think.
Yeah, well, we have reason to believe Smokey was around and saw that happen.
Well, but we never saw that. I mean, there's no, I mean, you can assume that, but
I'm saying I think it's a reasonable assumption that he's been around on the island.
Yeah. But
But I'm saying there's nothing for us to go on.
He could have seen Aaron get rescued.
True. Yeah, he definitely could have. But my point is, there's nothing to make us believe that he can just magically know what happens on the island that he doesn't see.
Yes.
So
I agree.
Unless he sees Aaron get rescued, I'm saying I think it's reasonable for him to think the others took him.
Right. And then he also knows what Locke knows.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Now, since he knows what Locke knows, I'll believe that he should think Kate has him.
Yeah.
In which case he's just lying to her.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't really envision, like, if they really had her baby, I feel like, I feel like Smokey should be able to find that out, whether that's true or not.
Well, if he cares.
If he cares, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
he obviously has some agenda.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah. I just, so if he honestly believed that, then okay, he's just speaking what he thinks to be true. And before he inhabits Locke, maybe he really doesn't know. Maybe he really thinks that that's the case.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah, he wouldn't know that until he inhabits Locke. So the whole time, before he can tell Claire that before.
Yeah. But to me, it seems like a more plausible story that he knows that Aaron's not there and he's using it as a manipulation tool.
Mhm.
That sounds to me more like what I'd expect him to do with this character than he really just thinks they have Aaron and he's just being honest with her.
Yeah, but he's still manipulating Aaron the same way in that it's still the same effect, but I guess different approach.
Yeah, but it makes it seem
see.
like he's not using it for manipulation if he's just telling the truth.
Yeah, but it's still like
he's being helpful.
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't he be helpful? They're friends.
I guess because I think he's only her friend to the extent that she's useful to him. I really don't think he's invested in this friendship with Claire on a personal level.
Well, of course, but I'm saying like if he wants her to just bide her time and spend her time making traps and attacking the others, he can accomplish that goal by knowing, like thinking that they have, that the others have Aaron and telling her that, or knowing that Kate has Aaron and lying. It's the same effect. One is just that he just doesn't know the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know which one it is. I don't. I mean, I agree. I would expect him to know more things, but I'm just saying, until he gets into Locke's body, there's no reason for me to think that he knows what happened to the people who got off the island.
Yeah. Okay. I think. Let's see. Yeah. No, I agree, but I tend to want to land on the side that he has some idea of who left, and that Aaron's not with the others. I mean, that he could at least know that. I mean, it's not impossible.
Oh yeah. I think he could definitely know that, and I think, like I said, by the time he's with Locke, and I think
he was invested in them getting off, and that whole story. I mean, his associate, I think Christian, did play a role in that story, and so I think
for them to get back to the island too, though. So he played both sides of that.
Well, yeah, but he was also involved in the Michael story with him on the boat and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Which makes no sense.
So that but it gives me the sense that he was, aware that there was a boat there and they were going to try to leave, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, he definitely was
instructed them to move the island.
Going on.
He instructed them to move the island. Like, I get the sense he was aware that there was a boat there, and that there was a potential that people would leave, and like I think he had that. I think he had that sense. And I mean, at some point he knew they were gone because he wanted them to come back. So like, if he didn't know that they left, how did he realize that they left at some point to decide that he wanted them to come back?
Oh, various ways. Plentiful ways. But I mean, I don't want to keep arguing this position because I don't necessarily believe it. But I mean, I do think in general he knows what's going on. I'm just saying there's no evidence to say that he knows everything that goes on the island that he doesn't necessarily see. Because he's involved with
I would never take it that far. I just think this is one thing that he could easily know about. Yeah, he could definitely easily know about it. And the fact that he has John's memories, I think he does know what happened. He does know. At this point, At this point, I think it's certain he knows, but I think he even knew it before he was Locke. That is definitely valid. And he doesn't know everything. I would never. I definitely don't think that's true. It's just the whole them leaving. The circumstances there were too big for, I think, him not to have noticed. True, he was definitely involved in all that stuff, but
it's hard to say. I mean, there was so much going on. It's hard to say what he knew and didn't know. And the whole thing with I don't know, the whole thing with Mike, because it's like, if we're supposed to believe Christian was that Christian stuff was Smokey, then like, what does that mean in terms of Michael and being protected and not being able to kill himself? And like, we all assumed that was Jacob, and now that's supposed to be Smokey protecting him.
Mhm.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
And when Tom says the island's not done with you, like, they mean Smokey.
Well, it kind of looks.
And they think they mean Jacob, but they really mean Smokey. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, it does look like Smokey sort of acted like Jacob for a while.
Yeah.
Or acted as Jacob, I should say. Well, not Smokey himself, but he sort of had Christian do it.
Maybe there's two Christians.
Oh,
maybe there's the claimed Christian body and then the Christian, like, apparition.
Apparition? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If it really is the claimed Christian body, there's really no explanation for how he was able to just appear on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, Claire, I don't think Claire can just disappear and reappear wherever she wants.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, we have seen Christian do supernatural stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of this stuff makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes him seem different.
Lost is like a house of cards. Like, you build up your theory.
It is.
And you go, okay, that makes sense. And then, like, you look at a different angle and it just all falls apart.
Yeah, you throw something else in there and it's, I definitely, I take your basic point that, we shouldn't assume Smokey knows everything. He could very well not know. And, whether he knew or not, he was using it. He was using it to manipulate Claire.
Yeah.
I guess so you think it just keeps her occupied? Or does he?
I feel like he probably needs her for something. I don't know what. So I feel like it keeps her occupied. I don't know what's going on with Claire. I really have no thoughts. I'm surprised this is what has become of her.
Yeah.
Living in the cabin for a while, I guess, or doing something in the cabin, or I don't know what.
Yeah.
Just coming out in the jungle and living and trying to find. And so at some point, she was killing the others, and they captured her.
Right.
And then they did the test to see if she was infected.
Right.
And then she obviously failed because she was infected. And then they didn't kill her.
It at least explains how they knew.
Yeah. They branded me right here. Look at it. It's in a convenient spot for me to show you when I talk about it.
Yeah, that's not where they did it to Saeed.
No. Oh, man.
No, I think she explains later that she escaped.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So they didn't kill her, and presumably they would have liked for someone to have given her a pill. I guess Locke? Who's responsible for her death? Is it Locke?
Oh, God.
Kimi is the one who bombed it, but who's responsible for her being there?
Yeah, Roger shot Saeed, so obviously that's not the person who commits the act is apparently not quite the person responsible.
No.
So in this case, I would say Ben, actually.
Ben? Why Ben?
Because they were there for Ben.
Well, but she was only in the Dharma camp because of Locke.
Okay.
Well, I mean, she chose to go with Locke over Jack, but still.
Yeah.
You know.
It was her choice, but yeah, okay.
So that's why I want to pin it on Locke, because she wouldn't have been there and if Locke didn't decide to go out.
Right.
On his own, you know.
But they never would have, they never would have attacked that village if it weren't for Ben being there.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for Locke.
Well, Ben does specifically ask if he can go with Locke.
Yeah. And what does Locke say?
Locke agrees to take him.
So whose fault is it?
Well,
I think it's Locke's fault. It's good for Locke now.
All right. I don't know. I'm blaming it on Ben.
You don't want to blame a dead man?
I think Ben has more responsibility ultimately for why Keamy was there in the first place and, even the specifics.
Well, blame Widmore for that. Now, you can't, why do you blame Ben for being a wanted man? Why not blame the person who hired the hitman?
Well, Widmore only hired those people because of what Ben did to Widmore. Namely banishing him from the island.
Okay. Yeah, but it's still Widmore's responsibility. Like, so you're saying vengeance is justified? Like,
yeah, apparently that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to make the analogy with Jack. It was Jack's mission that Saeed got involved in.
Yeah.
And so I feel like, to me, it seems like the analogy is Ben. Like, it's Ben's struggle. It's Ben's problem.
Listen. Ben is only alive because of Kate. So now it's Kate's fault.
Wait, how is Ben only alive because of Kate?
Because he saved him by taking him to the others. Kate saved Ben. Remember, little Ben?
Oh, little Ben. Okay.
Yeah. So really, you got to blame Kate.
Okay. Okay, but okay, yeah, sure. I mean, Richard helped with that, and Sawyer and Juliet. It was her idea, and it's really hard to assign blame. I mean, there's a lot of people involved.
It's Kate's fault.
It's Kate's fault. Okay. Well.
No. She's the one who wanted to do it. She's the one who drove him out there. She's the one who convinced Sawyer to help.
You're right.
Now Juliet has some culpability, but I think it's all Kate.
You're right. But Richard does it. I mean, Richard didn't have to agree.
Well, but it's not. It's that's a different perspective, though. Someone is asking him to save some kid's life. Like, I don't think he can be blamed for that.
Yeah, well. You're blaming Kate for wanting to save his life. Are you blaming Kate because she knows who Ben is?
Not only that, but she's directly responsible. Like, Richard... Yeah, I see what you're saying, but then it's like, okay, well then blame Jacob for healing Ben.
I could do that.
And then you blame whoever gave Jacob his
power.
Then
also you could throw Jack in there because he refused to help.
Yeah.
Maybe Jack could have been able to save him himself, and none of that would have been necessary. And maybe Ben would have been different.
He would have been a European history teacher.
And then Keamy never would have come to the island at all.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying.
Mhm. Listen, if Keamy didn't come to the island, then they never would have needed to move the island, which made them start time shifting, which put them back in the 50s, which allowed Dan to go and find Jughead and safely put the bomb away that would have probably gone off and exploded the island. So there.
I just realized that the cause and effect on this show is insane.
It is insane.
If you start following a trail, you end up with like a shit ton of different events linked together.
Yeah.
It's like Kimi being there is a direct descendant of them being in the 50s. Like, it's ridiculous. God. Okay, so are you serious about any of this? Like, who really do you want to throw Claire's death on?
Jacob, no. I mean,
because I would say for me, if we're talking for real,
I want to say Locke. I don't know.
I would say Kimi. I mean, I think Kimi's the one who really did it.
Okay, yeah.
Him and his team.
Kimi's definitely the one who did it. He gets the sort of obvious blame.
But he corresponds to Roger in Saeed's case. So, and Roger doesn't seem to be taking a blame for that.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to put it on Locke because he took Ben.
Because Saeed was following Jack's orders, and Jack was in command. In that little encounter, and I feel like Locke is serving the same purpose for the people he is shepherding at Lowdown.
Okay, so Claire was Locke's responsibility, and she was there under his supervision, and so he failed to protect her, and
he was disresponsible.
I think that's probably that's the right analogy.
Okay.
Yeah, but Locke's dead, so he's not gonna be able to take responsibility or give anybody a pill.
Even in death, he can't clean up his own mess.
Oh.
True though. Yeah, somehow that's sad.
Even though they were right.
If only they would have told you then that they were right. You didn't believe them.
But Russo was able to shoot, like I brought up earlier, Russo was able to just shoot Robert and the rest of her team. I mean, it's hard for me to believe.
Here's the thing. They weren't candidates.
Fuck. Okay.
And I think it's a different. I think they were a different case.
Okay. Okay, so the candidate thing is making things more complicated.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I mean, it seems like candidates. Okay. I mean, why was Ben able to kill a candidate? What's Ben's magic? Ben gets to kill Jacob, too.
I think it seems like you can kill them. You just shouldn't.
Okay.
Like if you know that they're a candidate, then, like Dogan doesn't want to do it because it's bad, because it's against the rules. Like, Locke, on the other hand, you're talking about that Ben killed Locke?
Yeah.
I don't think he knew he was a candidate. I don't even think Ben knows what candidates are.
Well, yeah, I think you're right about that.
So I think that's why. I think, that's why.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, but it's like, just pretend you don't know they're a candidate and kill them. I mean, I just, what's going to happen if you do it?
That's what's going to happen. To be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's not any way to tell. Maybe we'll find out at some point. It's all a big hot mess, as you said earlier.
Don't remember.
It was very apt. So, are you ready for the next scene?
Let's do it.
Okay, Hurley apologizes to Jack for wrecking his game with Kate. Jack tells him there's nothing left to wreck. Hurley says Jack would make a great dad. Jack disagrees. They discover Shannon's asthma inhaler and realize they're at the caves. We see Adam and Eve. Hurley forgot about them. Hurley wonders if the skeletons are us as a result of time travel. Jack isn't paying attention because he's looking at his father's broken coffin. Hurley asks Jack about it. Jack tells Hurley the story of how he found the caves and smashed the coffin.
All right.
Boom.
So, I like this whole thing of coming back to the caves.
Yeah. The cave story was always a strange one. I remember in season 2 when they just kind of gradually phased out the caves.
Yeah.
Like, it was almost imperceptible. It's like, wow, we haven't seen the caves in a while. And then they just had a character say, you know, wow, we haven't been to the caves in a while. Mm-hmm. And that was the end of that.
Yeah. Maybe the lockdown was because of the food drop. Wiping hands, wiping hands, wiping hands.
Right.
Case closed.
Right.
I
remember reading that the real reason why they moved out of the caves was just that the producers didn't like how the cave set looked. It was
always so amorphous.
Yeah.
You could never get a good sense of depth in that cave. You couldn't. Yeah. I feel like you could never get a good sense of the layout. It was just like a mess inside. Just
mm-hmm.
like stuff over here, stuff over there, waterfall there. It's like I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And even when they came back to the cave, like in this scene, it's just like I don't know what I'm looking at. Like honestly, like seriously, like I kid you not, the first shot when Jack is looking at the coffin, I knew something was broken. Like I knew I was looking at some broken something, but I had no idea what it was. And I'm just staring like, okay, I'll figure it out, like a magic eye or something.
Right.
And then when they cut back to it, then I noticed, oh, okay, it's a coffin that's broken there. But it was because just the jungle itself, you know, all the camouflage look, you know, like it's hard for the eye to pick out things, and I think that's why that cave set always looks weird.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks different from how I remember it.
Oh, it totally looks different.
I don't
smaller.
Yeah, it seems a lot smaller. I don't remember Jack's dad's coffin just sitting there while
I read on Lostpedia that Jack's dad's coffin wasn't originally in this cave. Obviously, they weren't when they lived in the cave. They weren't hanging out next to Jack's dad's coffin.
Right.
So I think on Lostpedia they attributed it to a production error or somehow that's supposed to be meaningful that this coffin is now in the caves.
Oh, I think it's the first thing.
I think they wanted both at the same place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think they were
they didn't care enough about getting it exactly right because they wanted to do the scene this way.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, and it is how he found the caves. I mean, that part's true.
Mm-hmm.
But
I love
it just
that. I love that that someone else on the show, especially an original character, gets to hear the reason behind something really old like that.
Yeah.
You know, like did I ever tell you how I found the cave? So you were looking for water. Yeah, no, that was a lie.
Yeah, like no one actually knows.
No one actually knows. And so yeah, it's cool that Hurley gets to hear that story, and that he just tells him up front. Yeah, I was chasing my dad's ghost, and he led me here, and then I smashed the coffin. Why? You know, and it's like because he wasn't in it.
Mhm.
You know, and I like that line because I don't know how to take it.
I don't either.
You know,
I agree.
It's
I like
very
it.
revealing, but I don't know what it reveals.
Even at the time, I didn't quite understand why he smashed it.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of made sense dramatically, but I didn't specifically know, what the issue. It's like he's just angry that his dad's not there.
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know. I really don't. But I think that is why.
Yeah, and I also thought maybe he's trying to say he smashed it because he wasn't in it, because it verifies the fact that he did see his dad walking around. Who was dead.
Yeah. I think that's right.
Like, if his dad had been in the coffin, there would have been better.
Yes. Yeah.
But the fact that he wasn't in the coffin is like, okay, this is bad news.
Yeah. It kind of made it real, what he was seeing.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't just like hallucinating or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But to have him say it out loud is definitely it was surprising. I agree. I'm totally on the same page that it's cool that Jack's in a place where he can just say something like that.
Yeah.
To Hurley.
It took a long time. It took a long time to get Jack to this place.
Yeah. It really did. He had to go through a lot of shit to get here. Yeah.
I hope whatever Jacob wants him to do is pretty grand, because Jack has had to really go through a lot and change as a character to get to at least this close to whatever he's supposed to be in order to do whatever he's supposed to do. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's like, Jack, finally, after 400 years of adventures on the island, you have finally become the man I need you to be to do this one thing. Please open this jar of peanut butter for me. It is a little bit stuck.
I'm ready.
I could not tell you that you needed to do this, for I did not know where the jar was. I misplaced it. Hopefully it's more engaging than that.
Yeah. It probably won't. I can't imagine it'll be as shocking though.
Yeah.
The whole story of Lost being about opening a jar of peanut butter would definitely be a shocker.
If it's like, natural, organic peanut butter, that stuff's good.
Oh, God.
Good.
Yeah, but it's going to, a lot of times the oil floats to the top. And then
it's natural. Just stir it in the peanut butter. The oil is natural.
Oh, I know it's natural. But, you can't just eat it straight out of the jar.
No. It's smooth. If you get it smooth.
You got to stir. And if you get to the bottom where the oil didn't get to, it'll be like really dry peanut paste.
You got to keep stirring every use.
Yeah, you got to stir a lot. It's a good workout, really.
It is a good workout, which is why he can't wait to get that jar off.
Right.
He's been wanting to exercise for 400 years. And yes, that means he's kept Jack immortal all this time.
I also really like the idea that it takes Jack 400 years to get ready for a task like that.
And he's the one and no other.
That's right. Yeah, he's the only one that can really do it right.
Yeah.
He's got what
it takes. Wow, we did not just do that.
Yeah, I mean, it was the thing to say.
That could have only been better if it was planned.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm just like, you got what it takes.
Exactly. I mean, where else?
Where else do you go with that?
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next scene.
Okay.
We've reached the height of that tangent can go.
Yeah. It was a good tangent, but it had to end at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
It only ends once.
Thank you.
Anything else is just progress.
Thank you, Jacob. Your infinite wisdom is always a pleasure. The next scene is a flash sideways. Jack comes home with some pizza. He calls out for David, but finds that David is gone. Later, we cut to later. Jack tries to call David and gets voicemail. He leaves a message saying he's going over to David's mother's house. As we hear the message, we see Jack arrive at the house. No one is home, so he finds a hidden key and lets himself in. Jack calls out for David, but it appears no one is home. Jack goes into David's room and discovers sheet music. Jack listens to David's answering machine, and we find out that David has a recital going on. Jack looks at his watch and sees that it's about to start. The next message is Jack calling from Sydney. Jack gets a bit choked up, then leaves.
All right.
Boom.
I love, hey, David, I got his pizza. I'm a real cool dad.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's just what I read from that.
Yeah. Pizza always used to be a treat.
You can't get mad at anyone who brings you a pizza.
Yeah.
Against the rules.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an inherent creator of goodwill.
It is. The pizza.
Yeah. That's why they call it pizza.
That's why they call it pizza. So, what else was here? Oh, so it was weird to me that we got Jack's message that he left. Presumably right after he found out his dad died. Christian died.
Huh? Sorry. That wasn't me.
What threw me off is the fact that you... what? Did I not make sense of what I said?
No, it made sense. Well, okay, no. Hold on. I didn't understand, but that response was totally inadequate.
Okay. I thought a duck was in the room for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a reasonable thing to think.
Trying to sell me insurance.
Right. No. What are you referring to?
Okay, so the second answer machine message from that was Jack.
Yeah.
That is the message that Jack left, I'm assuming, after he went to Sydney to find his dad and realized his dad was dead.
Right. Yes.
So that's all I'm saying is that was surprising to me that we saw this in this scene.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something. I guess I thought you were saying we saw this earlier on the show.
Oh, no.
That like, you remembered him leaving a message, and we were finally hearing it, and, like, that somehow implies that he has a kid or something.
No. I was just saying...
I was jumping.
This was after... Yeah, this was like when, like that hotel room scene or something that we saw before. After he has,
yeah.
seen that his dad is dead, and he's like...
Identified the body and all that, yeah.
Yeah. that in this timeline he called David and said that.
Right. Okay.
You know, it's kind of an anchor for that storyline, for that connection, you know, between the two timelines.
Yeah.
Kind of anchoring that there, which is cool. But it just came as a surprise that they put that in here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I guess it was just a few days ago, right, or something, or a week, or not very long
I
ago.
think they date the recital the 24th, so it's like,
okay.
you know, it's been. I mean, the flight was on the 22nd, so, you know, this message is probably a day before that or something.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's pretty recent. Another kind of interesting ellipsis is that they apparently had the funeral, but they didn't show it.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that reminded me earlier when the mom said, yeah, David was really upset at the funeral, and Jack was like, he was? And I'm thinking, you didn't see him? Didn't those tears, like, throw you off? Why wasn't Jack able to discern that his son was upset? Which made me think, was Jack not at the funeral? Like, was Jack, like, still in Sydney and they had the funeral anyway? And, like, I didn't understand that part at all. Like, how did he not know? Because he's like, oh, he didn't tell you? It's like, you can't tell? Unless the mother was just saying, David showed no emotion, but he came and told me he was upset.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming.
Yeah. That's weird.
That's what I was assuming. And that Jack was there, you know, but he just, you know, David wasn't telling him anything, so he had no idea what was going on.
I'll buy it. They're going with that whole they don't talk thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It fits. But it's just interesting to me that they held the funeral without the body, and maybe because they've already shown it on the show. That doesn't quite work, though, because they've been doing that. That's the whole point. It's just strange to me that they had that off screen.
Maybe because they would have had to show David at the funeral, and they didn't want to introduce him that way or something? Or
Oh, okay.
And maybe nothing interesting happened at the funeral. I mean, like, you know, they only need to show it if it's important to the story.
Yeah.
And if they don't write anything important that happens at the funeral...
then nothing important happened at the funeral?
Nothing important happened at the funeral, so...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, what's important was that David was upset, but Jack didn't know, and so we heard that. But it was weird because it was like, before this was like, Jack was telling his mom, we can't have the funeral without the body, and then the next scene is like, okay, the funeral already happened.
Right.
Like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like they solved the crisis, but we never saw how or why or you know, anything. It's like he just decided to have it anyway, and I guess because it just seems like such a central thing in the show, I just expect them to show it. But yeah, I mean,
hey, deleted scene.
Deleted scene. Good point.
Especially, I think, considering they probably decided to have this once they were told like that the airline had no idea what the body was. They probably just went ahead and had the funeral. Especially considering this is only like they must have the funeral yesterday, right?
Yeah. That's right.
If the flight was on the 22nd and today's the 24th.
Yeah.
Then and Jack went to work that day. So Jack flew back from Sydney, avoided a plane crash that he didn't even know about, then came in, and then on the 23rd had a funeral, and then on the 24th went to work, and then had all this problems with his kid, and that's a busy 3 days.
It is. It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot for 3 days. You sure you don't want to drink, Jack? You sure you don't want a little more touching?
It was a thing that they were prepared to have a funeral more or less as soon as Jack got back.
Yeah.
That was why he was yelling at the lady in the Sydney airport.
Yeah.
So it's consistent. Like they had the preparation, so they just went ahead with it. I can buy that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So,
alrighty.
Next scene?
Let's do it.
Okay, back to the island. Hurley says that they are kicking it old school, trekking through the jungle, not really understanding what their mission is. Hurley asks Jack why he came back. Jack asks Hurley the same question, which Hurley answers honestly. Hurley asks Jack again. Jack says, I came back because I was broken and I was stupid enough to think this place could fix me. Hurley apologizes. Jack asks how much further until they get there. Hurley says not far, and he means it. They step out into a clearing and find the lighthouse. Jack asks how they've never seen it before, and Hurley says, I guess we weren't looking for it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's sad somehow.
Yeah, it is. It's sad. Well, this is another fairly big scene.
Yeah.
In terms of character stuff.
Yeah.
I like Hurley. You know, Hurley has good observations. Oh, that's another thing we didn't mention back in the cave scene. I did really, really, really enjoy Hurley's idea that Adam and Eve might be them, based on the whole time travel thing.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause that's something we've talked about. It's something people are, have thought about, and it's cool when they bring that up.
Right, right.
And,
although he said like dinosaur times, and I wanted to remind him that the skeletons are only supposed to be like 50 years old.
Yeah, but here's the thing: does he know that? I think it's probably more realistic that he doesn't, that he guesses really far off.
Oh.
I don't remember him in that scene.
Yeah, maybe
Jack
he wasn't there when Jack said that.
But
yeah,
it's weird that Jack is there because Jack probably remembers how old he thought they were. But
right.
So I think it's better that Hurley didn't say, 50 years ago. And
yeah.
And actually that would have been confusing because they already went to the 50s, which was about 50 years ago. So
yeah.
That would have been confusing if he said that anyway. But yeah, so I think that's why he said a big, huge time like that.
Yeah,
But his main point I thought was pretty cool that they brought up.
Yeah, yeah. It's, to me it felt like a combination of what do I want to call it? A reference or something for the fans, and the particularly the finding the asthma inhaler, and also just a reintroduction of these elements into the show, because I'm assuming that they're going to address them in some way as the season goes on, and so it'll be a little bit less jarring if they don't just suddenly give us an answer to something they haven't talked about in 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah, they're bringing it up so they can talk about it more.
So, yeah, I think Hurley's theory, none of them, unless it's Rose and Bernard, which is, I think, as far as I know, the most prevalent theory about who they are, none of them stayed behind that we know of, So unless they're going to time travel again, it really shouldn't be them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just like the idea that he brings up the idea that this could be somebody that they already know.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to happen in the end.
Yeah.
The Rose and Bernard answer seems so easy. It's a little off from the time, and doesn't seem like they get much out of that, so I'm tempted to think that's wrong. But I don't really
what
have
if Rose and Bernard had clothes on from the 50s? They found old Dharma clothes. Old others' clothes.
Yeah. Okay. It's still strange, though, because they were living in that cabin, and, why would they leave that and go to the caves,
Well, when you're living on the island, every shelter is temporary.
Okay.
It sounds like some weird tagline for island show.
That seemed like a line from the show or something.
Yeah. But I just mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they had to move around. You know, with the others and all the other stuff going on through the years, if they lived through any of that stuff, like, it would make sense that at some point they could go back to the cave.
Mhm. Yeah, okay.
There's water there. There's shelter.
It very well could be. I can't deny that. But still, it just seems I'm not quite satisfied with that as an answer.
Yeah. Well, apparently, according to the trivia on Lostpedia, Adam and Eve have not been seen since season 1 episode House of the Rising Sun, which was 101 episodes ago.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's been a while for Adam and Eve.
Yeah, and people have been talking about them continuously.
Mhm.
I'm surprised they can just throw a little thing in there like that. I guess that same thing happened with Annie too. It's like they just throw in this little tiny thing and then it never goes away. Libby too.
Well, the other thing with Adam and Eve is the rocks.
Oh yeah.
The white rock, black rock that they have.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like that. I don't know what to make of that. It seems like that ties them in with that scale with the rocks in that cave.
Mhm. What if it's what if Adam and Eve is Jacob and Loophole?
Wow.
I like that theory.
It's crazy. They died in each other's arms 50 years ago. What show is this?
Like it would be that crazy.
Yeah.
You know what show this is.
It's just
You
I don't
saw
know
season 5. Come on.
I don't know what to do with that. I guess they could do that. I mean, why the fuck not?
Yeah. Why?
I don't have any reason why they can't.
There you go.
So let's see. Yeah, so we talked about the thing earlier where, Hurley asked Jack why he came, and then Jack asked him, and Hurley just straightforwardly says what happened with Jacob.
Mhm.
And then Jack says this thing, and it gets a little serious. And Hurley, I don't think, really wanted it to get that deep. So there's a really good. I really like the little uncomfortable moment they have where it's like, oh, it's getting into your personal problems, and I just thought it, necessarily want that serious of an answer.
Yeah, I think Hurley realized that it was a lot deeper than he thought it. He definitely thought it would be, because his was so simple. Like,
yeah,
and a very straightforward reason, for coming, and for Jack to say probably the most vulnerable thing he's ever said.
Yeah.
Next to telling Kate to believe in him. He's never trusted anything more, or whatever he said before the whole Swan incident.
Oh yeah. Nothing has ever felt so right.
Nothing has ever felt so right. There's been a few times when Jack has been, really what's on his heart or whatever. And this is one of those times he shared with Hurley.
Yeah.
And that was pretty big reveal that, because honestly, I thought he was going to say, and I guess the old Jack maybe would have said, well, I came back to the island because I was told everyone was in danger, and then blah, 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 and all the events, and, Ben said we got to do this, and then we had to bring Locke back, and I came back because people told me I had to, and because that's really why he came back, but then here's the character reveal of broken. I don't really know what that means. I believe him, but I guess he means from the aftermath of leaving the island broke him, I guess.
Yeah.
And so it's weird. I mean, I guess that's what we're supposed to think he means is, they weren't supposed to leave the island and they left, and so things fell apart because of that.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what we're supposed to believe? And so that's why he came back. Yet he seems to think that wasn't that he wasn't going to be fixed. That he thought the island can fix him and it didn't.
Mhm.
So then, don't you have to ask yourself if you were ever really broken? Or maybe you don't if you really think you're broken, but he seems like if you think he's broken because if he left the island, then it's reasonable to think coming back should fix him. And if it doesn't fix him, I think you should say, well, was I really broken? I guess he was, because things were shitty, but...
Yeah. It's hard to know where, destiny and them having to come back ends and Jack's personal problems begin.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like there's an overlap between the two. But, some of it is just Jack, and some of it is really he's supposed to go back to the island. So, I think I think I believe him, and I think he just hasn't got to the point on the island where he feels like it's done anything for him at this point.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks it was going to do, or what he is looking for it to do.
Yeah, it's a good question. I really don't know what he thought the island would do.
It seems like Jack just needs to bury his father.
Yeah, I think that would help.
I think that's his big thing, is he needs to say what he has to say and then bury him, and then that'll be it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. I don't know how he's going to do that since he's walking around the island telling people to do things.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah. What do you think about they've never seen it before because they weren't looking for it? Does that mean...
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you know where I'm going with this.
I want to take Hurley at his word for it. Again, the one sentence answers that they didn't see it because they weren't looking for it. It's not something you can find unless you're looking for it. The island is pretty big, and I don't think any one person has circumvented the entire island. Watching the coastline.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's very reasonable that they could have missed it. And I can't really tell from how they shot it, what side of the island it's supposed to be on. It's definitely not sort of on the side you can see from the Hydra Island.
Right. And it's not where the cave is.
Yeah, and it's not.
The cave was sort of by where Kelvin killed Desmond.
Yeah.
Or the other way around.
Yeah, I used to know the geography of the island. I forget.
The geography of the island makes no sense to me anymore. I just go with wherever they are.
Yeah, so I have to believe that this is probably something they didn't have planned until, somewhat recently.
Yeah.
So, I'll just buy. I just want to believe it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
It just really doesn't
No.
matter.
I agree. I remember getting fed up in season 3 with them continuing to find new things on the island that they had never found before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at this point, I'm just happy to find out new stuff. So I don't care if I've never seen it before. What's in it? What is it?
Yeah.
Still, though,
Yeah.
I feel like it was worth addressing.
Yeah, I wanted to also mention, I don't think I did, that just my little theory that, they called the episode Lighthouse and not The Lighthouse. And remember my rant about the lamppost, I was saying I hated that name. I wish they would have called it the Lighthouse, because it's the way that they used to find the island. But anyway, I was just thinking, why didn't they call it the Lighthouse as the title of the episode? They use the all the time. And I was thinking maybe because it might make people think it's a station.
Oh.
If they called it the something.
The stations are all those.
Yeah, the stations are all those, yeah.
It's not just Swan or Pearl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I could see them doing that.
Yeah.
Lighthouse on its own has a different sound than the Lighthouse.
Yeah.
I think I like it a little better.
Yeah.
For this episode at least.
Yeah.
It makes it sound more. It makes it sound a little more abstract.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they do go to a literal lighthouse.
That is really just an abstract version of a lighthouse.
Yeah.
A literal version of an abstract idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which we'll talk about soon.
Yes. Very, very soon.
Coming up on this podcast.
Just wait.
All the waiting you can handle.
So, are you ready for the next scene?
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay. Claire asks Justin where her son is. Justin insists he doesn't know. We find out that at some point the others captured Claire and tortured her. Justin says they only did it because Claire was picking off others in the jungle. Claire raises the axe, and Jen interjects to stop her. Claire shows Jen where the others branded her and says if she hadn't been able to escape, the others would have killed her. Claire asks Justin again about Aaron, and again he says he doesn't know. And again she raises the axe. This time Jen says Kate took him when she left the island, and he lived with her for 3 years. Justin confirms that they never had Aaron and asks Claire to let him go, promising not to tell anyone that he saw her. Claire is on the verge of tears and then thinks for a bit. She isn't talking, and then she swings the axe, hits Justin in the abdomen, and walks away. Jen is stunned.
All right. So one of the interesting lines is Justin says that she's not remembering things right. So presumably
really?
her escape. Yeah, she says they stuck me with needles, they branded me, and if I hadn't been able to escape from the temple, they would have killed me. And he says, no, you're not remembering things right.
Oh.
Which I have to assume that previous line is what she's talking about. So I don't know what really happened. I mean, I buy that they stuck her with needles and they branded her, but it seems like if anything's up for conjecture, then is that the right use of that word? Conjection? If anything is conjecture, can we use it that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that I guess how she escaped, or whether or not she escaped, or if they were even trying to kill her. Maybe that's what he's saying, is they weren't trying to kill her.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what she's saying. Although, I mean, based on what happened with Saeed, I feel like they would have wanted to kill her.
Yeah. But maybe they couldn't have because why, class?
She's a candidate?
There you go. Gold star for you.
Yay! I like being right.
Now Sun is crying. She wanted to give the answers. Yeah, so maybe they weren't going to kill her.
Okay. All right.
Maybe
Sure.
that works better. I don't know. Maybe it's not better. Which one is it?
Yeah, I'll believe that maybe they couldn't or whatever, but I feel like they would have wanted to.
Well, who wouldn't want to?
Well, yeah.
It's Claire, right?
Exactly.
No. Who do you think taught her how to make traps?
Oh, God.
I mean, do you think Locke taught her? Like, Locke knew how to make traps.
Yeah, I guess
Presumably
so.
Smokey knows how to make traps, too.
On the other hand, he hasn't been locked for that long.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, unless he was just acting as Locke even before, he appeared on the Hydra Island, which I don't really believe.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she's just self-taught, or Smokey taught her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know who else it would be. I don't think the others did it.
Yeah. All right, well...
But I can totally understand why someone would say she was claimed by Rousseau, because it really,
She's got Rousseau-itis all over the place.
Yeah, it's like, being alone on the island and having a kid that you think was stolen just somehow turns you into this survivor, and you just get really adept at building contraptions.
Building traps to find people who can tell you whether or not where your kid is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess in Rousseau's case, you can say, she had a very, very long time to practice.
Mm-hmm.
She got her 10,000 hours in.
She's an outlier.
Yeah, but in Claire's case, it hasn't been that long. She really shouldn't be as good as Rousseau.
She's the natural.
Yeah, okay.
She is from Australia, home of the outback.
That's true. That's true.
They have a lot of dangerous animals there.
Mm-hmm.
You never know when you're driving through Melbourne and you have to wrangle a dangerous wallaby.
Right, yeah. No, they're very dangerous. Little known.
Carrying a ferocious koala bear.
Yes. Also very dangerous.
Followed by a duck-bill platypus.
Okay, now it's just getting crazy.
Hey, this is Melbourne.
You're right. Nothing's too crazy for Melbourne.
Nothing's too crazy for Melbourne. I think that's the official quote of Melbourne. Nothing's too crazy.
No, most places don't have an official quote, but it's Melbourne.
Well, it's like Vegas,
Oh yeah.
It's like the Vegas quote.
Good point. Yeah. Gets to join that pantheon.
Yeah, I mean every city's tourist department of tourism comes up with something for them.
Yeah.
St. Paul, Minnesota, home of the giant hot dog. I don't know.
Yeah. Just say what. I don't know what to say about St. Paul. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's cold.
It is cold. Why not?
And I think their bridge collapsed. If I remember right. They probably wouldn't say that on the tourist thing, though.
St. Paul, Minnesota, home of the collapsing bridge.
Sounds like something.
And they don't tell you which bridge it is.
Yeah, that's part of the fun.
Oh man. Then you get to go then you get to go to St. Paul and get a T-shirt that says, "I drove on all the bridges in St. Paul and they didn't collapse," and all I got was this lousy T-shirt.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of mysterious. You just want to check out all the bridges.
You want to see? Is this going to collapse now? Oh, I'm alive. Damn it.
Like every bridge in the adventure.
Speaking of bridges, let's bridge our way on over to the next scene. Was that subtle?
Oh, so subtle, as always. Yeah. Do you think Justin was telling the truth? Because, earlier he offers to Jen, to snap her neck. But do you think his offer is genuine, or he really would have tried to kill her?
Oh, that he wouldn't tell anyone that he ever saw her?
Yeah.
No, I think he probably would have killed her. The others are usually pretty good about wanting to kill people.
Okay.
Now, unless the theory holds that they know she is a candidate and they can't kill her, that's
right.
The one thing I would say. But other than that, he does seem like he would have killed her.
Right.
And she says later, he would have killed me. Whenever they do that, whenever they have a final word about a situation after the situation's over, it seems like that's their answer, kind of. So.
Yeah.
So after she kills him, I think, doesn't she tell Jen later, yeah, he would have killed me?
Yeah, she does.
She could be wrong, but I'll take her to be right.
She does. Yeah, so this is one of those parts also, right before she swings the axe, and she gets quiet for a bit, but she has this, moment where she looks like she's about to cry. It seems like a very genuine, natural, normal Claire moment, and, then it's followed by her, killing the guy with the axe and stuff.
Oh, classic Claire.
Yeah, classic Claire. So this is one of those parts where it's just hard for me to believe that nothing you knew about Claire is there anymore. It's she seems to very much be responding in the normal way. So it's just I don't know why they chose to play it that way. If they want us to believe what Dogan said is true. I kind of like it. I like the not, I like the kind of uncertainty of it all, but because it makes it kind of interesting to watch, but it doesn't seem consistent with what they told us about it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
That'll work. I'm going to pull out the rarely used I don't know card.
Yeah.
Okay. I honestly feel like all of her pauses and her hesitation, to me that just seems like them wanting us to have the suspense. She mostly seems like herself. She just seems like a bitter version of herself.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say in terms of Delga. Now maybe it just takes a long time to lose everything. Maybe Loophole was claimed. Maybe he's a claimed something, and it just took a long time to do that. To combat whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So I love how Jen tells Claire, okay, Kate took him. And then later, he says, okay, I was lying.
Mm-hmm.
Kate doesn't have him. The others have him, and I know, because I saw him with my eyes.
Right.
The eyes in my head.
Right.
And come with me and
not
blah,
my
blah,
other
blah.
eyes.
So it was just weird to me when he tells her, yeah, I lied earlier, but right now I'm not lying.
Right.
And it's weird. It's weird for him to flip-flop like that and lie in the same instance. You know, it's like a Ben thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it's pretty interesting how Jen is lying to stay alive during this whole thing.
Right.
Which makes me think he is afraid of her, and he doesn't know if she would kill him or not.
Yeah, I do think he's afraid of her, and I think he's trying to play it the way, you know, he's trying to tell her what he thinks will pacify her.
Mhm. Which is what she already believes. Hey, look at that.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, I think at first he thinks maybe if I tell her what really happened with Aaron, she'll, you know, not want to kill this guy and settle down and be okay. But, you know, he realizes that that's not the effect it's going to have. And so he realizes it's actually better to just go with what she already believes.
Yeah.
Not rock the boat too much, as it were.
Don't rock the boat.
Okay. So, you ready for the next scene?
Mm-hmm.
The next scene is really short. Hurley and Jack at the Lighthouse. They try to go inside, but the door's jammed, so Jack kicks it open and they walk inside.
Boom. Next scene.
That's the scene. Yeah, okay. There's not much to say there. Next scene is flash sideways. Jack arrives at the recital. A sign says, "Welcome all candidates." Jack goes into the recital room, and David's playing. We hear a bit of it. Jack watches. David finishes. A kid standing at the back asks Jack if that's his son. Jack says yes. The kid says he's really good. Then the kid walks over to his dad and hugs him, and we find that it is Dogan.
Boom, in your face.
Jack is about to leave when Dogan says they're too young to have this kind of pressure. Jack agrees. Dogan asks how long David's been playing. Jack says he doesn't know and walks away.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Yeah. I would expect a little more, you know, longer than I remember. Something stupider like that. But
longer than I remember. I like that.
You know, something amorphous, like, you know, like he can make it seem like, you know, sort of walk the line between the truth and lying.
Mhm.
But I was trying to find here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the music that David's playing in this scene is what we saw Dan practicing.
That's right. Yeah.
Kid. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Sorry, Daniel. There'll be no more time for the music. But Mrs. Doubtfire, I want to play this. Oh, sorry.
But I can make time. If only you could.
If only you could. What was David Cross's Mrs. Doubtfire ripoff in Arrested Development?
Oh, Mrs. Featherbottom?
Was it Featherbottom?
I think
That's
so.
right. That was hilarious. Okay, so first of all, Dogan's kid. Have we seen him before? That kid looks familiar for some reason.
I don't think so.
We haven't seen him. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I've seen him in something else. He looks familiar. So, oh man, so when they were showing Dogen, I'm like, oh God, don't be Dogen. Don't be Dogen. Oh my God, this is Dogen. Why are you here?
I had the same kind of reaction. It was like, it's one thing to have Claire and Kate hang out together and have Locke run into Hurley and Ben and, you know. Mm-hmm. But throwing Dogen in there just seems like a completely different kind of thing.
Yeah, that was a bit much.
Because he's a brand new character, you know. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't seem like he belongs in the Flash Sideways.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I guess he's supposed
they
to
have an actor for a certain number of episodes, and they're going to use him.
I guess so. I liked it because it made it more surreal. Like, it really seemed like he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah. Like, Jack shouldn't even have a son, let alone a son at a recital. Let alone a son at a recital where Dogen is.
Yeah.
Where Dogen also has a pianist kid, you know.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, we haven't really seen, I mean, Dogen and Jack were just talking to each other in this episode, you know. I mean, they haven't really been doing that, you know. The stuff they show in the Flash Sideways, they don't usually have characters talking that are also talking on the island.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that means that there could be other people who know each other from before the plane, from before 8:15.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Well, the fact that, you know, Dogen can sort of show up and interact with Jack after 8:15. There's nothing that says, you know, in that timeline, you know, Claire couldn't have been visited by, you know, Echo or something in Australia.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Like, other things they could do. Now, obviously, they're not doing flashbacks in the Sideways.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah. The Flash Sideways back. Flashback Sideways.
What is that? Flash Diagonal? Flash Southwest?
Let's just call the host off.
I think one level of alternate timeline is enough.
That is totally enough.
Like, yeah. So yeah, I don't think we'll get flashbacks, but yeah, the alternate history is. I mean, it's clear they do have different histories. So, if they want, they can tell us that characters who were strangers on the show actually knew each other. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, Dogen and Jack shouldn't have known each other at this point.
Yeah, which makes me think, you know, Claire, David's mother could be Cindy.
Yeah. Ugh. No. I don't think I could buy that.
I like to think that's your reaction to Cindy. I hope I ever think that's your reaction to Cindy. No, I'm kidding. It obviously can't be her because she was, you know, on the plane and.
Yeah.
But
yeah. It should have been, if they had a kid, it should have been a little clearer. Yeah, like for a second I believed it, and then it just shocked me.
Yeah.
But, you know, it throws the Destiny thing into flux because, well, okay, I guess a lot of stuff. Fuck you.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in 5 minutes.
Sorry.
To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
This is a long podcast if we're still star 8ing it.
Yeah, it's a lot of star 8s. What the fuck was I talking about?
That Cindy is David's mother?
No. You're corrupting my mind. Don't do that.
No, you were talking about the timeline.
Oh, it throws a lot of things do this, but it kind of throws. Like I wanted to make a thing about how certain things were meant to happen, but Jack didn't meet Dogen until 3 years after this. In our timeline, and so this is this is really different from that.
Well, then that just means that was one of the things that wasn't meant to happen.
Oh, I guess so.
Like, okay. It was, you could say they were meant to meet, but not meant to meet at a specific time.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, that was an easy fix.
Nothing
I
but
had a watertight argument that this wasn't destiny. Just ruined it with just a few words. God,
yeah, well.
It was all too easy.
What are you gonna do?
But I sort of liked it, and also was freaked out by it. It's.
What were we talking about?
Having Dogen appear in the Flash Sideways.
Oh yeah.
It was. Go ahead.
I was gonna say what's weird is it seems like since Dogen on the island knows more about what's going on than Jack does, it seems like that's the same in the alternate reality. It seems like Dogen knows something, or it's the question. So
yeah, there's that line. It's hard to watch and be unable to help.
Yeah, and it's like, are we supposed to believe that Dogen is just? I mean, I guess he kind of says that, but that he's just a normal, regular person, and in this timeline, he was never drawn to the island, and
yeah.
He just, and it makes me think, like, does he not like speaking English in this timeline?
Good question.
Like,
doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it's fine, but
yeah, he's got different taste from normal Dogen.
Yeah, tastes like chicken.
Oh, chicken. Everything tastes like you.
What else was in this scene? That's pretty much it.
Oh, yeah, so the theory, I did read one theory that thought Dave was Dan. That's a little too crazy for all of us, I hope. But
they can't, no way.
The other theory that I find more plausible is that Dan's going to turn out to be his teacher or something, or involved in this program that he's in somehow. And so like in this alternate timeline, he does become a musician because he doesn't have to go to the island. So like that whole part of the story that led him to become a scientist doesn't happen. And so yeah, that sounds like something they might do.
Yeah, I could see that. If his music thing means anything else after this episode.
Yeah. Yeah.
They might never come back to it.
Right, that's true. But since they used the little piece that Dan played, it suggests that maybe there's a link there.
Yeah.
But you're right. They could just ignore it altogether for the rest of the show, and that would be fine too. But I do think we're going to see Dan this season, and he's dead. It seems like the Flash Highway is the only place where we can see him.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
But we'll see him. Okay, so next scene?
Next scene.
Island. Sorry, we go back to the island. Jack and Hurley get to the top of the lighthouse. We see that it is an old-fashioned lighthouse using mirrors on a wheel instead of electricity. Hurley pulls a chain to move the mirror to 108 degrees, we see that the numbers on the wheel have names written by them. Jack notices the names, and then in particular his name on the wheel by number 23. He wants Hurley to turn the wheel to 23. Sorry, I missed something. Sorry. Okay, let's rewind. We see the numbers on the wheel have names written by them. In the mirror, we see the place where Sun and Jin got married. Jack tells Hurley to stop because he notices something in the mirror. Jack notices the names and then his name on the wheel by number 23. He wants Hurley to turn the wheel at 23 degrees. Jack does it himself when Hurley thinks Jacob didn't want that. They both see, once he does it, they both see Jack's childhood home. Jack realizes that he's been watching them the whole time. Jack asks Hurley where Jacob is. Hurley says he assumed he would be there. Jack demands to know and wants Hurley to ask Jacob why he's been watching him. Hurley doesn't know. Jack gets increasingly angry and finally smashes the mirrors.
7 years bad luck each mirror.
Ouch.
That's, 28 years.
Oh, there were 4 mirrors?
There's 4 mirrors.
Oh, ouch. Yeah.
It's a number.
It is a number. Oh, yeah, there were 4 mirrors. I thought there were 3, but, yeah.
Yeah, I thought there were 3, too, but there are 4.
Yeah, that 4th one looks like it doesn't belong.
Yeah. Like Kate with a group of 3 other people.
Ouch. I don't know what that means, but I agree.
That's not a Kate diss.
It's a totally unnecessary insult.
I just wanted to try to fit in with that. There, Kate was ripe for putting.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's invisible? Oh, yeah, like you and 3 other people. This seems like maybe a line Ben would say or something.
Mm-hmm.
When Ben is feeling particularly snarky.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I like this whole. This was a pretty little awesome scene. It was pretty momentous when Hurley first starts turning that thing, and you see the reflections, and it's like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
At first, I thought like the mirror was reflecting sort of through the barrier and sort of showing like what's on the other side, sort of like line of sight straight ahead, but like telescoping it or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, use some way to discern how to get off the island or whatever. But then, of course, we figure out what it's really showing. But it was pretty cool that effect that they had of just the idea of how the lighthouse works was pretty cool, I thought. And seeing the different landscapes pass by was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not unlike a Star Trek episode you might have seen, The Next Generation, where they stumble upon this gateway technology, where it was basically the same kind of concept, but it was like a gateway where it would flash different exit points, and all across the galaxy, and we can use it for whatever, but it reminded me of that.
Yeah.
So they see all the names. Luckily Jack sees that because, I think someone was saying, like, or maybe you said it last week, are they really all going to go to the caves and see their names in the caves?
Yeah.
So, you get to see all the names here.
Right. They figured out a way to have them find out as well without endless cave trips.
Yeah. So Jack surmises that Jacob has been watching them this whole time. And I will delve a step further and say, he wasn't watching them with that, but he was actually using the lighthouse to draw them to the island.
Mm-hmm.
Like what I'm assuming is that the lighthouse, works like a lighthouse works.
Mm-hmm.
if a lighthouse could work. I feel like just put it into that chain. What I was trying to say is, how many works does a lighthouse work if a lighthouse could work? So, what I was trying to say is, a lighthouse is used to draw ships to a place, ostensibly draw ships to the island. But this lighthouse, when it's focused upon one of the numbers, it beams whatever to whomever, and that is what attracts them to the island.
Right.
So it's like this weird machine that's built to do that. Now, so I don't know if they want us to go that far with it, or if they want us to think, as simply as Jack thinks, that it's kind of just being used to watch them.
Mm-hmm.
Or perchance, that's how he gets to different locations. Like,
right.
He moves it to that number, and then he can go to that place.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm kind of leaning towards. See, the problem is Jack's wrong a lot of the time. So I'm a little nervous about saying this, but I'm kind of inclined to say that what Jack says is right. That he's using it to watch them.
Mm-hmm.
And
but you know that Jack doesn't know the full story.
Well, yeah.
And it's not about just watching them. It's way more about that. Way more than just about that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. We know Jacob has been drawing them to the island. And the fact that it's his childhood home, which is not where we saw him visit him, makes me think, because I wanted to be like somehow Jacob is influencing their choices and decisions. And if he has this lighthouse that can like target them and do something to influence that kind of makes sense to me.
Mhm. I guess I imagine that his influence was more direct. Like when Smokey was talking to Sawyer, he tells him you met Jacob, and I guess I had the impression that Jacob sort of took a more hands-on approach.
Yeah, of course. I think he definitely visited them in certain opportune times, but I feel like there should have been more, because like Locke says, the choices you thought you made weren't your own. I feel like there should have been multiple things that led them to the island, not just James writing the letter and other things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I kind of want to, the whole thing with Jack and his dad, I think Jacob might have something to do with.
Yes.
But here's the thing that makes me want to believe it's more than just watching is they want, Jacob wants Hurley to turn it to 108 so someone can get to the island. So if it's just used for watching, it doesn't make any sense how that's going to get anyone to 108, get anyone to the island.
Oh, I think it functions as a lighthouse as well.
So I mean, but what does that mean? So okay, so you're thinking someone in a boat is just going to see the light, and so you think it's a thing where he can use to spy on people, but also it's just a regular lighthouse?
Yeah. It's got two uses.
And so we use lighthouse, of course, acting on TV. Get your nice 3 easy payments.
Right.
So wait, so and you're telling me he's going to turn it to 108?
And if you order now, we'll throw in a magic box.
Exactly. Magic box may or may not be magic. May or may not be a metaphor. Faith not included. So you're telling me he can see through it, he can use the spy, it's a regular lighthouse, and turn it to 108 is just going to shine it in a particular direction that someone nearby in a boat is just going to see from a distance. That's the only thing stopping them from getting to the island is to see a light from a lighthouse.
That seems to be what I'm saying.
All right. Well,
I could be wrong about that, but
never.
But the thing the thing is, I don't think Jacob really cares. Based on the next scene, I don't think Jacob really cares about using the lighthouse in that way. I mean, I do think it functions in that way, but I think he really sent them there so Jack would see this, and he's leading Jack along this path that he wants him to go down, and I think that's really the point of this journey, not turning the mirror to a particular place and so that someone can see it. So in the end, that's not what it's doing, but I do think it functions in that way. Like when Jack and Hurley.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, when Jack and Hurley arrive, like you see the mirror reflecting in the top for a little bit, and so I think that's how I imagine it sort of working in the most normal way.
Mhm.
But I don't think that's what Jacob has in mind. I mean, I think he he just wants Jack to see what he sees.
But he does want someone to come to the island. Like, I think he does want Jack to know how important he is. But he also wants this person to come to the island, which to me means this lighthouse works in some particular way to bring people to the island. And I just don't see how it works in any normal way when everybody's number, like everyone's name is assigned to a number. So 108 should be a person. Like, honestly, my next question is, who is 108?
Yeah,
that should be a name written down on there. And if it's just a lighthouse, then I don't see how it being tied to whoever 108 is helps them get to the island if it's just a regular lighthouse.
Right. That's why I'm saying I don't think that's why he sent them there.
Okay, that doesn't negate how the lighthouse works, though.
Yeah, but it at least explains why that's not going to help them get there.
So you're saying but then that means that it wasn't going to help them get there.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes. See, so I think multiple things. I think that the lighthouse does indeed function as a lighthouse. If you want, you can point it. If the sun reflects on it, someone could see it. I think that's true, but I don't think that's how Jacob intends it to be used. I don't think he's planning to have it used that way to bring whoever he wants to bring to the island. I'm not 100% sure he wants to bring anyone to the island, but it seems plausible. So yeah, maybe he does. But I get the sense that he thinks they're going to get to the island. Maybe he's got that taken care of for whatever reason. He doesn't seem concerned at the end with how they're going to get to the island. It seems that he's...
Well, he seems content that they will get there. But my thing is, first of all, I don't think it works by reflecting sunlight because it's in an enclosed, top. I think you have to, light that fire in the middle, and it reflects the light from the fire. So you could probably only use it at night, I would think. Or I guess maybe you could see the reflection in the daytime.
I mean, Jack and Hurley saw a reflection up there. I thought it was reflecting sunlight.
No, I think you're talking about that establishing shot when they show the big star. I didn't see a reflection of light. I saw sunlight. I saw that you can see the sky from through some of the through the not windows, but that top area is sort of open. Oh, no, you'd have to look at the scene again to see if you see it reflecting sunlight. But it has a top on. I don't know how unless the sun is on the horizon, I don't know how sunlight would reflect off of it.
The sun, the sun moves. I mean, it can get in a window, with a roof on. I mean, it doesn't seem like the best way to design it, but it seems like, some sunlight could at least get in there.
Hurley said we got to turn this thing on. I think he was going to probably light something. I mean, usually that's how those old lighthouses would work, is you have to sort of light something for the mirror to reflect. And usually it was fire, so it has a bright source to reflect from. And usually lighthouses are used at night. Otherwise, you don't need the lighthouse because you can see the island. So that's why I don't think it's a regular lighthouse.
All good points.
I don't think it's a regular lighthouse. I do think he wanted to use it. Jacob wanted to use it to bring someone to the island. I think he is content that there's other ways this person is going to get there because he it seems like the kind of thing where, he said someone is coming, so it seems the kind of thing he knows they're going to make it, either from foreknowledge or something. But I think, the main thing is for Jack, like you said, for Jack to understand how important he was, to everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But I still think he wanted to use the lighthouse to bring whoever 108 is there to the island.
Yeah. I guess that opening shot where I feel like we see sun reflected, I guess that gave me the impression that was how it works. And then, because I know, I'm used to the idea of, like, using mirrors to reflect sunlight as a signal, like the others in Ben did that in season 4, and that's sort of what it looked like to me. And so I just, I was thinking, since they don't have electricity, I assumed it was using the sun, so I lead to that. But yeah, I didn't think about lighting a fire in the middle and then, like, reflecting that. And of course, the fact that you brought up that, lighthouses are most useful at night. During the daytime, you can make out the land quite easily, and that's
with the bigger lighthouse in the sky.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, so now I'm getting the impression that I just sort of misinterpreted how the lighthouse works and just drew the wrong conclusions about it. So let me revise what I said about it.
Okay. Should I go beep as you back up your argument?
Here's my new theory.
Okay.
That I just made up.
All right. And take 2. Go.
Theory take 2. So I'm gonna say again. I'm gonna stick to my guns that the lighthouse works as a lighthouse, but you actually light the fire in the middle and such, But it still functions as a lighthouse.
So how do you explain the lighthouse as it relates to the people on the list? If it's just a regular lighthouse, why is it built around presumably 360 people?
Mm-hmm.
If it's just a regular lighthouse.
Well, it's not just a regular lighthouse.
Well, okay. But if it functions as a regular lighthouse, why does it have that?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I guess I would say, why does it have that? Well, see, I have no idea who made this lighthouse. I guess I can envision. Yeah. Why do I think it works as a lighthouse? It looks functional to me. I guess that's the reason why I think it works as a lighthouse.
I agree, it looks functional. And like I said, my interpretation of this lighthouse is that it is the physical interpretation of a concept. Whatever Jacob does to bring people to the island, I feel like this was part, if not the main thing he was using to bring them to the island. I just think it's too obvious of a connection. It's a lighthouse, which is used to guide ships to, a body surrounded by water or near water, right. And that's what happened to the people. So I feel like we have to draw that connection.
It's hard to argue with that, I would say.
And everyone has their own number, and and like I said, it could be as simple as he was just using it to watch them, but I want to go so far as to think, take the metaphor the whole way, and when it's turned on, instead of shining light to that source, it shines some sort of thing, some sort of energy that draws someone towards the island.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure.
But that makes me wonder who 108 is.
I think 108 says. Let's see. I read it earlier.
Did they show it?
Yeah, you can see it. Let me see if I can find it here. It was some name I've never heard of. Now, where are you? Oh, it's here, right? I know.
Was it Wallace?
Wallace. Yeah, I'm really tempted. Having taken all your points and not much of what I originally said really stands up, but I'm still kind of thinking that that 108 let's lead someone to the island is a dead end, even if it's true that this thing leads people to the island, and
But he says that I would buy that this was all a farce or a red herring or whatever, just to get Jack up there. If he didn't say later, I'm sure they'll find their way anyway.
Yes, no, I think someone's coming, but what I'm saying is the 108 thing and who's on it and like that part, I think is a red herring.
Also, I think someone's coming, but it wasn't necessarily who 108 is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, I think they had him say 108 because it ties in, to the numbers and stuff, and I don't think it matters who 108 is. Like the name's crossed off.
Mm-hmm. So someone's coming to the island.
I could be wrong about this, of course.
Someone's coming to the island. Jacob wants him to come to the island.
Yeah.
He tells Hurley to help bring someone to the island.
Yes.
But he gives him basically a fake person to bring to the island, just so Jack can see his. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, more or less, I guess that's what I'm saying. It could be wrong. It could be wrong, but it just seems. I mean, it seems like that's what they're telling us at the end.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't see. That's the thing. I feel like in the end, they're not necessarily telling us it doesn't like that. The person he wanted to bring wasn't who 108 is, or that he didn't want it to actually work out. That he turned it on and pointed to 108. Just that Jack's thing was the bigger picture.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a little weird. We'll see. Well, I didn't know they showed us who 108 was, because I was going to theorize it was Widmore.
Oh.
I think it's about time for him to show up.
I agree. I really think that's another element in the show. Like, they really didn't. Widmore was invested in getting the people back to the island. He himself wanted to go back to the island. He even was very nearby. He even talked to Miss Hawking shortly after she sent everyone back to the island. But they never talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and that was the last we saw of Widmore. It's like, did he care? Did he have any idea what happened to Locke? And, that they were going to the island, and what happened with him? Like, he kind of got lost at a certain point.
Look at the fourth time you said lost.
Yeah.
You don't have to rub it in, all right? We know what show we're watching.
Yeah, all right. I don't know. Seem to avoid it.
Widmore has to come back into play at some point, but
yeah, it'd be very disappointing if he didn't.
Yeah. someone needs to make a rat reference, right?
That's right. That's what we need him for. He's so good at that.
Yeah. Like a what, Whitmore? Like a rat. Anything else in this scene? Okay, so this is okay.
Oh, you know
the
what's
Lighthouse. Huh?
You know what I think is worth noting about this is Kate's last name, Austin, does appear on the wheel.
Yeah.
As number 51.
51. Okay.
Yeah. So, and it's not crossed out.
Yeah.
So that does suggest that in fact she is a candidate, and we didn't see her name in the cave for any number of reasons that we speculated at the time.
It wasn't one of the numbers.
It wasn't one of the numbers, exactly. Yeah, it kind of throws the symmetry off.
Yeah.
And maybe they didn't want to. Maybe they just didn't want to bring Kate into that scene.
Yeah, for Sawyer. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But since Jacob visited her, it would have been a bit of a plot hole if they didn't make her candidate with no
and she flashed
explanation.
off the plane with the rest of the candidates.
Yes, exactly. That's a good point. When I said they were all confirmed candidates, I didn't really acknowledge that. Yeah, good point. That's an extra point. I'm saying point a lot.
Yeah, this is getting to the end of our energy reserves.
Yeah, this is the punch-drunk part of the podcast.
People at home can hear the podcasting breakdown.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's this kind of Lighthouse. No, it's this kind of Lighthouse. All right, guys, shut up.
Yeah, we just get stuck on words, but anyway, I think it's worth noting that Kate is probably a candidate, and so she's in that circle,
yeah,
as it were. This Wallace character could be someone. They really might do something with that. I don't know. We don't know who that is, and it's crossed out, and they never get to get on the wheel anyway. So if we find out something about that, I mean, what could that be? Could that be? I don't know. I can't think of anything, but that doesn't mean. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But, I mean, we kind of already knew this, but this definitely makes it really explicit that Jacob has been watching it, in addition to drawing them there. He's also been, thoroughly sort of, I mean, I never really had the sense from the beginning of the show that the people who crashed there were so strongly tied to the island. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Mm-hmm.
That this is pretty surprising to me. Somehow this is more surprising to me. Yeah, so maybe that's what we're saying. Like, what's the comparison? What's the relationship between this and the cave?
What do you mean?
I mean, they're both places that have apparently lists of candidates. Mm-hmm. But, what's up with the redundancy?
A backup. Everyone needs a backup.
Oh, okay. Well...
I would say that maybe, the cave is where he worked out who the people were going to be or something. And then, I think this whole thing was created somehow. I mean, I don't know how you have a lighthouse like this unless you engineer it.
Mm-hmm.
Even with magic. I mean, like,
right.
I feel like it has to be designed to do what it does. So, yeah, I feel like the cave to me feels like Jacob's office. And, he was doing work there.
Mm-hmm.
And then, he would get the work and then he would, formulate whatever and then write their names on this over here. Honestly, why are there two lists so that two different people can see them? Sawyer and
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of think that's the real reason.
I mean, that's part of it,
Although another speculation I had was that the cave was really Smokey's place to keep track of the candidates, and this is Jacob's place to keep track of the candidates.
Mm. Yeah, I think people have been saying the cave seems like Smokey's place.
It seems like it suits him more than it suits Jacob, and vice versa for the Lighthouse.
It just seems like, I mean, I don't know. I guess the cave seems to suit Smokey. The Lighthouse is just pretty innocuous. I guess that suits Jacob. I wouldn't know why. It's just a lighthouse. Oh, besides the fact that he's been drawing those people. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was thinking, like, aesthetically or something.
Well, I do. I guess I also mean aesthetically because I feel like it has roughly the same kind of feel as the foot of the statue.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Just a bit cleaner, neater.
What does have a hole in the ceiling is the statue.
And there's more symmetry. Whereas the scrawling on the cave was very all over the place and haphazard and I haven't thought that at the time when we saw it originally. It just didn't really fit with the kind of the way Jacob seemed to live.
Yeah. In a dead cabin.
In a dead cabin. Yeah, I forgot about the cabin. I guess that throws a wrench in the whole works. So they very well could be both Jacob's places, and it's actually just a contrivance for the characters to find out. That sounds like a plausible story to me.
I'll buy it. I mean, Locke took Sawyer a particular place. Jacob told Hurley to go to a particular place. I think they're both. I'll buy that they're their respective places. It makes sense. I mean, Locke knows about the candidate, so it's cool. It makes sense to me he could keep track of them too. Why no one invests in a pen and paper, I'll never understand. But that notwithstanding, I'll buy that the cave is Locke's place, and obviously the lighthouse is Jacob's place. But what's weird to me, the thing that made me think the cave was Jacob's place was because Locke took the rock and off of the balance.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it just seemed like that was Jacob's thing.
Like something he would do. Now that Jacob's dead, he can sort of mess with his stuff a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, that seems like something he would do. Yeah. I'm not totally fixed. I don't need that to be, Smokey's place or anything. It just seems like something that's maybe true.
Yeah, we'll put it in the maybe pile.
Yeah, it's definitely a maybe pile for me. And in the old days, I would have been really upset with Jack for smashing this thing.
Oh man, in the old days, I would have been so pissed. And now I'm just like, what did he expect?
Yeah.
And this is what he expected. Yeah, it wasn't as soon as he grabbed the thing, I'm like, he's gonna smash it all. I was not upset at all.
Me either. I'm just at a completely different place with the show now.
Yeah.
When something like this happens, I realize that, we're going to find out what we need to find out. The writers will tell us. They tell us what they want to tell us.
Yeah,
we found out what we needed to know. Yeah. There's, what we needed to know about the lighthouse, we know.
Yeah.
And so it's okay that he smashed it. I remember being furious with Charlie for shooting Ethan, and it's like in the end,
the sub and
Locke for blowing up the sub. In the end, it's fine. We found out, everything we needed to.
Yeah.
And especially in season 6, it's like, we're going to find it out soon.
So you know what was interesting to me? One of the shots when the lighthouse is first turning, I think you see where Sun and Jin got married.
Yeah.
And then like cuts to Jack, and then it cuts back to the mirrors, and you don't kind of see anything but Jack's reflection. It's kind of you kind of see like darkness, really. And I didn't know what that was supposed to be. I didn't know if that's what it looks like on someone whose name is crossed out. Like they were just kind of trying to give us that idea or something.
Yeah.
Like you don't see anything if they're dead, maybe.
Right. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I have heard people say that apparently the church where Sawyer was at, his parents' funeral, can be seen in the mirror. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, it's in there. But I think it goes Sun and Jin's place, then the dark, like you don't see anything. It's just kind of like darkness, and then I think you see the church.
Oh, okay.
After that.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking the second time, but I don't know. I just kept seeing Jack's reflection.
Yeah, it's when Hurley's first turning the wheel.
Oh, it's before we see Sun and Jin's wedding place?
So you see Sun and Jin's wedding thing. They cut to Jack. Jack turns around. He doesn't see anything. He turns back to the mirror. Then you see darkness. You do see Jack's reflection. Hurley keeps turning. Then you see the church, and then then he tells him to stop. So you see the church right before Jack tells him to stop, and then he says, "Oh, I found something." And then Hurley's like,
that was supposed to be Jack's place.
Huh?
I thought that was supposed to be Jack's place.
No, they don't turn. You don't see Jack's place until he goes to 23.
Until he goes to 23. So that was actually okay. I did see that. I just couldn't tell what it was, and I guess I thought because Jack reacted to it, that's what it was. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
what number is Sawyer? Is he 32?
No,
or
32 is not a number. He's
Why do I keep saying 32? 23.
He's I think he's 15.
15? Okay.
Yeah.
And what's Sun or Jin?
42.
That makes no sense. So that means Hurley went from 42 to 15, and then he went. So that means he must have passed Jack's number.
Yeah. And Saeed is 16.
Maybe Saeed was the darkness.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's interesting.
Could be.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Hurley himself was 8, but it didn't seem like he noticed.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't matter because he's on board.
He couldn't see from where he was. Oh, you mean notice his name was on there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He didn't actually look, did he?
No.
He didn't seem to care.
No. I guess also, like, Jacob told him directly that he's a candidate. So maybe, he doesn't need to find that out.
Yeah, but it's like a candidate for what?
Yeah, well,
I guess he needs to find that out.
Yeah, I don't know. I get the impression he's just going along with it, whatever it is.
Early.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go to the next scene.
Okay. Next scene, flash sideways. David leaves the recital, and Jack goes over to him and tells him. Sorry. Jack goes over to him and tells him. He was great in there. We find out that David was freaked out by how into his piano playing Jack was, and so he didn't want Jack to see him fail. Jack tells David he had similar issues with his dad, and he doesn't want to do to David what his dad did to him. David seems moved by what Jack says and says, okay. Jack offers David some pizza, and he agrees, and they walk away to go home.
There it is.
Yay.
How to be a parent 101. Show up late, tell them they did good, offer them some pizza. What else can you do, man?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think in general, I want to say that the Flash Sideways are, in a lot of ways, better for the characters than the original timeline. They're not perfect at all, but it seems like in general they're in better places than they were in the original timeline. I don't know what that means or what to make of that, but it seems like that's the general theme. Maybe
what they're going to do is, in the original timeline, with everything that's going on now, like whatever the end point is, people are going to make certain choices. And the ones who sort of make the right choice, quote unquote, are the ones who in this timeline have a better outcome. And the ones who don't, maybe like Kate or something, end up sort of in the same situation or worse or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, these things have to be connected somehow.
Yeah, I think they're definitely connected.
And I wonder if it's just going to be like they get a chance to go back and redo everything. But sort of like not 100% from scratch, because they've sort of grown from their experiences on the island, so they relive things differently.
Yeah. Can they do that? I guess I'm starting to get afraid of a kind of
erasing of everything.
Yeah, and also just like a kind of M. Night kind of ending where there's just kind of a one-sentence explanation for it all.
Destiny?
Yeah. I mean, I'll take Destiny, but just like,
it was their destiny?
Yeah. I don't know, the Flash Sideways is their future or something. That's the kind of thing I'm afraid of.
Okay.
Well,
good thing you like horror movies.
I don't know what that means. And I don't dare ask.
You learn quickly.
I just hope that they make the ending of the show satisfying and not just some little surprise that is shocking, Like that's really what I'm saying.
Me too.
But I feel like they're leading us to a surprise that's shocking.
I think the surprise is going to be shocking. I think it has to be shocking. I think we want to be shocked. It still needs to be satisfying.
Yeah. I'm just hoping it's, I want more than, I want more than the shock factor.
Then we're in the present day all along?
Yeah.
There is no monster?
Yeah. The monster is yourself.
The monster is yourself. The monster is society.
Yeah. The island is a metaphor.
The island is a spaceship.
Yeah. It seems like there's certain ways they could go with this that would be really disappointing. And I just hope they don't do that.
Yeah, I have confidence they will end the show really well. I mean, it's how hard is it, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. Shows always end well, don't they?
They always end well.
There's no show that I wish had a different ending.
Nope.
That I can think of.
None.
Not a goddamn one.
I think that's pretty much it for this scene.
Yeah, I mean it closes out this story and the flashlights on a happy note.
Oh, I love Jack's reaction when David says, "I didn't want you to see me fail," and Jack is like, "Ooh, yikes, that's a tough one to swallow." Like it's like you just nailed like his, Jack's like number one thing with his dad is just like, ouch, that one's gotta hurt. And
yeah.
you see his reaction. It's just like, wow, like, oh my God, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he really didn't expect it to be that. He never had the sense that he was putting off big expectations like that.
Yeah. Let's go eat that pizza.
Pizza. I was wondering if it was just like the cold leftover pizza from what Jack got earlier.
I like the idea that he's like, hey, I bought that pizza. We need to eat it. It can be warmed up. Come on. It's just
it's never the same, though.
It's never the same.
It's like, thanks, Dad, but I don't know.
Hey, David should have been home when the pizza was brought there originally, all right? So he can eat cold leftover pizza. He shouldn't have left.
All right. He had a recital, though.
Oh, ooh la la.
He didn't just leave for no reason.
Yeah, but he didn't have permission to go.
Yeah.
Kids these days, always sneaking out to go to their piano recitals.
True. It's true. Not like the old days.
What is this world coming to? Becoming so, how do you say, musical.
Yeah, that is how you say.
That's how you say. How do you say the next scene?
Here's how I say. The next scene is island. It's on the island. Sorry.
Second wind, come on.
What?
The second wind, come on.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Shake it off.
2 more hours.
Jack sits by himself. Don't say that. Jack sits by himself and looks out at the ocean. Hurley also sits by himself, and Jacob comes to talk to him. We find out that Jacob doesn't care about the smashed lighthouse mirrors. Hurley is perplexed that Jacob seems so indifferent to his failed mission, but then realizes that Jacob wanted Jack to see what was in the mirror. Jacob says he wanted Jack to understand how important he is, and he has to do something, but he can't be told what that is. He has to find it himself. Jacob says sometimes you can just tell someone what they're supposed to do, i.e. Hurley, but other times you have to let them look into the ocean for a while, i.e. Jack. Hurley wants Jacob to be honest with him. Jacob says he had to get Hurley far away from the temple because someone bad is going there. Hurley wants to warn them, but Jacob says he can't. It's too late.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, shit. Okay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I have been waiting the entire podcast to ask this question.
Yeah, I'll let you go first. No, let me go first. No.
I can wait, though. I'm not going to forget it.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I've heard you insinuate a couple times, not even insinuate, outright state, and other people too, this idea that Jacob is the evil one and Smokey's the good guy.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I really want to ask is, why do you think that? What is it that's making you think that's the way they're going to go? I guess I just don't. I think there's a bit of ambiguity in the Jacob character and also some in Smokey, but I think, to me, the heroes of the show, like Jack and Kate and so on, are flawed in many ways. I mean, they're not like perfect good people in every sense, but there's clearly the heroes of the show still, you know. And to me, it seems clear Jacob is on the side of the heroes, you know, and Smokey is against them, right? So I guess I want to know where that's coming from, because a lot of people seem to think this, and I don't get it.
I would just say there's a general sense that they put out that we're going to have to decide who's good and who's bad. You know, I think it's going to come down to what, you know, we said this about the others, you know, but what does Jacob really want? You know, I think that's the only way you can decide if he's a good guy or a bad guy, based on whether or not you think what he wants is good or bad.
Yeah.
Now, you know, they keep saying Smokey wants to kill everyone on the island, so you can go ahead and say, okay, well, morally that's bad. I think Smokey's a bad guy. But in the context of whatever his purpose is on the island or whatever he's trying to do, he might not be the bad guy. I don't necessarily think Jacob's a bad guy. I think at best he's ambiguous. We don't know what he really is trying to accomplish. He does seem to want the Losties to do things, but he doesn't necessarily have their best interest at heart necessarily, unless you call it tough love, you know.
Yeah.
But he's seeming to have put most of them through a lot of hell. You know, most of them have lived pretty crappy lives throughout some point in their life.
Yeah.
For those people who came to the island. So if that's Jacob's doing, and this is all because he wants them to do something, that's very manipulative. And, you know, can you step back and call him the good guy? You know, I don't know. It depends on what his ultimate goal is, right? So I have to reserve judgment until then. I would just say, to me, it's just not clear that Smokey is just a bad guy. You know, if you take his word for it, he just wants to go home.
Right.
You know, now if going home means everyone has to die before he leaves, and he's omitting that part, then that makes him a bad guy. But if it's really, he doesn't want to necessarily kill people. He doesn't want people on the island, but he doesn't, he won't kill people unless he stands in his way, at least at this point. And he just wants to go home, then I think it's harder to call him the bad guy.
I see. I guess, you know, I feel like we could understand where Smokey's coming from, and even sympathize with him in many ways, but him still be the bad guy. Like, you know, I kind of feel that way about Ben. You know, like I totally understand where Ben's coming from in a lot of ways, and I sympathize with him on some levels. But he's still bad news. He's still a bad guy. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I feel like Smokey could go that way. You know, but I feel like I can't even imagine a world where Smokey becomes sort of the hero. I mean, it would be really shocking to me if they did that. And they could, and maybe that would be the point. But to me, there's been no indication in the show that it's going in that direction, and so that's why I'm shocked.
Well, he has been helpful to Sawyer. Now, apparently, he wanted to kill him, but that aside.
Sure.
That aside, I think they have shown that he could be going towards the good side. You know, he asked Richard to come with him. He did sort of vaguely threat to kill him later.
Yeah.
But that was afterwards.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Smokey really wants. I think it'll be something really interesting. But I think Jacob. The more Jacob comes into focus, to me, the less he looks like the good guy I thought he was, and the more Smokey comes into focus, he's not 100% the bad guy.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just because you understand where he's coming from, but nevertheless, it seems like depending on what happens and who wants what, they could very well be close to being okay. Well, Jacob's just a little bit gooder, which is an official word, and Smokey's a little bit badder, and that there's a margin of error of 5%, and
right. So Smokey, I think, can't help but get somewhat more sympathetic the more we learn about him. I can totally see that. As for Jacob, so is it the idea that he's sort of manipulating people? Is that what sort of makes him seem evil? I mean,
usually manipulation makes you seem evil.
Yeah.
Benjamin Linus.
Right. It's sort of the way they actually portray him. It's just he just doesn't come. It comes across like he's doing things for the right reason.
Oh, Justin. When will you ever learn? When will you ever learn? I just had a flashback to, but Abaddon, he pushed Locke towards the edge of the stairs, and he's so menacing and foreboding. He's got to be a bad guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So obviously this mode of receiving the show isn't necessarily going to be right. I admit it. Yeah. But it takes some kind of thinking to get to the conclusions that Jacob's the evil one and Smokey's the good guy. And I guess I'm just not doing that thinking. I'm sort of going with what things appear to be. And yeah, in the case of Abaddon, I did the same thing, and it appears to have been wrong. But will they do that again? I mean, they might, but maybe they won't.
Well, they I think it's a higher probability they do it this because this is kind of the inverse. So it's kind of doing a different thing. Like, instead of making a good guy look like a bad guy, they make a bad guy look like a good guy.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know. See, I'm not saying Jacob's a bad guy. I'm just saying I can't check off good in my. Yeah, I don't know what he wants. He's done a lot to get these people in these situations, and it all seems to be for sort of personal, selfish reasons. I mean, maybe there's a larger, greater good at work here that he's trying to accomplish, but so far, I don't know what that is. So, it's just, like I said, it's hard to say anyone is anything based on a small number of actions, given the circumstances. And Smokey, like a classic bad guy. He's a black cloud of smoke that throws you in the tree.
Right. Who has been responsible for a number of deaths, many of which really didn't seem provoked.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bram guys, they shot at him. Okay. Self-defense,
Mm-hmm.
But the pilot, and the plane, the Rousseau and her team, they didn't do anything to Smokey, and he just killed
that's the thing. He obviously has an agenda in that he wants to kill people on the island. So that seems bad. But the next question would be, why is that his agenda? And I think it has something to do with his role on the island, or the role he has taken on the island.
You think it could be, in some sense, he's forced to do that?
If Jacob is the protector and he's the whatever,
destroyer.
if it behooves him to do that, then he might feel compelled.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like it has to do with ideology. It seems like his ideology is no one should be on this island. It doesn't need protecting. I'm going to kill everyone. And really, killing everyone because Jacob keeps bringing people to the island. I think that's part of it, is that, these people aren't there by mistake. Jacob keeps bringing them there, and it's making him mad.
Yeah, right. I guess at the end of season 5, when Jacob visits everybody, he comes across to me like a comforting presence in a time of crisis. With the exception of the Saeed scene, I think that's the one where it's didn't really work like that. But in all the other cases, it does.
Yeah, even though, as Locke describes it, he came to you at a time of like weakness and confusion or whatever he described it. So not a time of, it's when the vulnerable approach that he came to them. So that's the other perspective.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, if you look at it that way, it doesn't seem it doesn't seem like such a benevolent thing.
Yeah.
But I think Smokey is certainly not above lying for his own purposes.
Mhm.
Well, I don't see any reason to trust Smokey more than Jacob.
Objectively, it's true. I mean, from what we've seen, he came to everyone when they were in a vulnerable position. I mean, I guess you could say Sun and Jin, that, it's not exactly a vulnerable position. They did just get married, so.
Yeah.
It's all downhill from there, right? Ooh.
Ouch. 1980s joke there.
Yeah. I'm standing in front of a brick wall.
Yeah.
Try to fish, folks. I'll be here all week.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Objectively, he's not wrong. He's not lying. I mean, Sawyer was at his most vulnerable point at his parents' funeral. Kate was about to get apprehended, for shoplifting.
No,
Sawyer
I mean lying about the when he sort of says that, he seems to be helpful, but he's really just pushing you to the island. I don't think we can absolutely. I don't think that's absolutely has to be true.
That Jacob was pushing people to the island?
That was why he did those things that we saw.
But doesn't that have to be true? Why else would he do those things if it wasn't to get them to the island?
Well, I don't know, but I think Well, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it just seems like if he's going to go touch Sun and Jin, like, if it's not to get them to the island, I don't know why he would do that. And for any of them. I just feel like that has to be true. And I feel like that's what we're finding out scene after scene in these episodes is Jacob trying to get them to the island.
Yeah.
So when Locke says this happened, I think, he's right. When they showed the flashbacks, I think that's verifying his story.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, the larger point, I think so far these guys are in a gray area. I think it's largely because Jacob seems, we want to connect him to what was going on with the others, but he seems so disconnected from that.
Yeah, I mean, here we find out that he's kind of forsaken them.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but or must have at some point. But did we talk about the runway and on the mini island? Like the idea that Jacob, or the idea that that they built that, and the only plane that landed on it was 316. So that must mean that Jacob knew 316 was going to come there.
Oh yeah. I think we talked about that at some point. Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I remember it.
Then it happened.
Think so. Did you want to say something about that?
Just that it was weird.
That he knew to tell them to build a runway?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
Anyway, yeah, Jacob. I don't know what to do with them. Hopefully he's a good guy, but we'll see. You ready for the next scene? Yellow.
Oh, okay. Hello?
What
Are you
happened?
there? Sorry, I dropped.
Oh, wow.
That's my first ever drop.
Wow, that's what it feels like.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that.
What's the last thing you heard? Because I feel like I didn't really say that much.
I actually heard what you were saying through my speakers.
Okay. I don't feel like I said that much since I last heard you talk.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, but what you said I heard.
All right, well, then I hope you believe it.
Yeah, I do. I guess, yeah, I can't deny that yeah, it seems that the things Smokey was saying about Jacob were kind of true, and he did want them to come to the island, but yeah, I still find it hard to believe that they would make that turn. But hey, whatever.
Wouldn't that be interesting if they did? Make the bad guy the good guy?
I guess so. It depends on how they did it. It would be hard for them to sell that to me at this point. I can't really envision it. The way that they play the characters, it seems so. See, I'm just saying the same thing I said for Abaddon.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right about that. For the way they play the characters, it seems so obvious that Smokey's the the villain and Jacob's the good guy. I mean, they're playing the characters as though that's what they are.
Mhm.
And maybe they're not that, but maybe they are that. I mean, sometimes people play what they are for real.
That is true.
Yeah, it would be really strange if it was like Jacob is the ultimate villain of the show. I can't really envision that, but
well,
can't envision a lot of things.
Could you have envisioned, flashes on the island and
No.
And time travel and donkey wheels.
No.
And sideways flat. So, the fact that you can't envision it doesn't really say much. No offense.
It's true.
But
It's true. It has no bearing on what's actually going to happen. It's just a fact about me.
You might as well say, I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah. Throw that in there. Whatever relevance that has.
Yeah.
The main reason I note that is, the reason I brought this up is just to try to, because I really just didn't understand where this was coming from.
Yeah.
You know, because I just don't see it, and so that's why I asked about it. Like, I thought, you know, you would be able to explain it. And I think I get it now. It now. Even though I don't see it, I at least understand where it comes from.
Mhm.
I can see how one would draw that conclusion.
Like conservatism.
Even though I don't. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I see what you're thinking. It's not quite right, but I can understand.
Yeah. And yeah. I guess in general, I guess I take things at face value. I'm still in New Year's Justin mode, and so I'll just be surprised if they do that.
New Year's Justin must be really drunk by now. He has not changed in years.
He is. It's
Still
true.
Partying. Like it's 2004.
It's true.
All right. Well.
So
let's move on.
So yeah. Okay. Oh. So who do you think's going to the temple? Smokey, right?
Kate. Kate's to someone bad.
Kate's not going to the temple.
What do you mean she's not going to the temple?
She's going to the beach camp, remember? She's going to find Claire.
Okay, I thought she was going to the beach camp before she ran into Jack and Hurley. And then when they said the people at the temple knew about Claire, I thought she decided to go to the temple so she can find out where Claire is.
Really? I thought she said... What?
What are you talking about?
Is that what happened? I thought we established this not what happened. Now I'm confused.
Okay, look, she says...
yeah, okay. She's not at the beach. Do you know where she is? I don't know. They didn't say. I have to find her. Okay, yeah, so maybe she is going to the temple. I mean,
she's going to the temple.
They don't make it totally explicit, but she does get the word that she's not at the beach. And I don't know why she would have thought she was at the beach in the first place.
She heads the opposite direction that Jack and Hurley were going in, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I think she's supposed to be going back to the temple because that's her next clue into where Claire is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, I thought we established you were wrong about that, but
no. But that's the thing. When I asked about that and you said she was going to the beach, I was remembering that she was on her way to the beach.
Yeah.
Before she, ran into Jack and Hurley.
Yeah. I guess I didn't realize that she changed plans. I mean, they could have made it clearer that that's what happened, but it does look that way. Okay, so but you don't really think it's Kate that Jacob's talking about?
I don't know. She's bad, isn't she?
I guess.
No, I guess it's Locke. I don't know. My question is, why is it too late?
I just assumed it was too late because...
So it's not going to be this reason. Here it is, guys.
I just assumed it was too late because, practical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
They're
too far away.
They're too far away to get back in time.
All right.
Before the attack occurs. Like that.
Right.
I really thought that's what he meant.
Hey, why not?
All right. What's the right theory?
No, I don't have a better answer.
Okay.
I was more thinking it's too late because it's I mean it's mainly for practice reasons, but that whoever is going there is really almost there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the attack is imminent, and they're too far away to get there in time. Yeah, that's what I had in mind. Maybe
All
I'm
right.
not wrong.
I just like the idea of whatever you think it is, it's not that.
Yeah, well, that's what happens a lot. So, I mean, I'm just, I just don't. I don't really. I'm not that great at guessing what's going to happen on a show. It's. I know I do a podcast and all, but it's just not my forte.
So I didn't get or like, maybe I didn't like it because I didn't get it, the line where Jacob says, I like that Hurley, we talked about this before, that Hurley's being, pretty, what's the word, upfront to Jacob about stuff, and he said, maybe that's why I said upfront, because Hurley says, next time, how about you tell me everything upfront? He says, I'm not big on secret plans. And then Jacob says, I couldn't risk you not coming, Hugo. I'm like, what? You didn't tell Hurley that you wanted Jack to see how important he was because you thought Hurley might not come? That doesn't make any sense to me when Hurley was ready to leave without Jack.
Yeah, it really feels like the scene changes there and just turns to a completely, like, Jacob's not even responding to Hurley.
He's in a conference call with someone else.
Yeah.
Jacob is appearing to some other person who can see dead people. Hurley doesn't know he's on hold. Sorry, Hugo, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Switzerland over here. Sorry, I was a business call.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it seems like this was the kind of line that, like, it was from, like, they got out of another scene, like, 2 seasons ago or something.
Yeah.
Like, what? Couldn't risk you
Yeah.
not coming. Like, wait a minute. That might have worked in any other situation, but I don't see how that makes any sense here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's a response to a question that wasn't asked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he says, I had to get you and Jack as far away from a temple as I possibly could.
Yeah. Yeah, like they want to introduce this new idea, and it just, the transition doesn't quite work.
No.
Yeah, that it wasn't a satisfying response. It seems like he should have said, okay, I'll be honest, or something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's like all he couldn't risk him not coming. Yeah, all he told him was, I need you to go to this thing and do something and bring Jack with you.
Yeah, if that's good enough to get him to go, why wouldn't it be good enough to just tell him what the truth is?
Yeah, tell him, Jack has this huge destiny, and I need him to go and see this thing.
And Hurley would have been a lot less distressed when Jack smashed the thing if he knew, that Jack was supposed to see it and it wasn't a big deal.
I feel like Jacob wants to say, I couldn't risk you screwing it up, Hugo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, maybe that's what he means. Like, I couldn't risk like you not getting here with Jack. Maybe that's what he means by I couldn't risk you not coming. Like, I couldn't risk you screwing things up and you guys not making it here or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the you is both of them.
Yeah.
Maybe it's plural. That makes it a little better.
Yeah.
Since, like you said, he was going to leave without Jack. I don't think Jacob could stop Hurley from going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hurley's going to go no matter what.
I didn't tell you to go anywhere.
I'm leaving, dude.
Yeah, no, I hope that's what it is. It works better, at least. So I'm assuming that, here's what's going to be wrong, probably. I'm assuming that Smokey and maybe Claire will help, and Sawyer could get in there. Who knows? They're going to, attack the temple for some reason. Smokey needs something that's there, something like that. Maybe something will happen with Saeed. That's the kind of thing I'm expecting to happen in the next episode.
Mhm. Yeah, something like that.
I don't think they can put it off because, I mean, the way Jacob talks about it seems like it should happen soon.
We know that Jin just told Claire, let's go to the temple, and Locke shows up. In the next scene, we know that.
That's right.
So I think that's probably what Jacob's talking about is they're going to, you know, I can see the scene already where Claire's going to be like, hey, friend, you know, Jin just told me, you know, he saw Aaron at the temple, and we're going to get that close-up of Locke. And he's gonna be like, oh, really? You saw him at the temple, huh?
Yeah.
And Locke is going to have to go along with it, or else, you know, if he knows what happened to Aaron, you know, or else he's lying, or telling Claire that he's been lying.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see the tension already in that scene. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of writes itself. I can totally see that happening.
Yeah, you know, there are all those, you know, scenes in the jungle, and Jin's all paranoid. And, you know, what are you?
Yeah. Others?
Why do you look?
No.
Why do you look like John?
Yeah, Jin. Jin's in a pickle.
You know what? This isn't his first time being in a pickle.
It's true.
He was on a boat that blew up.
That's right. Yeah. He knows what pickles are like. He was on the raft that blew up too.
He knows what pickles are like.
Yeah.
He's a pickler from way back.
He's on watercraft.
Yeah. The first raft burned, the second raft blew up. Then anytime Jin gets on a boat, any sort of watercraft,
fuck away.
It's gonna blow up. Watch out, guys. Was he ever on Desmond's boat?
He was.
Yeah.
He was. He went with Saeed and Sun to go to the other side of the island.
Yeah. All right, I am ready for the next scene.
Okay, the next and final scene. Back at Claire's tent, Claire tells Jin, apparently correctly, that if she didn't kill Justin, he would have killed her. She is glad Jin didn't untie him. Jin senses danger. Claire asks why Jin said why Jin said that
Use your words.
I know, I'm trying. Why Jin said that Kate took Aaron. Jin says he was lying to save Justin's life, but she's right. The others have her baby. He's seen it in the temple. Claire looks suspicious. He offers Claire to help her get into the temple. She thinks about it and finally says, how do we get in? Jin says, there is a secret way. Claire thanks Jin and says she's glad Jin was lying because if Kate was raising Aaron, she'd kill her.
I feel like it... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to finish seeing. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I feel like Jin is, like, 1 inch away from, like another trap of, like, you know, she's like, I'm glad you were lying. I'm glad you were lying before when you weren't lying. That Kate was raising Aaron because I'd kill her. And if you're lying right now, I'd kill you. Like, I wish you would have added that line. That way he can't ever explain any of the times he was lying or else he risks death.
Yeah.
You know, if he says he was lying, then Kate's going to die. If he says he's lying about that, then he's going to die. I like the... I like that Jin is lying to get out of these situations, but it was really hard to buy when he's like, why did you say that Kate was raising Aaron? I was lying. Why? Because I wanted to save his life. But by the way, you were right. They do have your baby. He's in the temple. I saw him. He's over in the corner. If you walk 20 steps north and turn east at the north gate, then you know, it's just like, you know, adding detail to solidify his story. You know.
Right.
Why does he know about a secret way in?
I don't know. It really sounded like he made that up.
It does seem like he made that up.
I know a secret way.
Yeah, although there is a secret way.
There is. There happens to be a secret way, but I don't think he knows about it.
Yeah.
Why would he know about it? Like, Hurley had to be told by Jacob about it.
Yeah, that's weird.
And so, yeah, maybe somehow we're supposed to believe that that's how Kate and Jen left the temple, and that's how he found out about it, and just. But they
left with Aldo and Justin, and we're supposed to believe they showed them the secret way out. Come on.
I guess, yeah, it's not really plausible, but I do think they're going to go to the temple, so he's going to have to come up with something.
And would Claire really kill Kate for raising Aaron, or she only says that because she's, the infected version?
Yeah, infected version is saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, the real Claire, I don't think would say that. I think the real Claire, if she had any idea what actually happened, really shouldn't be responding like this at all.
That's what's weird to me, because I feel like if you explain what happened to this Claire, she might get it.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is it a Claire thing or is it an infected thing?
Maybe
it seems
so.
like she just doesn't know. Like, it seems like she's thinking, like, if Kate took Aaron, then I'll kill her. But, like, no, she was raising him and sheltering him.
I think that's what she's thinking, but it's like I don't think she's being rational. I think if she could somehow be made to understand that she abandoned Aaron, left him there with Sawyer and Miles, and was not seen again, except in the cabin by Locke that one time, before everybody left. And, they did, Sawyer made some attempt to try to find her. He called out. He did what he could, but she had disappeared, and the baby was there. What the fuck was he supposed to do? Like, leave the baby there and hope she comes back? If she understood, that he took the baby and, handed her over to, Aaron got tossed around a little bit, but eventually, ends up in the hands of someone who's leaving the island. Wouldn't you have wanted Aaron to leave the island? I feel like Jen just didn't elaborate enough.
Here's my thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he elaborated. Jen. Okay, so before when I was watching this, I couldn't tell whether or not Jen knew the truth about Aaron. And so then I finally realized he knows what happened only because Kate and those guys came back to the 70s and presumably told him, or he found out, what had happened to them in those 3 years. And he said, and Kate, that Kate was raising Aaron.
Right.
Because other than that, he shouldn't know.
Yes. That's right.
Because that was what I was wondering the whole time. Like, does he know or not?
Yeah. 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 He will only know because he found out via Jack, Kate, or Hurley. But he easily could have found out. So I think he does know.
Yeah. Okay.
But he didn't know, I guess, before fairly recently.
Yeah.
Because, he was on that boat when it blew up.
Yeah, that blew up. No, water.
I think he would know that Aaron made it off the island, but I don't think...
I don't even think he would know that, because I don't think he necessarily saw Aaron in the helicopter. Or what are you talking about?
Let's see, because Sun had Aaron at a certain point.
Sun had Aaron on the helicopter.
Yeah.
But Jen never really got close enough to the helicopter, I would bet, to see Aaron.
Yeah, but I think he knew she had him.
Why?
Well, I mean, he was with her. He came to the boat with her. He knew that she had Aaron. He saw it personally. He was next to her when she had the baby.
Physically standing there looking?
Yeah.
With his eyes?
With his eyes.
Okay, I thought...
Yeah.
My timeline's getting mixed up, because I thought... Because Kate gives Son the baby on the island.
Right.
And then Son comes over in the freighter, in the boat. In the
boat, yeah, with Dan.
Where is Jen at this point? Is he comes over with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
I thought Jen...
He ends up on the freighter. I don't know how else he got there. He wasn't in the helicopter.
I thought he was, like, already there somehow. How the hell could that have happened? No, I remember when they get to the freighter together, because they see Michael at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah, they must have been together.
Yeah, and so he's right next to Son when she has Aaron.
Okay. So and then he sees Son get on the helicopter. So he assumes Aaron's probably there.
Yeah.
But then it blows up, and he doesn't know what happened to them. It actually crashed.
Yeah.
And they got off. And so
okay. So he may very well have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, after the explosion, then the island moves, and he goes back to start.
Right.
He goes time flashing.
And then eventually, when they end up in the 70s, they start looking for them, which definitely suggests that they don't really know what happened to them.
Yeah, they don't know what happened to them, and it's not until Kate comes back in the 70s that anyone can tell them what happened, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he knew Aaron was on the helicopter, but that's it.
Yeah,
he had no idea that Aaron made it off the island, or that Kate eventually started taking care of Aaron until.
Well, and I have to say, it does help that Jack is his uncle.
Mhm.
Wait,
what do you mean?
Jen knows that. Well, the fact that Kate was raising Aaron.
Oh.
Like, Jack was around, and, he is his family.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But you're right, Claire doesn't know that.
Jen?
Claire.
Oh, Claire? I was saying Jen.
Oh, you're saying Claire. Jen. You're right, Jen doesn't know that either.
Yeah.
But, like, Claire wouldn't necessarily find that to be a big deal at this point, I think.
You don't think Christian told Claire that Jack's her brother?
Well, I guess he could have. But we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
There's been no official indication that she knows.
All right, well...
But the others knew. So, it's out there.
It's out there, like the X-Files.
Right.
The truth.
Right.
Well, I am done.
Oh, let me just finish the scene.
We're not done with the scene?
Not quite.
Okay, I guess I'll wait to be done until the scene's over.
And then Mr. Loophole himself, Smokey Aslock, arrives and asks if he is interrupting. Jen says, John? But Claire says, that's not John. This is my friend. Locke smiles. Claire smiles. Lost.
Boom. All right, so I think I'm done. Anything else about this? One thing I wanted to mention earlier, that whole thing of Lost does. They haven't done this in a while when they will over-explain some reference, like you know, we found the bottle with the letters, the bottle with the letters that he wrote, the bottle with the letters that he wrote, put on, you know, like,
yeah.
And Hurley does a small version of that when he's like, Jack's like, we're at the caves, and Hurley's like, the caves we used to live in? No, Hurley, the other caves that we never lived in and have no connection to whatsoever. I'm like, what? Yeah, the caves we used to live in.
That's extra snarky, Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think they're trying to make it easy for the casual viewer.
Oh yeah.
That was the reason for the original.
Well, if they wanted to make it easy for the casual viewer, they should have skipped season 4 and 5.
Well, yeah. They want to make certain things easy for the casual viewer. If not,
no, yeah, of course. It just reminded me of that kind of thing. They haven't done that in a while.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're at the point where they're calling back to pretty deep in the past, and I think they feel the need to reestablish certain things.
Yeah. Anything else about this episode?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of talked about this
everything,
this idea. So yeah, I think that's good enough.
Yeah.
I think that's good enough. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure I have anything coherent to say at this point.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out. I meant to do this earlier. We mentioned it earlier to Don Owar, who does the highlights from the Lost Lowdown podcast on Twitter. Every week she goes through and listens to the podcast and tweets the funny or the standout moments, and it's cool to read and see. So check it out if you haven't. It's at twitter.com/TLL highlights.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. We have awesome
it.
fans who do awesome things like this. So
yeah.
That's great.
It's fun to read. I get to remember what happens.
Mhm. Because who has time to listen to the podcast?
Exactly.
Because it's 8 hours long.
It is. At least this week it is.
It's a whole work day. You could start work and finish work and not be done with the podcast.
It'll get you home too, I think.
Yeah, it'll probably get you home depending on your commute.
Yeah.
Even during your lunch hour, you can listen.
Mm-hmm.
Don't stop listening.
Yeah, damn. I wouldn't have predicted this.
I think, like I said, there's something about this episode that's good, and it had a lot of little things to talk about.
It did. It was. You're right. There was a lot. There was a lot going on, and it was in general just a good episode. And we're just, we're getting to the point where there's just a lot of big things to talk about, of the overall show, and that just brings up a lot more details, and so gets a bit long-winded.
Yeah.
As it were.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, guys. We'll be back next week with the next episode. I'm expecting good things.
Which we won't tell you the title of. Beware.
Beware.
It's on Lostpedia.
Don't be spoiled.
Yeah.
I care about that thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Lostpedia, but that thing's a little frustrating to me.
Yeah. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.